Okay, let's get back to the point. 钱诗瑜 put down the cup with a ding sound and folded her hands on the table. Why did Miss Lin ask me to come here? Lin Yao pursed her lips and put down the cup. She smiled at her regardless of the bitter taste in her mouth. I think Miss Qiang should also know what happened between the three of us. I don't know. 钱诗瑜 waved her hands innocently. I just saw that Miss Lin seemed to have some entanglement with that gentleman, and I can see that the little girl is very close to and dependent on that gentleman. You have confused me. She stirred the coffee and looked very uninterested. Yan just treats her as a sister. Lin Yao's tone was very heavy, as if to convince Qian Shiyu, or perhaps to convince herself. You probably don't know that Yan has a sister who looks a lot like Qian Shiman. Oh. Qian Shiyu raised an eyebrow and responded without making any comments. But Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her head sadly, but she's dead. 这个 Qian Shiyu unconsciously increased the speed of drink and continued calmly. How did he die? Died of illness. Lin Yao spit out slowly as if it was her own sister who died, with grief on her face. Qiang Shiyu was thinking whether to hand over a tissue and say, my condolences, but she finally restrained herself. Lin Yao took a breath, took out a tissue and wiped the corners of her eyes, looked at her apologetically. I'm sorry, I made you laugh. Qian Shiyu pulled her lips stiffly. It's okay. You can do whatever you want. Qiang Shiyu adjusted his sitting position, rubbed his face slightly, and then continued, these are just your subjective guesses. 就是 How do you know that he just treats that little girl as his sister? Even assuming that he has the sister you mentioned, assuming that they are very similar. Of course I know. Lin Yao bit her lower lip and replied seriously. Huh? Qian Shiyu asked back. Yan told me. Lin Yao's eyes flickered. Oh, Qian Shiyu lowered her head and responded lightly, so she was just too enthusiastic. Of course. Yan just treats her as his own sister and he can't bear to see her sad, so he didn't tell her about our relationship for so long. Lin Yao became more and more excited as she spoke. Then Miss Lin has been wronged for so many years. Qian Shiyu looked up and said with a smile, but why did Miss Lin tell me all this? It seems that I have nothing to do with everything you said. Lin Yao calmed down and then slightly curved her lips. I just need Miss Qiang's help with something. Do you want me to tell her? Qian Shiyu picked up a tissue and wiped her lips, and replied casually. Seeing Qian Shiyu's indifference, Lin Yao suddenly felt unsure whether it was right to cooperate with her, but the next words gave her hope. Miss Lin should know that we are just half-sisters, and should also know that I was sent away because they were not tolerated by their mother and daughter. You should be able to see that my relationship with her is not very good. Qian Shiyu said, slamming the table. Then why did Miss Lin let me tell her about this? After saying that, she narrowed her eyes. Or, do you want me to hit her? That's right. Lin Yao blurted out. Although she felt that it was inappropriate to say it, she didn't think too much about it. She has always liked Yan, or should I say she loves him very much. If someone tells her that Yan only likes her as a brother and sister, I think she will be greatly shocked. Qian Shiyu clapped her hands lightly. It's a good idea. But why don't you go yourself? She tilted her head and her smile gradually faded. Want to push me out as a scapegoat? It's too good to be true. Qian Shiyu looked at her coldly, his eyes like arrows, as if she didn't give an explanation, she would let her bear the wrath of thunder. No, Lin Yao waved her hands hurriedly, and she knew that she was anxious. I thought Miss Qiang wanted this opportunity, so she didn't consider the consequences. After thinking about it, she calmed down her anxious mood and wanted to restore her impression. Miss Qiang, forgive me for being frank. It is actually very easy to deal with someone like Qian Shiman, but she has parents who love her behind her. I think Miss Qiang also understands this. Qian Shiyu did not comment and looked at her quietly, wondering if she could say more. Why don't we work together? We each get what we want. Let me deal with Qian Shiman this time, and I hope Miss Qiang can give me more advice. Lin Yao finally put forward her ultimate goal. What do you want to do? If I remember correctly, you should have a good relationship. Qian Shiyu thought about it and continued. That's what Miss Qiang thinks. In fact, she has always been superior to me. I think Miss Qiang can see it too. Superior. Qian Shiyu chewed on these words silently. Thinking of the little girl who was circling around her and calling her sister Lin, Qian Shiyu suddenly felt that some people could really tell lies with their eyes open. She nodded perfunctorily and suddenly didn't want to listen anymore. She didn't know why she came out to hang out on this trip. It was a complete waste of effort. Then I wish Miss Lin all the best. He raised his glass to her, and without waiting for her to clink glasses with him, he drank it all in one gulp. Seeing that she also picked it up to drink, he snapped his fingers. Waiter, pay the bill. Puff. It was Lin Yao who made a light puff sound. 然后 The coffee got all over her body. The thick black liquid flowed down her mouth and nose. She looked extremely embarrassed. The generous and upright image of her at the beginning slowly disappeared in her mind. Qian Shiyu laughed wildly in his heart and kindly, with a worried look on his face. Miss Lin, are you okay? No, it's okay. Lin Yao tore off a few pieces of paper and wiped herself hurriedly. She looked at the waiter who was standing not far away and said to Qian Shiyu, I'll pay the bill later. Miss Qian, please leave first. I still have to wait for someone. She was choked. On the one hand, the coffee was too bitter and she actually forgot about it. On the other hand, Qian Shiyu said she would pay the bill, but she had drunk 3 cups. Wouldn't she have exposed her lie as soon as she paid the bill? Who knew that she would be choked accidentally? You are really courageous to wait for someone like this. Qian Shiyu suppressed the smile on her lips and shook her head seriously. How can I let Miss Lin pay the bill? Of course I'll do it. Qian Shiyu said as she pulled out her bag and unzipped it. Hey, Miss Lin. Lin Yao hurriedly stretched out her hand to grab her, but Qian Shiyu dodged quickly. You must be kidding, your hands were full of coffee and you still wanted to grab her. Qian Shiyu immediately pointed at her black claws. Her face stiffened unnaturally. Miss Lin, this. You dare to stretch out such a black claw. Lin Yao's face immediately blushed with shame, and she retracted it with a whoosh. In this case, then Miss Lin, buy it. Sorry to bother Miss Lin. I'll go back first. Qian Shiyu stepped back a few steps and said politely to Lin Yao. After that, she turned around and raised her pretty chin. She looked so proud. Seeing the waiter staring at her in amazement as before, she grinned at him in a good mood and waved goodbye. As for the waiter, he finally understood why this beautiful and lovely girl would play tricks on people, and he cursed her countless times in his heart. You deserve it. Qian Shiyu went out of the store and directly opened the parasol. Although she applied sunscreen, she didn't care about risking her skin with such strong ultraviolet rays. In the underground parking lot, she saw the Audi car. She gently rotated her umbrella hand, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She put away the umbrella, then slowly walked forward, looked around, and saw that there was only one surveillance camera in the distance. She tilted her head and thought about it, and walked to the blind spot on the other side. Just as she squatted down and pressed the wheel mouse, she heard someone coldly shouting, What are you doing? What bad luck. Qian Shiyu thought so. Why didn't she see other people in the parking lot? Qian Shiyu still got up slowly and heard the heavy footsteps. She touched her chin and thought, should she raise her hands to surrender or run away? Thinking that the sun was so strong outside, she must not be so tired. Qian Shiyu first called sweetly, Uncle. Turned around with a bright smile. Although she hadn't seen the person coming yet, she only heard that the voice was a mellow male voice, but Qian Shiyu shouted like this because common sense told her that young people would not meddle in other people's business. Who knew that the man was choked by this uncle? Qian Shiyu opened his mouth wide when he saw the man. Is it such a coincidence? 这个 How could he meet him like this? That's right, this man was Song Zihan. When he saw her, he was almost an adult, but his appearance hasn't changed much now. As for Qian Shiyu, she has really changed a lot. The naive little girl has grown into a big girl. As a result, Song Zihan didn't recognize her. In addition, Qian Shiyu called him uncle in a very coquettish voice just now, so Song Zihan didn't recognize her voice. He just walked with a worrying step, 然后 looked at him sharply and asked coldly, What are you doing? Qian Shiyu was stunned. He was as humorous and funny as usual. What was he doing today? Angry. Qian Shiyu bit her lower lip lightly, slightly puzzled. Seeing that he was still glaring at her, she had wanted to use the excuse that she saw the kids tinkering here and came over to see if they had damaged someone else's car. But she simply changed it to, I saw that she was driving immorally, so I came to let out some air. Song Zihan frowned again and again, deeply feeling that the children nowadays were deeply poisoned, and taught them a lesson in a serious manner. Even if someone's driving was immoral, it's the police uncle's fault. Do you know that this is wrong? I don't know. Qiang Shiyu's big eyes widened a little more. He was very nosy now. With his fingers entangled in the corner of his clothes, he slowly lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong and said nothing. Song Zihan breathed a sigh of relief and softened his heart. He walked over and patted her head. Qiang Shiyu used a lot of willpower to not stretch out her cat claws, but his tricks on children made her embarrassed again and again. Okay, I forgive you. Song Zihan sighed and said to himself, but don't do this again in the future. Qian Shiyu laughed out loud, looked up at him and grinned happily. Wouldn't you should be given a Best Citizen award? Would? Song Zihan just wanted to teach this disobedient child a lesson, but froze again. Looking at his stupid look, he couldn't help but stretch out his hands, pinch his face, and pull it to both sides, but he still couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He shook his head helplessly and flicked his fingers at him. Stupid. She. Song Zihan asked stupidly. What? You still know it's me. Qian Shiyu lifted her long hair, turned her back proudly, and hugged her shoulders. I'm not dreaming, am I? Song Zihan also pinched his face, looked up stupidly, and talked to himself. Qiang Shiyu tilted her head, looked at his silly look, shook her head and smiled. Otherwise, who do you think you are? Qian Shiyu was very happy to see him again, although when she first met him, he was very different from her impression of him. In her heart, he was sometimes careless, sometimes silly, and sometimes a caring big brother. She was really scared just now. Shi, why are you here? Song Zihan felt pain, put down his hand, walked in front of her, and said happily. After looking at her for a few times, he turned his head uncomfortably, frowned, and said embarrassedly, You are different from before. What's different? Qian Shiyu stretched out her arms, looked at herself up and down, and raised her eyebrows and asked back. Song Zihan dragged out the sound, thought about it, and then looked at her, grow up, and also beautiful. Qian Shiyu covered her lips and chuckled, and nodded. You have also grown older and become more handsome. 然后 Song Zihan turned his head helplessly. How could she forget her bad taste when she saw her in person? Qiang Shiyu walked over, patted his shoulder hard, and shook his head generously. Let's go. It's rare to see you here, which means we are destined to be together. I'll treat you. Let's have a meal. Okay. Song Zihan nodded helplessly, looking at the Audi that was already a few years old, and asked, But this? Qian Shiyu raised his eyebrows and spread his hands. The owner of this car irritated me, and I came to deflate her car. Who knew that you called me? But I'm in a good mood now, so I'll forgive her this time. Qian Shiyu looked up at the sky and said it indifferently. I thought he would scold me again, but I didn't expect that he would go round to the wheel after listening, and fiddled with it in a few seconds. And the wheel was directly deflated. After it was fixed, he hugged his shoulders and looked at Qian Shiyu with great pride. Qiang Shiyu lowered her head speechlessly and gave him a thumbs up. So, this is originally birds of a feather flock together. 那个 No one thought about how the poor owner of the car got the car and the person back home. Qiang Shiyu parked her car and got into Song Zihan's car, saying that she was going to have a meal. Qiang Shiyu asked him to clear the way and took her to the self-service hot pot restaurant, which mainly served seafood. Song Zihan calmed down and looked at Qian Shiyu speechlessly. Is this what you call a big meal? Of course. Qian Shiyu raised his chin. For me, the most delicious thing in the world is hot pot. Spicy hot pot. Qiang Shiyu pushed open the car door and leaned against it with a heroic and proud look. Seeing that he didn't dare to flatter, he went round to the other side, opened the half-open door, and pulled him out with both hands. Hurry up, it's peak time now, there will be no seats in a while. Dragging him with a dejected look, he ran to the hot pot restaurant. The two didn't notice that there was a silver sports car next to them. The person in the car looked at the two with a deep gaze, expressionless, and couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. He watched the two people walk in playfully, slowly retracted his gaze, and lit a cigarette without caring whether there were children in the car. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yichen, who was playing games with his head down, frowned and looked up to ask. He was angry with him. Unless it was necessary, he didn't say a word to Leng Haoyan, but he also suffered a lot. 就是 he had been eating instant noodles and bread for several days, and Leng Haoyan didn't cook a meal. Now, he was brought to this fragrant street, but he refused to get out of the car. He had been holding back for a long time before using games to curb his gluttony. What's going on now? Don't you know that secondhand smoke is harmful to children? He is still smoking in the car. He never smoked in front of him a few days ago, although I heard that he was addicted to smoking. Get out of the car. Leng Haoyan took a few more puffs before extinguishing the cigarette butt and took the lead in opening the door. Zhang Yichen's eyes lit up and he couldn't believe this sudden surprise. Seeing that he took another step and put the iPad in his bag, he hurriedly opened the car door, slammed the car door hard, and chased after him. Ahem, what are we going to eat? Zhang Yichen stretched out his hand to block the sun, turned sideways, and asked him directly. As soon as he came out, he felt a wave of heat hitting his face. Leng Haoyan put one hand in his pocket. His face looked cold and cool, but he didn't say a word. Zhang Yichen curled his lips in disdain. What are you showing off? Then he took small steps and followed closely behind him. This situation seems to be uncommon. Leng Haoyan seems to be born to be followed, whether it is him or her. When Leng Haoyan went in, there were no seats left. They said there were no seats. Most of the time, 2 people occupied a table of 3 or 4 people. He scanned from left to right, who had never been used to sharing a table with others. 那个长一晨 saw that they actually came to eat hot pot and immediately squeezed Leng Haoyan into the house. Seeing that the house was full or that there were small pots on the tables without people, he immediately said dejectedly, "What? It's full." But Leng Haoyan paused and walked in. "Hey, what are you doing in there? Can't you see there's no one there? Besides, there are many shops nearby. You don't want to squeeze in here, do you?" "Hey," Zhang Yichen said, but saw Leng Haoyan walking straight over without even pausing. It was such a torture to follow him. Zhang Yichen stamped his feet fiercely. He had no money and could only eat for free. 这个长一晨 walked in and saw Leng Haoyan stopped by a table. There was no one else at the table, but there were already large shrimps, crab sticks, clams, large conches and other seafood on the table, as well as lamb rolls, beef rolls, and a few snacks. They were already placed around the pot, and there were also 2 large glasses of juice. "Uncle Lang, you're not going to chase them away, are you?" He looked up and glanced casually, only to see 2 people talking and laughing. Qiang Shiyu reached out to take the cake from another strange man, and the strange man raised one of his plates and handed it to her. Zhang Yichen opened his eyes wide. Could it be that after not seeing her for a few days, his sister Qiang had already found a home? He turned his head slightly, but found that Leng Haoyan was also looking at them with unfathomable eyes. Zhang Yichen took a breath. They actually ran into Sister Qiang again. What should they do? Did he come in because he saw Sister Qiang with another man and was jealous? Nah, it's impossible, right? Regardless of whether it's possible or not, the 2 people seemed to have seen them. They paused and looked at each other. The man seemed to have said something to his sister Qiang and then walked towards them. As for his sister Qiang, why did she look so impatient? 那个 Sister Qiang. Zhang Yichen rolled his eyes and rushed towards Qian Shiyu first, but saw that the strange man also stopped. "You know him too." Song Zihan turned around in surprise and looked at the 2 people, one of whom was slapping his face and pushing him, and the other was trying to get into her arms. "I know him." "I don't know him." The 2 replied in unison. Qiang Shiyu pushed him away from her plate with disdain. "Get away, who knows you?" You have no conscience." Zhang Yichen scolded, and he was just about to take a handkerchief and stir it with 2 fingers, pretending to be a pitiful young wife. Qiang Shiyu pinched his face and pulled it up again, and Zhang Yichen cried out in pain, and all the customers in the store looked at him. Song Zihan saw the 2 happy enemies and laughed softly. 那个 the people 事事 knew were really funny. 那个长一晨 looked at the clean big boy who laughed unusually heartily. His eyes widened, and he nodded at him rarely. Only a man like this can be worthy of his sister Kyung, plus 10 points. How can he be like him? This he naturally refers to 冷浩言, who glanced sideways at the back and quickly retracted his gaze. Sister Kyung, what are you doing here? 这个 The question here is naturally to complain that she bumped into 冷浩言 again. Who would have thought that the usually smart and witty Qian Shiyu rolled her eyes at him unhappily? If you don't come here to eat hot pot, what else can you do? Ahem. Zhang Yichen was choked by his own saliva. Just when he was about to complain about her, he saw that they were already a few steps away from 冷浩言 without knowing it. He didn't understand what Song Zihan said just now. You also know each other. Nor did he see that Song Zihan was about to say hello to 冷浩言. He pointed at Song Zihan from behind and looked up with surprise and asked, Sister Kyung, is this your boyfriend? Song Zihan stopped in his tracks, not knowing how to react. He was still holding two plates in his hands, and his expression towards 冷浩言 suddenly became a little wooden. What nonsense are you talking about? Qian Shiyu's rebuke followed her slap, and Zhang Yichen inevitably got another slap on the head. Zhang Yichen sniffed, feeling very aggrieved. I've become so stupid now. It's all because of Sister Kyung's beating. You were just a little fool, Qian Shiyu said in an extremely direct manner. Zhang Yichen ignored her words and spoke earnestly like a little adult. Sister Kyung, you are not a child anymore. It's time to have a boyfriend. Otherwise, all the good men have been snatched away by others. You can only pick them up. Qian Shiyu's face was full of black lines. Song Zihan was embarrassed, and it was a bit difficult to adapt to such a child's unusually mature words. He adjusted his facial expression, put two plates on the table, and then greeted 冷浩言. 浩言, what a coincidence. How come you come to a place like this? 冷浩言 nodded slightly at him and looked at the two people behind him. Zhang Yichen opened his eyes wide. It turned out that they knew each other, and his good impression of Song Zihan instantly fell to the bottom. Song Zihan suddenly realized that it was the children who made trouble. He felt that he understood the truth and turned to introduce Qian Shiyu. Shishi, this is 冷浩言. By the way, do you know each other? The two did not listen to him seriously. Hearing the nickname Shishi, 冷浩言 raised his eyebrows, but Zhang Yichen sneered directly, holding his stomach and laughing. Shishi, oh my god, I am so happy. Who came up with this literary name? But it really doesn't match Sister Kyung. 然后 Sister Kyung should use stone. The stones in the pit are smelly and hard. Zhang Yichen was laughing and making fun of him. Qian Shiyu was so angry that she picked up a small piece of cake and threw it into his mouth, which made his cheeks bulge. He lifted his chin again and heard a ding. The upper and lower teeth came together. Fortunately, the tongue was not under the teeth at that time. Zhang Yichen looked at them with his big watery eyes and clenched his teeth, fearing that she would use this trick. Song Zihan held his forehead helplessly. Seeing Qian Shiyu still staring at the child with her beautiful big eyes, he squeezed in between them and separated them. Okay, Shishi, he's just a child. Qian Shiyu hugged her chest. Obviously he's just a naughty child. When she was his tutor, no one was bullied by him. He even put snakes in her room. God knows she is most afraid of snakes, so now Qian Shiyu wants to bully him whenever she gets the chance. Don't look at him so miserable on the surface. He is actually pretending to be pitiful. After Qian Shiyu finished speaking, she walked over and sat in the seat. She sat in the innermost window seat. Qian Shiyu likes to sit by the window so that she can see the scenery outside. I don't know if Qian Shiyu has a connection with the window. Every time she comes to the store, there will be a seat near the window. Today is no exception. The only seat is this one. As soon as Qian Shiyu left, she saw Zhang Yichen blinking his eyes as if nothing had happened, chewing the cake in his mouth, which was bulging and full. Seeing Song Zihan looking over, he couldn't say anything because he had just spoken for him. He smiled foolishly at him and waved his paw. Song Zihan frowned at first, then chuckled helplessly, patted his little head, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Zhang Yichen saw that 冷浩言 actually wanted to sit down, fearing that he would sit in the opposite side of Qian Shiyu, and ran over to push 冷浩言away. However, he gave way in disgust, which was exactly what Zhang Yichen wanted, and sat opposite Qian Shiyu. He waved to the waiter on the side, add 2 more pots here. Seeing Qian Shiyu looking over, he immediately pulled a big smile and winked at her. How is it? Did I do a good job? Why don't you praise me a few words? Qian Shiyu rolled her eyes at him. From the moment she saw that it was Leng Haoyan, she had not even looked at him, treating him as a stranger. She also did not answer Song Zihan's question, do you know each other? She had also thought it through. No matter what Leng Haoyan's purpose was, she did not want to have any contact with him again. What are you guys talking about? Song Zihan naturally sat next to Qian Shiyu, pushed the cake that she had insisted on her taking to her, and turned her gaze from Qian Shiyu to Zhang Yichen and asked. Because there was only one seat left, opposite Song Zihan, diagonally opposite Qian Shiyu, and next to Zhang Yichen, where Leng Haoyan was standing. Leng Haoyan slowly pulled out the chair and sat in. Zhang Yichen saw that he had given in and covered his mouth and chuckled twice. Although he really didn't want him to have any contact with Sister Qiang, this result was not bad. Seeing that Song Zihan had been looking at him, he blinked cutely. Well, what's your last name? Song Zihan laughed dumbly. Could he say that he had thought wrong? He held his chin and said, Song. Brother Song. Zhang Yichen blurted out, calling out very sweetly, Brother Song, do you have a girlfriend? He showed his 2 big white teeth and smiled innocently, but he looked at him straight, as if he would not give up until he got his answer. Qian Shiyu threw the chopsticks that were picking up vegetables into the pot onto the table. Do you want to eat more or not? Yes. Of course, why not? Zhang Yichen's voice became louder and louder, and then he quickly picked up a lettuce from the pot in front of Qian Shiyu and stuffed it into his mouth. I've been hungry for days. He chewed and then grinned. Sister Qiang, can you please not eat such spicy food next time? It's so spicy. No. Qian Shiyu continued to add vegetables to the pot. Don't you like spicy food too? I like it, but I can't eat spicy food as much as you. Zhang Yichen grabbed one of the bottles of juice without hesitation and drank it in big gulps. Looking at the bright red color of Qian Shiyu's pot and the boiling water, it gave people a visual impact. Zhang Yichen sniffed. The air was full of spicy smell, and he wanted to sneeze. Zhang Yichen had just covered his mouth when Qian Shiyu pointed at his nose and said viciously, If you dare to hit me, I will throw you into the pot and boil you. The sneeze was scared back immediately. Zhang Yichen pouted and looked at the shining tip of fire on Qian Shiyu's forehead. He said sarcastically, Sister Qiang, you have acne. This is a precursor to disfigurement. Get lost. Qian Shiyu stretched out her arm, snatched the juice and put it heavily on the table. She was worried about this these days, and he dared to say that. She ate spicy food all day long abroad, and her face was still white and clean. Who wouldn't envy her good skin? Who knew that she had acne after just a few days after returning? Qian Shiyu was thinking about not eating spicy food for the next month after this meal, but she was picked out by this little brat. I don't know whose face is full of acne. She was angry out of shame. A tigress, it seems that everyone around her has understood her character, and they were not surprised at all when she said the word get lost. It seems that this peach blossom is going to be extinguished by herself. Zhang Yichen touched his nose. I am in puberty, it is a normal phenomenon, unlike you. We are all old. Of course, Zhang Yichen did not dare to say this. Zhang Yichen had acne all over his face this year. He wanted to find a doctor to treat it, for fear that his charming face would be ruined. In the past, he had uncles and aunts to treat him to meals on the street without paying. After getting acne, he had a common face on the street. He squatted down and cried for a long time, but no one paid attention to him. Even the public servant Uncle Police took a detour. 然后, however, he was criticized by the whole family one by one, and the criticism completely gave up this idea. Now that Qian Shiyu mentioned it, he has completely calmed down. He sat with disdain and saw that the other 2 pots had come up, and he didn't argue with him anymore and handed the empty plate to the waiter to make room. Haoyan, what would you like to drink? Song Zihan handed the other side of the juice to Qian Shiyu and asked. It looked like he wanted to get something else. Before Leng Haoyan could answer, Qiang Shiyu had already raised his hand high like a child. I want to eat barbecue. I want to eat canned food. I also want to eat salmon, steak. Zhang Yichen immediately imitated Qian Shiyu and took back the words. He hadn't eaten for a long time and was missing it. Get out. You want to eat. Qian Shiyu kicked from below and retracted his toes after touching it, but saw that Zhang Yichen didn't dodge at all and was slightly confused. However, he changed the subject with his next words, I'll eat. Can't I eat a bite? You prodigal son. Qian Shiyu kicked him again after hearing that. This time she clearly felt the leg underneath. Looking extremely unstable. As for Leng Haoyan, he followed beside him, holding only one plate in his hand, but a bottle of juice in the other hand. Qiang Shiyu immediately took the bottle of juice and drank it in big gulps, staring straight at the juice in Leng Haoyan's hand, her eyes moving as he walked. Song Zihan put the plate down. She just took it and put it on the table, but her eyes were staring at Leng Haoyan until he stood still here. Qiang Shiyu blinked and drank up the juice in her hand, making a sizzling sound, but Qian Shiyu still kept sucking. Okay, stop looking, it's yours. Song Zihan waved his hand in front of her, trying to interrupt her line of sight, but no matter how he waved, she would not look away. She had no choice but to turn around and try to take the juice from Leng Haoyan's hand. Leng Haoyan also looked at Qian Shiyu, but when Song Zihan reached out his hand, he raised the bottle high, put the tube in his mouth, took a sip, then retracted his gaze, walked to his seat and sat down. He placed the bottle of juice far away from him. Qiang Shiyu was furious on the spot and wanted to throw the empty bottle over. Song Zihan was stunned for a few seconds, snatched the bottle that Qian Shiyu had raised high, and placed it far away from them. After thinking about it, he still asked uncomfortably, You, what's the matter? Just now, he felt like an outsider. Just like now, this feeling makes people uncomfortable. What's the matter? Enemies. Zhang Yichen said indifferently, and also drank the juice. Song Zihan moved his lips, looked at the two people who seemed to be out of the matter, and did not continue to ask about this topic. He looked at Zhang Yichen and asked, What's wrong with you? Although Zhang Yichen had wiped away his tears when they came back and pretended to be nothing, his eyes were red and it was obvious that he had shed tears. Song Zihan was very puzzled, so he went out for a while. What happened? Zhang Yichen paused in his sucking and replied calmly, I was choked and it was spicy. Qian Shiyu shook her fair hand, my juice. Song Zihan looked at her ridiculously, okay, I'll get it. I want peaches, not orange juice. He stared at the orange juice next to Leng Haoyan. Okay. Song Zihan shook his head, looking like he was obedient to her. Childish. Zhang Yichen spat lightly and found that he was also drinking orange juice. He frowned, put it down, and didn't drink it. Leng Haoyan only brought a steak and didn't take anything else. He didn't like hot pot in the first place, and regretted it when he came in. He came back and ran into Song Zihan, who was hesitating next to the juice and had just put something down to get the juice. Seeing him, he directly blocked his way and insisted that he take the bottle of juice. Leng Haoyan hesitated for a few seconds and picked it up, because he thought of the whole little mouth swollen from this bigness, looking like it had been ravaged by someone. And he was not used to it. Simply seeing Qian Shiyu act like a spoiled child in front of others, and being arrogant and domineering to him, he had a brain seizure to drink that kind of sweet and greasy thing. But seeing her face full of anger, he naturally calmed down. After all, he likes to abuse people, no matter if it's the kid or her. Qiang Shiyu was very annoyed. It was obvious that Miu Miu had brought a bottle of juice for her, but someone took a sip and threw it aside. What a waste. Qiang Shiyu wanted to pound the table. 然后? Why did this person like to go against him? Zhang Yichen curled his lips. 就是 What was wrong with them being so oblivious to others? When Song Zihan came back again, the table was very quiet. Leng Haoyan was eating steak, Zhang Yichen was eating shabu shabu, and Qian Shiyu was peeling shrimps. They were all struggling at their seats. Song Zihan handed the juice to Qian Shiyu and cleaned up the garbage for her. Qiang Shiyu held the plate to make it more convenient for him. The tacit understanding between the two did not seem to be formed at all when they met for the second time. Zhang Yichen immediately spoke again, smiling. Sister Qian, brother Song is so virtuous, just accept him. Song Zihan was embarrassed and didn't know where to put her hand holding the plate. Ignore him. Qian Shiyu pushed Song Zihan with her elbow, like a gossip. Yeah. This time, Song Zihan nodded in agreement. Hey, you don't know how to appreciate a good person. I'm doing this for your own good, brother Song. But Sister Qian was attacked by someone first. Let's see what you will do. Song Zihan really couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why do kids nowadays always tease others? At this moment, Song Zihan was completely unaware of his different feelings. Perhaps it was the habit of several years that made him change his mind. By the time he saw it clearly, it was too late. Qian Shiyu. Leng Haoyan said this out of the blue. Qian Shiyu responded reflexively, but everyone in the audience was stunned. Qian Shiyu was very stunned. It was very strange that he called her name. The tone was extremely stiff, as if he was not used to it and very unnatural. 然后 I don't know if he paused deliberately after calling Qian. He called her name, but then fell silent again, lowered his eyes quietly, or he didn't raise his head when he called her. 是. But then he heard Song Zihan's surprise cry. He looked at her as if he couldn't believe it. He held the chair axis behind her and leaned sideways to get close to her. Qian Shi didn't know what was going on with them one by one, but turned his gaze to face him. What's wrong? Your name is Qian Shiyu. Qian Shiyu opened her beautiful eyes wide and blinked gently and slowly, looked at him deeply, then smiled at him, turned around, picked up the mutton and shuffled it. Then said lightly, yes. What's wrong with Sister Qian's name? Zhang Yichen was indescribably indignant. 然后 Why did they call Sister Qian's name one by one and seemed so surprised, as if there was some unspeakable secret? Zhang Yichen squinted his eyes and turned his gaze from Leng Haoyan to Song Zihan, muttering softly, I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be a bad guy. Just expressing surprise at Qian Shiyu's name is a bad guy. Song Zihan is innocent. He just has a bad impression of the eldest daughter of the Qian family who has never shown up because of Qian Shiman, or he simply doesn't match his Shishi with the eldest daughter of the Qian family. Shishi, I'm just surprised that you are the eldest daughter of the Qian family. I. Song Zihan suddenly felt that the more he spoke, the more he strayed. Well. Qian Shiyu spread her hands to him indifferently, showing her understanding. But Song Zihan still felt anxious, and seeing that Qian Shiyu was already eating her own food, she frowned and turned around to look at Leng Haoyan. Leng Haoyan seemed to be just telling Song Zihan her name, without any extra expression, as if the evil man Qian Shiyu saw a few days ago was just an illusion. During the meal, except for the two heartless people who were full, Song Zihan ate absent-mindedly, and Leng Haoyan disliked this place and only ate half a steak. Before leaving, Qian Shiyu had just opened Song Zihan's car, but it was directly closed by someone with great force. Qian Shiyu was stunned for a moment and looked up at him, but saw that Leng Haoyan did not play by the rules at all. He put one hand on her face and pinched her jaw, and the other hand directly hugged her waist. Qian Shiyu was caught off guard and was taken into his arms. Remember, you owe me again. Before she could react, Leng Haoyan's words came from above her head, and then he pushed her away again, not caring that her back hit the car, and the car made a beep-beep sound. Damn bastard. Qian Shiyu looked at his back with hatred and anger, and hit the car hard, and the car horn sounded louder. Shishi, how are you? Song Zihan stood in front of Qian Shiyu and asked anxiously. It's okay. Qian Shiyu pulled the bag that was pulled crookedly and then said through gritted teeth. Haoyan, he. Song Zihan just started the topic when he saw Qian Shiyu's sharp eyes shooting over, threatening with her eyes that if he dared to ask again, she would break up with him. Song Zihan had to shut his mouth, but his heart always seemed to be filled with a big stone, heavy. 然后 at first, he felt that something was wrong with their relationship, and now seeing this scene, he was even more worried. Qian Shiyu opened the car door and sat in. 就是 even if she didn't say anything, he could feel the strong anger that kept coming out of her body. Owe him again. What does it mean? When did she owe him? Qian Shiyu bit her lip and gritted her teeth. After thinking about it, she just wanted to cut him into pieces. However, in another car, Zhang Yichen was also asking the same question: when did Sister Qiang owe you, and what did she owe you? Seeing that he ignored her, he scratched his head irritably and finally gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. You tell me, I will pay it back for you. Leng Haoyan glanced at him coldly. You can't pay it back. How do you know I can't pay it back if you don't tell me? Zhang Yichen quickly replied, looking very unconvinced. Leng Haoyan didn't say anything else, but narrowed his eyes when he thought of that disobedient little woman. She actually dared to forget what he said. She really should be taught a lesson. Even without her, he had other ways, but he didn't like people who were disobedient, especially her. Since she wanted to owe him, let her owe him. As for how to pay him back in the future, it depends on his mood, but it won't be that simple anymore. Song Zihan was driving and Qian Shiyu was sitting in the passenger seat. The two were silent for a while. Until Qian Shiyu was leaning against the car window and about to fall asleep, Song Zihan spoke. Shishi, do you have a bad relationship with your family? Qian Shiyu yawned, blinked, and made herself alert, then turned her head. Who are you asking about? Song Zihan opened his mouth wide, then turned his head to drive seriously. In fact, before this, Qiang Shiyu had already mentioned her family to him, her mother who had passed away, her father, and her stepmother. She had feelings for them, but she didn't mention Qian Shiman. I think it's because she has been abroad for many years and has not had any contact with them. You, sister, how are you? Although Song Zihan found it difficult to say, he still asked. Although he was much older than Qian Shiman, Qiang Shiman was the little sister in this area and he took care of her. Now the two sisters are not getting along. He is very embarrassed. Moreover, does Shishi know the relationship between Haoyan and Man Man? Their relationship is what they have always confessed. No feelings. Qian Shiyu crossed her arms. No feelings, no hatred. She is a stranger to me. Maybe there will be hatred and grudges soon. Song Zihan frowned. It was okay, better than he thought. However, Song Zihan still approached her. There is no possibility of becoming friends. Watch the road. Qian Shiyu pushed him and pushed him over. It's hard for a judge to judge family affairs. You better not think about it. Song Zihan smacked his lips. Well, it was good enough that Shishi didn't hate him too. Then Haoyan, you and him? Song Zihan asked somehow. 然后 he felt bad after asking it. He looked at her cautiously sideways. Qiang Shiyu frowned more and more. She had never met him at all. Why did she tie them together? She didn't know why she was getting more and more annoyed. I just want to ask, Haoyan seems to be to you. I have nothing to do with him. Qian Shiyu interrupted him indifferently. After she said it, she realized that her tone was not very good. She turned to look at him and said seriously, I really have nothing to do with him. Song Zihan nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. He felt a little heavy. The weather in August seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. It had been sunny for many days without a drop of rain. Even the plants in the city were dead and had been drooping their heads. Qiang Shiyu was also used to staying at home. Even when Song Zihan invited her again, she didn't think about going out. As for Zhang Yichen, she couldn't get through when she called him. He just sent a message saying that he was safe and cared about her. I don't know if she asked her to pass this message to Zhang Yichen. Maybe, as she guessed, his family was in trouble and it wasn't a small trouble. But it was not something that a small person like me could handle. She could only help to conceal it. When people get used to staying at home, they become more and more lazy. Qiang Shiyu's decadent life these days was too comfortable, so that she ignored some things and missed some things. Later, the Qiang family. Ever since that day, when Fu Wanxi injured her and embarrassed her in front of the servants, she couldn't eat or sleep well and suffered from insomnia all night long. Unfortunately, the culprit had been out early and back late these days, so she couldn't be caught. If she couldn't be caught, she couldn't find her fault and couldn't deal with her, which made her very angry. Because she almost fell down when she was going up the stairs, she was so scared that she sat down on the stairs. The servants came to pull her up, but her legs were still weak and she couldn't stand up. However, the door above was still closed, and there was no movement inside the door. Kyung Ma was annoyed, and her anger far exceeded her fear. She stood up and went upstairs, banging on the door. Open the door for me. You lowly creature, vixen, stinky bitch. She cursed skillfully, and the door slammed. The little thing sleeping in the room was immediately awakened and burst into tears. Fu Wanxin frowned, hung up the phone, threw it aside, and stood up when she saw her son crying. Fu Wanxin suddenly opened the door, and Kyung's mother fell to the ground. One of her front teeth fell out, and her mouth was full of blood. Mom, how are you? Fu Wanxin was startled and bent down to help her up, but accidentally stepped on the back of Kyung's mother's hand. Oh, someone is murdering someone. Kyung's mother yelled immediately, and the hand covering her mouth was also stained with blood dripping from the gaps between her fingers. Mom, I didn't mean it. You get up first. Fu Wanxin said, waving at the servants who came over. Go and call 120, go. Get out of here, you bitch, you just want to kill me. Kyung Ma was missing a big front tooth, and her voice was leaking. She pushed her away, and a lot of blood was stained on her dress. Fu Wanxin fell to the side unexpectedly, but she was holding her foot and gritting her teeth in pain. Madam, are you okay? Several people helped Kyung Ma stand up, but they all turned their heads to look at Fu Wanxin. Fu Wanxin reluctantly shook her head, but Kyung Ma was very angry and threw the two people in front of her. Why don't you take me to the hospital? She said in a panic, and spit blood on someone she didn't know. Hurry up and take Mom to the hospital. Fu Wanxin spoke, and the servants seemed to have just woken up, and a group of bees rushed out. Fu Wanxin glanced at her son, who was still crying, and suddenly felt that her son was not so precious. She licked the blood on her hands and thought about how to make her son more precious. This afternoon, Fu Wanxin had just come back and was about to go out with her bag. But before she left, she behaved very abnormally. Why was she abnormal? She looked around with a bit of nervousness. She didn't carry the bag on her shoulder, but hugged it. She didn't even drive when she went out, but walked straight out. Kyung's mother immediately grabbed the door handle tightly, her reading glasses hanging down her nose, and the gold teeth in her mouth looked shiny. You bitch, I knew such a cheap woman was unreliable, and she actually cheated on our Kyung family. Kyung's mother seemed to have seen Fu Wanxin keeping someone outside with her own eyes. She gritted her teeth, picked up her phone, and called Qian Shengze. She was injured a few days ago, but her son didn't even show his face, which made Kyung's mother feel cold. However, no matter how much resentment she had, it was nothing compared to what was happening in front of her. However, after calling twice, she heard that she was on the phone. When she called again, she was reminded that the phone was turned off. Kyung's mother immediately smashed the phone, and saw from the crack in the door that Fu Wanxin was about to walk out of the door, so she immediately picked up her bag and chased after her. When Kyung's mother came out, the car had just driven away, and Kyung's mother hurriedly stretched out her hand to hail a taxi. Hurry, catch up with that car. Kyung Ma used one hand as a fan, fanning the wind, and with the other hand pulled the wide open car window, stretching her neck to the car in front. She hurried over and was already sweating, but now she couldn't care about anything. The driver was shocked. Auntie, this is illegal. I won't do it. The driver was Wang Erniu, who had just come from the countryside. He originally wanted to farm in the countryside, but his parents disagreed and forced him to find a job in the city. No one wanted him with only a junior high school education, and he didn't know how to use a computer. Being a security guard was also considered too honest and unspirited. But Wang Erniu was an expert at driving and repairing cars, so he found this job, but he didn't expect to be asked to follow someone on the first day of driving. This scared him. He kept waving his hands. Kyung Ma took out a stack of money from her bag and wanted to throw it to him, but when it was about to slip out of her hand, she paused, took a few bills from the middle and threw them to him. Drive quickly. Kyung Ma was used to carrying cash. When she was young, she used credit cards to pay for everything. As she got older, she fell in love with counting cash and carrying cash. This made Wang Erniu even more scared, and he almost opened the car door and ran out, but this was someone else's car. If it was lost or sold, he couldn't afford to pay for it. Auntie, this is illegal, we can't do it. Seeing that the car was gone, Kyung Ma was anxious. that's my daughter-in-law. I don't mean to do anything bad. Drive quickly, drive. Kian-ma stretched out her hand and pushed him through the crack of the window. When Erniu started the car hesitantly and saw that Kian-ma was already sweating all over, so she closed the car window and turned on the air conditioner. Auntie, what do you want to do? Wang Erniu was still worried and turned his head to look back while driving. That bitch, my daughter-in-law. Kian's mother was about to curse, but when she saw Wang Erniu trying to stop the car, she quickly changed her words and slapped her thigh. Hey, I hope I'm overthinking. Wang Erniu swallowed and saw that Kian's mother was heartbroken, so he stopped asking and drove the car steadily and fast. Fu Wanxin saw from the rearview mirror that the car had caught up, hugged her chest and chuckled, then fell on the shoulder of the man next to her. Why did you come in person? The man in the back of the car sat steadily, holding the cushion with his hands, wearing sunglasses on his eyes, looking straight ahead, and still spoke in a hoarse voice. Aren't you afraid of being seen? He didn't want to come, but he couldn't control his feet. See? What? Fu Wanxin raised his eyebrows in confusion. The man was speechless. Are you leaving this time? Fu Wanxin rested her chin on his shoulder, as if trying to attract his attention. The man still didn't answer. Finally, he sighed, relaxed his hand slightly, and asked again, do you really want to do this? Fu Wanxin bit her lower lip, glared at him aggressively, reached out, grabbed his big hand, and put it on her well-maintained and unusually young face. She hit me. Touch it, it hurts. The man let her hold him. After a few days, there was no trace of beating on her face. He was afraid that his calloused hands would hurt her accidentally. He moved uncomfortably, slowly pulled his hand out, turned around, and sat upright again. Fu Wanxin saw that he wanted to escape again, turned around, smiled suddenly, and lay on his knees. Seeing that he was stiff, she found it very interesting and curved her lips to him. Seeing that he was staring at her, she laughed softly and put her arms around him. The car stopped at a 5-star hotel. When Kian-ma saw Fu Wanxin walk in alone, she pushed the door. Hey, auntie, it's your money. Wang Erniu saw that the mousy down nose was still in the seam of the car and hurriedly shouted to Kian-ma. This is a reward for you. Kian-ma ran to the hotel and threw down an extremely impatient remark. When Erniu's eyes widened and his mouth opened for a long time. After Kian-ma got off the car, the man also got off the car. He still had his sunglasses on and a baseball cap on his head. He was in his 40s and was only wearing casual clothes, but he was tall and strong. The muscles on his arms were bulging and his clothes were sticking to his body, making him look unusually strong, but there was only one thing. That he was very dark, and he didn't show any nobleness. Kian-ma stretched her neck first, but saw Fu Wanxin being taken in. She hurriedly chased after him and hurriedly took out her ID card and money from her bag and handed them to the registrar, a room. The lady glanced at her and it seemed that she had never seen an old lady so eager to stay in a hotel. Although she was surprised, she still quickly registered her. When Kian-ma chased after him, the stairs had already been reached. She waved impatiently at the waiter who led her. Go ahead, I'll find it myself. The waiter looked at her warily. Hurry up, your service attitude is really unsatisfactory. Kian-ma increased her tone and sent him away like a fly. The young man reluctantly raised a polite smile to her, bowed, said okay, and left, but he remembered this special guest. Kian-ma pressed the button and saw that the floor where the elevator stopped was also the 6th floor, so she walked into another elevator. When she went upstairs, she found that the rooms were all tightly closed. The room she lived in was 8604. Kian-ma found her room first and began to look forward. She tried to look inside the door of the room, but she couldn't see anything. She had to knock on the door. The first person who opened the door was a woman. She saw through the peephole that the person knocking on the door was an old woman. She exhaled heavily, gestured to the man who was about to climb onto the balcony, 然后 opened the door and leaned aside, snorting unhappily. Who are you looking for? Kian-ma looked inside and immediately walked away. Who? The man asked cautiously. The woman was so angry that her eyes widened. Psycho. She snorted fiercely and poked him with her elbow. It's not your tigress. What do you care about? The man then smiled evilly. I only care about you now. The second person who knocked on the door was a man. He was drunk and opened the door without looking at who it was. When he saw that it was an old woman, he shamelessly looked up and down inside and immediately closed the door with a bang. The door hit Kiamat's nose directly, and she was so angry that she kicked the door a few more times before continuing to walk away. When she was about to knock on the third room, she found that the door was not locked. Kiama pushed the door open and looked out. The curtains were drawn and the lights were not on. It was very dark inside, but there was no figure. Kiama was already an old woman, and she didn't think about what others would do to her. She pushed the door open and walked in. When she walked in, she heard the sound of water in the bathroom. After thinking about it, she walked over carefully. When the man came in, Fu Wanxin had already taken a shower and had her hair done. She held a glass of red wine in her hand and shook it gently with her hand. She saw Kiama walking towards the bathroom on the computer, chuckled, and looked at the person who came. She took a sip of the wine glass, then put the glass on the small table and stood up. "Why are you so slow?" Fu Wanxin walked towards him, but the man stood still. It seemed that his feet had turned to the side, as if he wanted to escape. Fu Wanxin just stood in front of him, but a scream of "Out" came from the room. It was Kiamat's voice, but he also reflexively took a small step back. Fu Wanxin raised her eyebrows, or turned half of her body first, looking at the screen in the bathroom. A dark figure hugged the old woman and then curled her lips sarcastically. Turning around again, he saw that the person was further away from him. Fu Wanxin pouted her lips in grievance, but said firmly as if ordering, "Don't move." He really didn't dare to move, and looked at her nervously, like a child. Seeing her slowly walking towards him, and hearing the sound of her dragging shoes, every sound seemed to knock on his heart. Fu Wanxin seemed to be playing hide and seek with him, deliberately walking very slowly but staring at him straight, not letting him dodge at all. Everything is done, I will." Fu Wanxin glared angrily, took 2 quick steps, and before he turned around, she hugged him and complained dissatisfiedly, "You are hiding from me." The man's whole body stiffened, and he didn't dare to hug him back but just stammered back, "No, there is no such thing." "What's going on?" Fu Wanxin said as she moved closer to him, and saw that he was looking at her in disbelief, blinked, and looked up at him to show him the dimples on her cheeks. She took off his hat and threw it away. She wanted to take off his sunglasses. Seeing that he wanted to hide, she pointed at him. "SHH. Don't move." She said it in an unusually low voice, as if she was afraid that others would hear it. He immediately stopped his restless steps and looked at her helplessly. It was easy for him to avoid her touch with his movements, but he could never resist her. Seeing that he was obedient, Fu Wanxin took off his sunglasses and threw them away. Seeing that he was in a daze, Fu Wanxin giggled. The crisp laughter made him stunned. Seeing that he was really motionless, she smiled and moved closer, saying, "Don't worry, there is no one here. There will be no surveillance cameras." He was not handsome and was very dark. The only thing worth praising was his identity, but many women wanted to marry him one after another. And the only woman he wanted was her, but he could never get her. He looked at her deeply, unable to contain the love in his heart. As long as he saw her, his heart beat like a drum. Fu Wanxin lowered her head and knocked on his stiff body, like knocking on a wooden fish. She looked up and saw him looking at her stupidly. She turned her eyes and held his face with both hands. After that, she didn't care that he was stupid. She held one of his index fingers and led him to sit on the bed. Seeing the scene on the screen, Fu Wanxin was in a good mood and held his face and pinched it again, but saw that his face was already blushing. Fu Wanxin covered her stomach and laughed. Fu Wanxin laughed so hard that he was restless and stood up immediately. What are you doing?" Fu Wanxin still had a smile on her face, and tears came out of her laughter. I. He kept saying "I" for a long time but didn't know what to say. He clasped his hands together helplessly. Fu Wanxin kicked her slippers to the ground and waved at him. "Come here." He swallowed his saliva involuntarily. His pajamas had been loosened by Fu Wanxin's rolling just now. He didn't want to look, but he couldn't take his eyes away. He slowly moved forward until he was at the foot of the bed and could still see his feet stepping. He has never been able to disobey her, whether in the past or now. Except for Fu Wanxin, no one knows that as long as she is in front of him, he only has eyes for her, just like when he came in just now, he didn't look at other places, including the computer screen at this time, and the sound coming from it. Fu Wanxin still patiently hooked her finger at him, and he lowered his head and sat on the bed. As soon as he sat down, Fu Wanxin hugged him and said proudly, "Carrot, you haven't changed at all in so many years, I like it." She tilted her head in his arms and smiled when she saw him staring at her. Don't do this." His body was terribly stiff, but he didn't dare to move. 就是 Don't do that. Fu Wanxin exhaled at him, and his breath was as fragrant as orchid. His mind was blank, and he let his body control his brain and took a deep breath. Fu Wanxin laughed and fell into his arms. She laughed so hard that she fell backwards. He was afraid that she would fall, so he hugged her tightly, feeling that she belonged to him completely now. Fu Wanxin chuckled and picked up the red wine and took a big sip. "Whoa, Bo, do you love me?" "Yes," she asked casually, but he answered seriously. This night was like any other night. There was a bright moon outside the window, but the room was isolated from everything. I don't know how many people have corrupted themselves on such a night. The hotel was very quiet in the early morning, so quiet that no sound could be heard. However, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out from a room, breaking the silence. Of course, given that the sound insulation of the hotel rooms was so good, only 2 rooms were disturbed. Fu Wanxin opened her sleepy eyes and pouted childishly, very unhappy about being woken up. He had already woken up, stood up and looked at her sleeping. She was so cute and charming when she was sleeping. Even though she was no longer a beautiful woman, she was mature and charming that no other woman could compare to. Thinking of him comparing her with other women, she shook her head violently. No woman could compare to her. The scream also startled him. He wanted to cover Fu Wanxin's ears, but found that her eyelids moved, and she was awakened. His hands paused, and he just watched her wake up. Fu Wanxin yawned lazily with her hands covering her mouth, and tears came out. His heart tightened when he saw it. Qianma picked up the still tattered clothes, and her hands were shaking. Qianma had an unprecedented fear in her heart, which seemed to be far greater than death. Her heart hurt, and she was almost unable to breathe. All she wanted now was to escape quickly, and leave here immediately. 然后 She touched the door handle and opened the door directly, wanting to run out. Fu Wanxin had already walked to the door of the room at this time. She was going to walk over without looking around, but the next glance made her startled. "Mom, why are you here?" She took 2 or 3 steps forward, looking at her in confusion, looking at her tattered clothes. Qian's mother was shocked and frightened. She took several steps back and fell to the ground. She rolled inside, shook her head and screamed, "Don't come over, don't come over, don't." Fu Wanxin stood at the door of the room, smelled the smell, covered her mouth in disbelief, and took several steps back. Mom, you. She still shook her head in disbelief and pointed at her. No. Qian's mother looked a little dazed, as if she had some mental illness. She kept yelling, "Don't come over, don't come over." Fu Wanxin thought about something, forced herself to calm down, hurried forward, and pulled Qian's mother, who had been hiding on the ground. "Mom, go. Hurry." Seeing Qian's mother holding her head and curled up without cooperating, Fu Wanxin stamped her feet and said hurriedly, "Mom, you don't want others to know, do you?" This sentence seemed to have touched Qian's nerves. She shook her head violently and tried to get up by pressing the ground. Fu Wanxin hurriedly supported her and saw that her bag was thrown aside. She picked it up neatly, pulled Qianma and said hurriedly, let's go. The 2 panicked people completely ignored the young man in his early 20s who was vomiting violently in the bathroom. He covered his chest and vomited loudly one after another. He vomited liver and bile, but he couldn't stop. His crow-like screams also came out through the open door. However, with a bang, the door closed tightly, cutting off all his despair and pain. Fu Wanxin took Qianma to another room. Qianma sat down on the ground as soon as she entered and couldn't get up no matter how hard she tried. "Mom, go wash first. I'll ask someone to bring you clothes later." I'll take you home first." Don't worry about what happens next. I'll take care of it. As Fu Wanxin spoke, she opened the closet and found a bathrobe. Seeing that Qiao didn't move, she pulled her up and pushed and pulled her to the bathroom. She asked her to stand aside and quickly fill the water for her. Seeing that she still didn't move, she was going to take it off for her. However, Qiao screamed with anger in her voice. Mom, you have to hurry up. If someone knows about this, it will be a big deal. Qiao pushed her away and started cursing, you bitch, you bitch. While cursing, she reached out to pull her Qiangsen. Fu Wanxin hurried to block her. Mom, what are you doing? Mom, don't, stop it. Mother Qiao was possessed. She pulled her, trying to look at her neck, and grabbed the necklace on her neck so tightly that it hurt her. He who was in the other room saw this and rushed directly to the door, intending to open the door and rush out, but finally restrained himself. Grabbed the door handle tightly and pounded hard against the wall. Seeing that she couldn't see, Mother Qiao stretched out her hands to untie the door. Mom, what do you want to do? Fu Wanxin's voice was already crying, but compared to her weak resistance, Mother Qiao's toughness was unstoppable. After untying the door, looking at the skin that was normal, Mother Qiao went crazy and wanted to tear her Qiangsen. Fu Wanxin was anxious, ashamed and angry, and pushed her away violently, leaving a sentence, Mom, wash it yourself. She hurried out. The moment she closed the door, Qiao's painful and desperate cry came from the bathroom. Fu Wanxin paused and closed the door the next second. Looking down at the Qiangsen on her body, she suddenly felt disgusted. She flicked off the non-existent dust on it and was about to button it up, but then she slowly walked to the potted plant beside her. Fu Wanxin sat on a small table with her back to the potted plant. She smiled seductively at the pinhole camera behind the potted plant. Her hand ran down her long hair, but her eyes never left the camera. The man in the camera couldn't sit down anymore. He stood up abruptly, leaned against the computer screen, and looked at the beautiful woman on the screen with fascination. He had completely collapsed, with his face pressed against the screen as if that was his lover. When Qiao staggered out, Fu Wanxin was already walking back and forth anxiously at the door. When she saw Qiao finally come out, her eyes lit up. She ran to the bed, picked up the clothes, and stuffed them into Qiao's hands. Mom, change your clothes quickly, let's go. Mother Qiao's eyes were red with blood, and she changed her clothes mechanically. Finally, Fu Wanxin couldn't stand her speed anymore, so she hurriedly helped her change and put her out of the room. The house number on the door of this room was 8601, and the house number on the opposite door was 8606. Fu Wanxin walked and reminded Mother Qiao, Mom, don't tell anyone about what happened today. As for Brother Shengze, Fu Wanxin deliberately paused here, and when she saw Mother Qiao's eyes shrink suddenly, she slightly raised her lips and bit her lips guiltily. Don't tell. She exhaled softly and then said, Mom, go back and have a sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Fu Wanxin said a lot, but Mother Qiao didn't say a word until she sent her to the car. Seeing that she was motionless, Fu Wanxin patted her shoulder and comforted her. Mom, it's okay. Nothing happened. Fu Wanxin's words made Qiao tremble and bury her head. Fu Wanxin gritted her teeth and closed the door, and said to the driver in front, Master, thank you for your help. Okay, no problem, don't worry. The middle-aged uncle nodded repeatedly and looked at Qiao behind him with sympathy. Her husband had just passed away, and her son's rocks and deaths were unknown. It was really pitiful. Thinking of this, he started the car and drove out. Fu Wanxin had just opened the door of room A606 when he was pulled in. He hugged her tightly, Xin'er, Xin'er. He kept whispering. He was scared just now. That old woman deserved to die. She was also naughty. She actually seduced herself like that. He didn't know what to do. He was afraid of hurting her, so he could only hold her tighter in depression. Fu Wanxin smiled helplessly and hugged him back gently. She wanted to push him away, but he stuck to her tightly and didn't let her move at all. Okay, stop hugging. Seeing him looking up, Fu Wanxin gave him a coquettish look, which made him feel soft all over. He stared at her. Xin'er, you are so beautiful. This was the sentence he said the most, and every time it was the most sincere words. She was really beautiful. In his heart, she was the most beautiful, and no one could compare to her. Fu Wanxin laughed, seemingly mockingly. Your wife is not beautiful. Xin'er, I. He was already panicking and raised his head, fearing that she would be angry. He didn't mean to marry someone else. He wanted to wait for her all his life, but. Fu Wanxin whispered TSK, hugged his arms with both hands and pulled him into the house. His body stiffened again. You don't have to explain so much to me, I understand. What do you know? It's the root of a man's bad nature. He eats from the bowl and looks at the pot. No one can avoid it. 然后 Fu Wanxin pouted. She didn't mind, as long as his heart was on her. However, he thought she could understand his difficulties. She looked at Fu Wanxin gently, staring at her infatuatedly, with a happy face. Seeing that the young man on the screen had vomited and collapsed, lying on the ground, still retching and even sticking his fingers into his throat, Fu Wanxin tilted her head and thought for a while. If he was allowed to be discovered like this, could this man hold on? Fu Wanxin now expressed doubts about the endurance of these young people. But how to manage it? Well, she still wanted to try him again. It would be too easy like this. If she didn't have a little hatred in her heart, she couldn't do anything well. If she couldn't do it well, why did she go to so much trouble? It's better to get a dog to play with. He stepped forward to comfort her. I've asked someone to do it. If he keeps vomiting like this, he will die. When did you become so nosy? Fu Wanxin punched him, but it was so hard that her hand hurt. She took her hand back, shook it, and looked at him aggrievedly. I'm just afraid of affecting you. He hurriedly pulled her to explain. Seeing that her hand was uncomfortable, he pulled her close to his arms, hugged her, looked at her fair, slender and soft hands. His eyes warmed. And he kept murmuring, Xin'er, Xin'er. He looked at her with begging eyes, as if asking for her consent. Fu Wanxin just smiled, and his whole body felt bright. She moved her fingers and complained softly, itchy. He paused and gently put her hand down, Xin'er, Xin'er. His forehead was already covered with sweat, and he walked around unconsciously with her arms around him. 然后 looking in that direction, it was the bed. As soon as Fu Wanxin smiled, he directly picked her up by the waist. Xin'er, Xin'er, I love you so much. He called softly again, but stubbornly whispered in her ear. She was his heart, always his whole heart. Fu Wanxin stopped smiling and scolded lightly, silly. He looked at her, and his nosebleed actually flowed. Fu Wanxin pulled the quilt over and wiped it for him without changing her expression. Finally, she smiled, we have a whole day. His eyes were red, and he gently put her on the bed. By the time Fu Wanxin came to the Qiang's old house again, the matter had passed quietly. Those who knew about it were panicked and scared. One was happy to watch the show, and one was indifferent. Those who didn't know about it lived a leisurely life. Mother Qiang was completely depressed and had nightmares all night. After just a few days, she had become terribly thin. Even the slightest movement would make her frightened for a long time, not to mention causing trouble for Fu Wanxin. What's more, Fu Wanxin knew her biggest secret, and she hid when she saw her now. This was exactly what Fu Wanxin wanted. Death would not torture people, but mental torture was terrible, which can be regarded as a return for her oppression of herself for so many years. She also knew that once Qiang Ma came to her senses, she would probably launch the greatest attack on her as an insider, but she just wanted to keep her to see what else this old woman could do. 然后 To be more honest, it was still useful for Fu Wanxin to keep her and would not let her die early. Fu Wanxin was very leisurely during this period. She took time out every day to visit Fu Mao and Qian Shiman. Qiang Shiman had just accompanied her mother and grandmother to buy vegetables that day, but was frightened by the man at the door and stood there. Qiang Shiman was originally joking with Fu Mao, and a casual glance showed that her whole face was wrong, which was naturally noticed by Fu Mao and Fu Wanxin beside her. What's wrong with Man Man? Fu Wanxin put his hand on her shoulder and looked to the side. Seeing that it was Xiang Shiyong, he was surprised for a moment, patted Qian Shiman who wanted to hide, and pointed at him. Man Man, it's Xiao Yong looking for you. No, it can't be. 钱世曼eyes were obviously dodging, in shock. As they were talking, Xiang Shiyong also saw them, walked towards them, and greeted politely and Fu, Grandma. After that, he looked at Qian Shiman, raised his lips and smiled at her. Qian Shiman lowered her head and didn't even look at him. Are you here to see Man Man? Xiang Shiyong smiled but didn't say anything, but he looked very shy. Fu Wanxin smiled and shook her head, looked at Qian Shiman who was lowering her head. You still say no, you young people nowadays. He patted her hand again and motioned to her, go. I still have to accompany Grandma. Qian Shiman took Fu Ma's arm. Why do you have to accompany a crappy wife like me all day? It's rare that a friend is looking for Man Man, go play. It doesn't matter if you come back a little late. Fu Ma also looked at Xiang Shiyong with a smile, and her smile deepened. After that, Fu Wanxin supported Fu Ma and walked towards the house. Grandma, Mom. Qian Shiman was also anxious and wanted to catch up, but was blocked by Xiang Shiyong. 那个 Qiang Shiyu immediately took 2 steps back and looked at him vigilantly. Man, you are hiding from me. Xiang Shiyong's tone was not heavy, but there was no smile. Qiang Shiyu bit her lower lip and shook her head violently. No. Xiang Shiyong didn't care, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and exhaled a circle of smoke. 然后 Qiang Shiman just glanced at him and lowered her head. Her brother Hao Yan looked best when he was smoking, no one could compare to him. The two were silent for a while, and Xiang Shiyong spoke, I'll take you to a place. Qian Shiman couldn't help but take another step back. Seeing that his face had sank, she stammered, I still have to accompany Grandma. Grandma also said that you don't need to accompany her. Xiang Shiyong's face was already full of anger, not only because of her rejection, but also because she had been avoiding him for so long, and also because of the fear and resistance she showed when facing him again. But Qian Shiman had never lied after all, and she couldn't find any other excuses in a hurry. Xiang Shiyong smiled. Self-mockery, hatred, ruthlessness, and all kinds of complex emotions appeared on his face one by one, but they were fleeting and turned into determination. I think you will go. Without waiting for Qian Shiman to say the words of rejection again, Xiang Shiyong approached her. Don't you want to see your brother Hao Yan either? As soon as he said this, her retreating steps stopped, and she suddenly looked up at him. Are you going to take way to see brother Hao Yan? Her expression was so expectant, but she looked at him and turned into hesitation and vigilance. Xiang Shiyong raised his head and looked not far away, not wanting her straightforward expression to hurt him again. Wait, why? Qian Shiman still asked. From that day on, he was no longer the big brother Xiang who could secretly take her to all kinds of fun places in her heart. Her fear of him seemed to have grown day by day since that day, especially after she heard Uncle Fu say that he came to see her. She refused on the spot, and even asked him not to mention it in front of her in the future. Now facing him alone, she also wanted to escape, but she was guilty about this big brother who had been particularly good to her since she was a child. In front of him, she dared not show it so obviously. I just want you to go and see, to confirm some things. Xiang Shiyong threw away the cigarette, stepped on it with his leather shoes, and extinguished it. What? Qian Shiman didn't understand, and looked at him innocently with clear eyes. It was this kind of eyes again. Whenever she looked at him like this, he would feel an inexplicable palpitation and force himself to look away, but he felt that her eyes were always on him. So strong that he couldn't ignore it. He couldn't help but smile sarcastically and ask back, then you are not going? I. Qian Shiman was speechless. She wanted to go very much. Every time she called, the call was automatically transferred to voicemail. But her brother Hao Yan never called her back. She wanted to find him. She went to his house to find him, but was told that he lived outside now. But she didn't know where he lived. Even his family didn't know. She wondered more than once if something had happened to him. When she went to his company, she was only told that her brother Hao Yan was busy. The appointment was scheduled for a month later. That's right, the situation is so tense now that even her father is busy. After that, Qiang Shiman never disturbed Len Hao Yan again. She just held her mobile phone every day, hoping that he would call her one day. Xiang Shiyong curled his thin lips, but turned around and walked towards his car. Qiang Shiman was stunned and panicked. Her feet followed him involuntarily. She walked to the front of the car and hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to open the back seat, Xiang Shiyong's face became cold. Want me to be your driver? Qian Shiman's hand paused, and she quickly turned to the passenger seat and sat on it. Xiang Shiyong started the car, turned a corner, and drove out. In the small courtyard, Fu's mother was sitting in the shade of a tree, lying on a recliner, closing her eyes, and asked leisurely, "Is Mama afraid of that boy?" Yes, not before. Fu Wanxin also sat aside, but compared to Fu's mother's casualness, Fu Wanxin sat very dignified. Mama has grown up. Fu's mother sighed, "It's time to experience some things and grow up." Yes. Fu Wanxin nodded in response. As for what it was, Fu's mother seemed not to be interested, and slowly fell into a light sleep. Qiang Shiman walked all the way, with her mouth closed, biting her lower lip, silent, and from time to time stealing glances at Xiang Shiyong, who was driving seriously. Xiang Shiyong drove all the way to a villa, but stopped in a very secluded place. At a corner not far from a villa, blocked by plants and not very conspicuous. Qiang Shiman bit her lower lip lightly, hesitated for a long time, and then called carefully, "Xiang, brother Xiang." The voice was very small, like the buzzing of a mosquito. If Xiang Shiyong had not had extremely sharp hearing, he would not have heard it. He lit a cigarette, and the smoke slowly spread in the car. Qiang Shiman was very uneasy. She didn't understand why he brought her here, and she didn't know why he came here without saying anything, just sitting there. "Brother Xiang." She called out again, her voice a little louder than before. When Xiang Shiyong turned his head to look over, she finally mustered up the courage and asked again, "Where is brother Hao Yan?" Xiang Shiyong looked at her very seriously, from her full forehead, to her pretty nose, to her bright red lips. His eyes became extremely hot. Qiang Shiman shrank back, not daring to look at him again, but Xiang Shiyong spoke, "Wait. I'll be back soon." Xiang Shiyong's eyes became unfathomable. He flicked the ash, propped up his chin, and looked not far away. After getting his answer, Qiang Shiman became silent again. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, a car drove over from the other side. Qiang Shiman's eyes lit up. She had ridden in several of Leng Haoyan's cars, so she naturally recognized them. She was so excited that she unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the locked door, and tried to push it open. Xiang Shiyong grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms with force. "Xiang, brother Xiang." Qian Shiman said in a panic, her hands pressed against his chest, struggling to get out. Don't move." Xiang Shiyong held her waist, pulled her closer, and gestured to the other side. "Look." Qian Shiman paused, raised her eyes to look at him, and then looked forward. Lang Haoyan just drove to the door of the villa. A woman rushed out, and the car naturally braked suddenly. Qiang Shiman was very surprised. That person seemed to be her sister Lin. Zhang Yichen fell forward out of habit, as if he was used to it, and hugged his shoulders in frustration. "I said, can you deal with your peach blossom that? Chasing and blocking here every day will cost lives." After complaining, she didn't think about sitting here like she did a few days ago, waiting for him to drive past when she wasn't paying attention. She pushed the car open and curled her lips at Lin Yao with disdain. She was not as pretty as his sister Qiang, nor as elegant as his sister Qiang, nor as personable as his sister Qiang, and looked petty. He was blind to find such a woman. Thinking of him, he shook his head like a little adult. His vision was not very good. Seeing that it was the little boy again, Lin Yao ignored him. She was afraid that Leng Haoyan would be like the previous few days. 然后? As soon as she gave way, she drove straight in, still with her arms outstretched, blocking him. Lang Haoyan put out his fire, opened the car door and walked out. "Yan!" Lin Yao shouted excitedly and ran over happily. Qiang Shiman, who was not far away, saw this and her heart tightened. Although her eyes were obviously in great pain, she opened her eyes wide as if she wanted to see clearly what was going on. Her small hands tightly grasped the clothes on Xiang Shiyong's chest. Xiang Shiyong looked down at her, then looked not far away again. Lang Haoyan turned his body to avoid her touch, and walked forward silently. "Yan, I was wrong. Please don't ignore me, okay?" Lin Yao followed his footsteps, and saw that he was about to walk into the door that she couldn't enter, so she stopped him in front of him. Lang Haoyan's eyes turned cold. "I said I don't like disobedient women." Lin Yao grabbed her clothes and explained nervously, Yan, I really didn't mean it that day. Leng Haoyan had long forgotten what day it was, but he was just annoyed by her lack of tact, and it was time to end it. After thinking for a while, Lan Haoyan pushed her away. Yan. Lin Yao wanted to pull him, she was really anxious. Lan Haoyan hadn't looked for her for such a long time since that day, and the company was in crisis. Her father actually wanted to marry her to an old man in his 50s or 60s. She also ran away from home and came to find him, but he avoided her. Lan Haoyan's sharp eyes shot over, Lin Yao's hands trembled, but she threw herself into his arms with extraordinary determination. Qiang Shiman's heart trembled, and a layer of mist filled her eyes, misty as if she could no longer see the feelings and scenes in front of her. Does her brother Haoyan have another woman? Or is she the good friend she always thought she was? Lan Haoyan frowned in disgust, shook her off, stepped into the house, and locked the door directly. Lin Yao cried out, ah, and fell to the ground with her limbs thrown down. But she didn't care about her hands that were already oozing blood, and she stretched out her hand on the iron gate. Yan, my dad wants to marry me off. Please help me. Lin Yao covered her mouth and cried. Her tearful appearance made Zhang Yichen, who was secretly watching the fun, stick his head out. He said tsk twice, shook his head and sighed, how heartless. You are willing to let such a beautiful woman cry. This was of course a lie. In fact, Zhang Yichen almost vomited after he finished speaking. How could she be beautiful when she came up to him shamelessly? Zhang Yichen had a very bad first impression of her, so naturally he would not think of her as bravely pursuing his love. In fact, he was wondering if this woman was kept by the man surnamed Lan. He squinted his eyes and looked at this and that. His father said that the man surnamed Lan didn't have a girlfriend, but only women. Of course, he overheard this, so this woman was really shameless. 然后? He shook his head again and followed Leng Haoyan to the villa. He also heard Leng Haoyan's order to the security guard beside him, if you don't leave, I will call the police. He turned his head speechlessly and glanced at the woman who was still crying bitterly, and kindly reminded her, Auntie, don't cry, or the police will come to arrest you if you cry again. He looked at the woman who suddenly stopped crying and stared at him blankly, stuck out his tongue, and no longer cared about her, turning around and running inside. In the other car, Qiang Shiman also covered her mouth and cried wook, leaning weakly on Xiang Shiyong's chest. Qiang Shiman didn't believe it at first. It was still far away, and she couldn't hear their conversation clearly. She only saw Lin Yao pestering Leng Haoyan. She was looking forward to it, even though Xiang Shiyong mocked in her ear, look, this is your brother Haoyan. Qian Shiman still shook her head violently and kept arguing, no, it's not like that. It was not until later that Xiang Shiyong showed her the video on his mobile phone in that store that Qian Shiman burst into tears. Xiang Shiyong hugged her, looked down at her and saw that she was just crying. He frowned and said in her ear, see, Lan Haoyan obviously has a purpose in approaching you, otherwise why would he secretly get entangled with other women in private and be ambiguous with you in public? Xiang Shiyong said slowly. After he finished speaking, he was already dissatisfied with her just crying. He pinched her chin and asked her to raise her head. Seeing that her face was full of tears, he reached out to wipe them away for her, but she dodged suddenly. There were too many tears in her eyes, so that Xiang Shiyong could not see her expression clearly. Xiang Shiyong gritted his teeth, holding her hand and slowly increasing the strength, but the usually gentle cat got angry and pushed him away with all her strength. So hard that Xiang Shiyong staggered to the side. Why do you let me see this? Why? I hate you. After yelling, she rushed out of the door, wiping her tears, and ran forward without looking at the road. Xiang Shiyong was anxious and angry, and also pushed open the car door. Stop. Do you still think that Lan really has feelings for you? Or do you love him so much that you are willing to be used by him? Love him so much that you can tolerate him having any other woman? Xiang Shiyong seemed to be afraid that she was not sad enough, and wanted to open her wounds and rub salt into her wounds. He kept talking about the facts that Qian Shiman obviously wanted to avoid. After he finished speaking, Qiang Shiman cried even harder. 然后 seeing that she actually ran towards the main road, Xiang Shiyong became anxious and ran after her. Qiang Shiman, heartbroken, didn't know where to run. She just wanted to hide, to find a place where no one was around. She was panicking and couldn't see the road clearly with tears in her eyes. Her hearing seemed to be slow. When she saw a car whizzing towards her, she was so scared that she stayed where she was. 慢慢, get out of the way. 向世勇 shouted loudly, but for some reason, he stopped standing on the side of the road. The car braked suddenly, dragged for a while, and still stopped. The driver was scared and trembled at the steering wheel. After being scared, he was angry again. He got out of the window and yelled at the frightened girl in a rage, "If you want to die, get out of the way and don't come in front of my car." He shrank back with a look of misfortune. In the car, he saw Qian Shiman still not moving and yelled at her again, "Damn it, get out of the way. It's so unlucky. How could you run into a jinx?" Qian Shiman, who was originally dazed, seemed to be suddenly awakened. Seeing Xiang Shiyong walking towards her again, he ran to a taxi that was also nearby, opened the door and sat in. Xiang Shiyong paused his slow pace and ran over again. "Master, drive quickly. He is a bad guy, he wants to catch me." Qian Shiman looked extremely frightened and slapped the isolation window hard. The driver hesitated for only a second and started the car. Xiang Shiyong was unable to stop her and couldn't catch up. He threw his hands in annoyance and cursed angrily, "Damn it." The weather in August was also uncertain. The sun was shining all day. Near dusk, dark clouds were everywhere, and bean-sized raindrops began to fall without warning. It took only a minute for it to turn into a heavy rain. The wind also began to blow wildly, and many trees were blown down. Qiang Shiman walked to the road where no one was around. The raindrops hit her, which was very painful, but it was far less painful than the pain in her heart. Qiang Shiman hugged her arms and shivered in the wind and rain. The wind was so strong that she was about to float. Qiang Shiman wanted to look out to see if there were any cars, but the heavy rain blocked her view, and the raindrops hitting her eyelids made it almost impossible for her to open her eyes. Qiang Shiman was in a mess, more messy than ever before. Her clothes stuck to her body, and her feet were too heavy to lift. She ran out without taking anything with her. She left her bag in Xiang Shiyong's car, her cell phone, and her money. She even used her watch as collateral for the taxi she took. It was a birthday gift from Qian Shengze. Even if she was reluctant to leave, she didn't want to owe anyone anything when she saw the driver's strange look. She didn't walk far, she just asked the driver to drive away and got off the car. It was easy to find her way back now, but she couldn't find the way on such a rainy day. Finally, she saw the strange and familiar iron gate. Qiang Shiman's legs were already stiff, but she ran. She lay on the iron gate, just like Lin Yao lay there before, shouting to the inside, "Brother Hao Yan, Brother Hao Yan." The rain was too noisy, and she couldn't hear any sound at all from such a distance. Only a few people hiding in the dark heard her shouting, but they were more indifferent than each other. I don't know how long it took. Qiang Shiman's throat was hoarse, and she slipped and knelt on the ground. Lan Haoyan was working, but he couldn't calm down because of the sound of raindrops on the windowsill. He lit a cigarette and came to the French window. He was smoking casually and glancing around, but he saw someone at the door with his sharp eyes. He paused, pulled the curtains that were in the way a little more, and walked to the other side to see who it was. After recognizing that it was Qian Shiman, Lan Haoyan's Adam's apple slid up and down a few times, put out the cigarette in the ashtray, and ran out. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Yicheng was eating instant noodles. Seeing Leng Haoyan actually running down from upstairs, he paused in the action of sucking noodles, but quickly sucked them in again and asked in surprise. Seeing that he didn't even change his shoes or open an umbrella, he pulled the door handle and ran out, and couldn't help but remind him, "It's raining outside." Heavy rain. Needless to say, Lan Haoyan could see it. As soon as he opened the door, the rain was slanting and blown over by the wind. He rushed into the heavy rain without closing the door. Zhang Yicheng put down the instant noodles, ran to the door, closed the door a little, and looked outside, but he could only see Leng Haoyan's back and him running towards the door. Of course, he was not stupid enough to run out in such a heavy rain. He just moved a stool and blocked the door with only a small gap, not letting the door close or open wide. Lan Haoyan ran to the gate. Qiang Shiman was already lying on the ground. He hurriedly opened the gate and called out, "Man Man." Although the voice sounded very small in the rain, it still reached Qian Shiman's ears. 然后? She slowly raised her head and saw that it was really Leng Haoyan. She laughed and cried, struggled to get up, and threw herself into his arms. Brother Hao Yan, Brother Hao Yan. Leng Haoyan caught her and hugged her in his arms. He looked down at her crying in his arms and frowned. His whole body was also soaked. He was not much better than Qian Shiman. However, the mud and water on Qian Shiman's body also stained Leng Haoyan. Leng Haoyan hesitated for only a second, picked her up by the waist, and rushed into the villa. Zhang Yichen only had the last chopstick of noodles left to eat, but he heard the door bang and Leng Haoyan rushed in holding a woman, or to be exact, a girl. Zhang Yichen sucked the noodles in and hurried to meet him. Who is this? Leng Haoyan said nothing, and carried her upstairs. Zhang Yichen wanted to chase her, but when he saw the door was wide open, he slammed it shut and ran after her. Zhang Yichen was surprised because Leng Haoyan actually carried her to his room. Because the door was not closed, he took advantage of Leng Haoyan's inattention and sneaked in. Leng Haoyan's room looked very monotonous. Although it was not pure black and white, it gave people a solemn feeling. Zhang Yichen pouted, "What? There is nothing to see." It was his first time here, and it seemed that he was still benefited by this little girl. But who is she? Go and drain the water. Leng Haoyan turned his head and ordered Zhang Yichen. Zhang Yichen thought Leng Haoyan didn't notice him. In fact, he had already noticed it when he was chasing after him, but he just ignored him. Now, he was too busy to take care of him, so he treated him as a servant. The girl he put on the bed curled up and hugged him, refusing to let go. Leng Haoyan followed her and wiped her hair with a towel. Zhang Yichen's sympathy disease came back again. Without saying a word, he went to the bathroom in his room. Zhang Yichen turned on the water while leaning on the side and touching his chin, wondering, what's wrong with this girl? It seems that to that cold-faced man, she is different from other women. She is different, otherwise he would have brought her back in the rain, brought her to his room, and let her occupy his bathroom. The bathroom is not a place that everyone can use, and there is a bathtub. Thinking of the bathtub, Zhang Yichen immediately thought of a mandarin duck bath. He shuddered and shook off the impure thoughts in his mind. In fact, Zhang Yichen thought too much. He had never used Leng Haoyan's bathtub, and he naturally didn't care in a panic. And this bathtub had to be replaced after all. However, he also saw clearly that his sister Kian, who was so proud, would never fall in love with such a playboy named Lang, so he felt relieved. 然后, while Zhang Yichen was lost in thought, Leng Haoyan had already brought Qian Shiman over. This time he didn't hug her, but he embraced her. Zhang Yichen hurriedly turned on the water and wanted to test the water temperature, but it seemed that he didn't need to do it himself. He walked out dejectedly from the side. When he reached the door, he was thinking about whether he should considerately close the door for them, but Leng Haoyan turned his head and looked at him. Zhang Yichen paused, and his hand that was about to touch the door handle immediately turned around and waved at him. Then he shrank his head and rolled away. Brother Haoyan. Qian Shiman leaned weakly on his chest and murmured softly, "Take a shower first, I'll take you to the hospital later." Leng Haoyan straightened her up, hugged her to the bathtub, and said to her, Brother Haoyan. Qian Shiman held his hand again. Brother Haoyan won't leave Man, right? Her eyes were filled with mist again. She had been crying all day, as if she wanted to shed all her tears. But no matter how painful her crying was, she found that no one saw it. That's why she chose to come back to find him. She wanted to know, is there really no place for her in his heart? Is there? She saw his anxiety just now. He still had feelings for her. She knew she was still young, but she was afraid that he would not wait for her. Leng Haoyan's eyes turned cold. Who said what to her? She had all kinds of guesses in her mind, but she didn't show it on her face. She just said to her, take a bath. Qian Shiman bit her lower lip and didn't ask any more questions. Leng Haoyan turned around after he finished speaking. When he walked out, he could still hear the sound of water dripping into the bathtub behind him. Leng Haoyan paused and didn't look back. As soon as Leng Haoyan closed the bathroom door, Zhang Yichen came up. Uncle Lang, who is this little sister? He was very curious, extremely curious. Why call her a little sister? Because she was very short, a few centimeters shorter than Zhang Yichen, and she was too petite. If she wasn't a little sister, what should she be called? Lan Haoyan walked to the French window, stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a trace of water where he walked, but even if he was soaked, it didn't block his momentum. Zhang Yichen wanted to escape. The low pressure in the room made him unbearable. He just opened the door on tiptoe, but Lan Haoyan said again, "Bring your set of clothes here later." What? Zhang Yichen jumped up directly, but after jumping, he felt that he was too overreacting. He had a lot of clothes that he had never worn, but why don't you let her wear your clothes? Zhang Yichen turned around and sat on the sofa, knocking on the table and said, "Anyway, your shirt is big enough, just one, no pants. It's all played like this on TV. A woman puts on a man's shirt after taking a shower, so many." Although it was just a little girl, Lan Haoyan turned around and was calm. Zhang Yichen blinked and asked, "Aren't you going to take a shower? This is not the way to prove that you are strong and healthy. You just stood there in the rain." Lan Haoyan looked at him disdainfully, took a set of clothes from the closet, and walked out. Zhang Yichen pouted. It would be great to stand like this, so that the little girl would come out to care about him. He doesn't know how to capture a woman's heart. After thinking about it, he quickly stood up to get clothes, a shirt and a pair of jeans. Although boys' clothes are much looser than girls', she can still wear them. When Zhang Yichen came back, the little girl in the bathroom was already knocking on the door, calling Brother Haoyan. Zhang Yichen hurried over and knocked on the door first. "I'll hand you the clothes, you take it through the crack in the door." Qian Shiman heard that it was not Lan Haoyan's voice, hesitated for a moment, and stretched out her hand reluctantly. Zhang Yichen pouted in boredom. "Is it that necessary?" His sister Qian appeared in front of him in a bikini. Although she wore it on the beach. Zhang Yichen thought, casually put the clothes on her hand, and turned around. He saw her pulling the clothes in a panic from the corner of his eye, and the clothes in her hand almost fell down, and then, there was no then. Zhang Yichen had turned around completely and couldn't see anything. Clumsy, he thought silently in his heart. When Qian Shiman came out, Zhang Yichen was already drawing circles out of boredom. When she heard the noise and turned around, her clothes were still too big for her, even though she had tucked her shirt to her waist. What Zhang Yichen liked was that she looked very pure, with a bit of childishness. She pulled out her unusually loose clothes and looked at him uncomfortably. Zhang Yichen nodded, very innocent and naive. "Hi." Zhang Yichen smiled brightly and waved at her, "Come and sit here." However, she seemed uneasy and kept looking out. Okay, I'm not a bad person. What are you afraid of?" Zhang Yichen touched his nose. How could Lan have the heart to do that to such a young girl? "Don't worry, little sister. Uncle Lan is going to take a shower and will be out soon." Little sister. Qian Shiman blinked her eyes and even looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she pointed at herself with a look of astonishment. "Little sister." "Me?" Zhang Yichen also imitated her blinking. "Yes. I'm not a little sister." Qian Shiman suddenly got angry. "If not a little sister, then what is it?" Zhang Yichen was very surprised why she was so angry, but he still answered her questions patiently. As soon as he asked, Qian Shiman stared at him with big eyes in grievance, as if she was bullied, and then tears pat fell down. "Oh, my God." Zhang Yichen was full of surprise and a little angry. "Don't cry." Did I say something wrong?" Unexpectedly, 然后 her tears flowed even harder, and she cried woo-woo. "Hey." Zhang Yichen scratched his head. He was helpless with her. If she wasn't a little girl, he would have wanted to beat her up, but she was. "I said, can you stop crying? I apologize for what I said wrong." Is that okay?" Qian Shiman covered her mouth and looked at him sadly. Her pitiful eyes silently accused him. Zhang Yichen was helpless. 然后 he also pouted like her and looked at her pitifully. In fact, it was she who bullied him. He talked to her in a nice way, but she framed him. So when Lan Haoyan came over, he saw the two children staring at each other, one more aggrieved than the other. He raised his eyebrows and made a little noise, and the two turned their heads at the same time. "Brother Haoyan." Qian Shiman's mouth sank, tears flowed again, and she rushed towards him. "Uncle Lan." Zhang Yichen was not to be outdone. He pinched his nose and acted coquettishly and rushed towards him. Nah. As a result, Qiang Shiman was caught by him and Zhang Yichen was pushed aside. HMPH. Zhang Yichen snorted disdainfully. He didn't care. He hugged his shoulders proudly and turned to sit on the sofa. What's wrong? Leng Haoyan pushed her out of his arms and saw that her face was full of tears. The hand on her shoulder was a little stiff. Brother Haoyan. Qian Shiman snuggled into his arms again. Feeling that Leng Haoyan was frozen, her tears flowed even more fiercely. As soon as Leng Haoyan turned his eyes to Zhang Yichen also glared back fiercely. What are you looking at? It's none of my business. I didn't say anything. Leng Haoyan stared at him for a while, and when he saw that he was always confident and didn't blink, he retracted his gaze. What's wrong? Leng Haoyan forced himself to control his temper and asked again. Woo, I'm not a little sister. No, Qiang Shiman's emotions collapsed a little. Seeing that Leng Haoyan finally relaxed after a day of stiff nerves, it was just that Zhang Yichen's words just now reminded her of what she had temporarily forgotten. If it's not a little sister, then what is it? Zhang Yichen took the lead in answering. Leng Haoyan looked over coldly, and Zhang Yichen immediately picked up the pillow and stood it up to block his sight. Humph, except for his powerful eyes, he is just a paper tiger to him now. As long as his sight is blocked, he is not afraid of anything. Brother Haoyan, Mara is already 14 years old. Qian Shiman emphasized to Leng Haoyan again. What? Zhang Yichen took off the pillow abruptly and was shocked. He had no concept of age, especially for young people like them, whose age could not be seen from their faces. He preferred to judge their youth by their height, but he could never imagine that such a tiny girl was already 14 years old, which meant that he was 4 years older. 4. Zhang Yichen stretched out 4 fingers. Why did he feel a little dreamy? Well, it is unlikely that he would find a girl under 10 years old, unless it is a sister. Zhang Yichen groaned, fell on the sofa, and sat up suddenly. Little sister, I was wrong. He grabbed the sofa cushion and rested his chin on it, looking very pitiful. Qiang Shiman, however, lay in Leng Haoyan's arms without turning her head, hugging him tightly, fearing that he would disappear if she let go. Leng Haoyan broke her tightly embraced hands. I'll take you to the hospital. No, I don't want to go. Qian Shiman shook her head again and again. Man. Leng Haoyan's tone became much heavier. Be obedient. Qian Shiman glanced at him, and her big watery eyes were full of crystal again. Brother Haoyan, Mara is not a child. Don't treat Mara as a child, okay? Yes, the little sister is not a child. Zhang Yichen hurriedly agreed. Now at the age of 12 or 13, it's time to find a backup husband. I also heard that there are 12 or 13-year-olds who are mothers in the 5th grade of elementary school. Seeing Qian Shiman looking over, Zhang Yichen hurriedly laughed at her, but Qian Shiman blushed with shame. Well, what a shy little sister. Zhang Yichen stood up into all 3 steps and greeted her warmly. Little sister, come and sit down. Regardless of whether they were holding hands and looking at each other affectionately, he pulled Qian Shiman's arm to pull her to the seat, and then eagerly brought her a cup of hot water. Little sister, Uncle Lang is actually doing this for your own good. If you catch a cold or have a fever, it will be more trouble than it is worth. Seeing her take it, Zhang Yichen smiled even more happily and moved closer to her. Little sister, it's raining so hard. Why are you alone outside? Did Uncle Lang do something to let you down? Zhang Yichen blinked his eyes because Qian Shiman's eyes fell again. He really understood Qian Shiyu's words. Daughters are made of water. Why did she keep crying? Zhang Yichen shrank back. Although he was easily soft-hearted, he also hated women crying non-stop. He looked at Leng Haoyan for help, and when he saw him coming over, he stood up quickly. You guys chat, I'm going to sleep. I just had dinner. Why sleep? Zhang Yichen would not really go to sleep. He walked out of the room and closed the door with only a small crack, wanting to eavesdrop. Just as he looked inside, Leng Haoyan waved his hand and locked the door with a bang. Zhang Yichen touched his nose that was almost pinched, stood at the door, and mourned for himself for 3 minutes. Leng Haoyan lit another cigarette. He didn't know when he had become addicted to the smell of cigarettes and always liked to smoke one when he was upset. He sat down, raised his head and slowly exhaled the smoke, as if he was worried about something. His brows were tightly furrowed. 慢慢. He finally spoke. I. Brother Hao Yan. 钱世曼 interrupted him quickly. Tears on her eyelashes kept spinning, and she sipped a few times. She raised her head and asked carefully, Have you ever lied to me? She didn't know what he would say, but she was suddenly afraid in her heart, afraid that he would say it out loud, afraid that he would break everything she had. Lan Haoyan moved his lips. Looking at her frightened expression, he felt inexplicably reluctant. He took another puff of cigarette irritably and shook his head gently. Qian Shiman burst into laughter, as if nothing mattered anymore. She smiled and sat next to Lan Haoyan, hugged his arm and leaned on his shoulder. He seemed to be particularly tolerant of her tonight, and did not reject her words at all, but this made her more and more unsure. She kept telling herself that it was fine like this, as long as Brother Haoyan was by her side, but she could not stop the random thoughts in her heart. It seemed that her Brother Haoyan was no longer hers alone. And Lin Yao. She knew clearly that Brother Haoyan was everything to her, so why did she snatch him from her? She could tolerate her deceiving herself, and she could tolerate her treating her as a fool behind her back, but she would tolerate her snatching her Brother Haoyan. Brother Haoyan would be hers. Qian Shiman pulled Lan Haoyan's clothes tighter and tighter. Lan Haoyan could clearly feel her restlessness and took the initiative to rub her wet hair. No matter what happens, I won't want to hurt you. Yeah. Qian Shiman nodded gently and curled her lips slightly. At Qian Shiman's insistence, she was now sent to the hospital. She just made a phone call to report to Fu Mao. However, in the middle of the night, she developed a high fever. Although she had taken cold medicine, she still couldn't stop the disease from coming fiercely. Qian Shiman had a fever and was confused. She kept calling Brother Haoyan. If Lan Haoyan hadn't been worried and got up from time to check on her and heard Qian Shiman talking in her sleep, he would not have discovered it in time. Lan Haoyan kicked open Zhang Yichen's door, and Zhang Yichen rolled to the ground in fear. Lan Haoyan turned on the light. What are you doing? Zhang Yichen roared. Scaring people can really scare people to death. Lan Haoyan looked at Zhang Yichen, who was sweating coldly, frowned, and ordered coldly, Go and drive the car over. Zhang Yichen was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Lan Haoyan was only wearing a nightgown and not even shoes. What happened? Zhang Yichen now seemed agile, jumped up, grabbed the clothes and chased outside. Although he did not get Lan Haoyan's answer, he still ran out and carried out Lan Haoyan's order. When Zhang Yichen drove over, Lan Haoyan had already hugged Qian Shiman tightly with a raincoat and buried his face in Lan Haoyan's arms. Zhang Yichen swallowed his saliva. It was really the little sister who was in trouble. But it was no wonder. It rained so hard yesterday, such a weak, thin and small little girl. It would be strange if she didn't have a fever. And she opened the door for them very tactfully. Of course, she opened it inside the car. Although it was not as heavy as at the beginning, it was still very urgent. Holding the concept of not getting sick for no reason, Zhang Yichen also covered himself tightly. Seeing him coming, Zhang Yichen opened the door and wanted to get down. After all, it was useless for him to go. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, he was scolded by him. Get in. Huh? Zhang Yichen was stunned, but still retracted his feet. Well, he should not be able to handle it alone. Afraid that he was driving too slowly, Zhang Yichen climbed directly to the back seat and gave the driver's seat to Lan Haoyan. As soon as he sat down, Lan Haoyan opened the back door. Sit in. Zhang Yichen blinked and made way. Lan Haoyan directly put Qian Shiman into the car. Her head tilted to Zhang Yichen, and Zhang Yichen hurriedly supported her with one hand. Watch her. Lan Haoyan put her whole body in, closed the door, and ran to the driver's seat and sat in. I. Zhang Yichen wanted to say something to him, but he ignored it at all. Seeing Qian Shiman leaning towards him, he moved closer and let her lean on his shoulder. Zhang Yichen helped her take off the rain hat and found that her face was red. He touched his forehead and found it was terribly hot. Her mouth was wide open, as if she had difficulty breathing. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if they could pinch a fly to death. Her lips were very dry and white. When he got closer, he found that she seemed to be talking. He put his ear close to her mouth and barely heard the intermittent words. How 浩言, brother, brother. A word was repeated many times before it was complete, but the voice was hoarse and unusually harsh. Zhang Yichen pouted, brother Hao Yan, what's so good about Leng Haoyan that you care so much about him, glanced at Leng Haoyan with dissatisfaction, and kindly reminded, she has a serious fever. Just after he finished asking, another sentence came, although it was not too loud, but they could hear it clearly, don't leave me. Zhang Yichen turned his head mechanically, it was over, it was really another little girl who was harmed by him. It was raining heavily. The windshield wipers just brushed the car window, but it was blurred again. The water on the ground was also very deep, and it had already passed the car beam. Even though Leng Haoyan was a superb driver, he didn't dare to drive too fast. During this time, Lan Haoyan threw a bottle of water to Zhang Yichen and asked him to feed her. This made Zhang Yichen very embarrassed. He couldn't even feed her much, so he could only barely wet her lips. However, Zhang Yichen found that she seemed to be getting more and more uncomfortable. Her eyes were red from holding back. Tears flowed from her red and swollen eyes. Hey, wake up, are you okay? Zhang Yichen patted her face. Lan Haoyan could only take the time to look back. He took a shortcut and the road conditions were not very good. He didn't dare to be careless. But when Qian Shiman pinched his neck, Zhang Yichen panicked. Uncle Lan, she is not well. Leng Haoyan braked the car directly, turned his head and saw that she was panting and couldn't breathe. He hurriedly ordered, lay her flat in the car. He went to open the car window again. What should I do? Zhang Yichen grabbed her hands to stop her from grabbing, but she looked very bad. Lan Haoyan frowned, but he started the car again and flew out like an arrow. Zhang Yichen lowered his head. The car was driving too fast, and the rain and water on the ground rushed in. He slowly climbed above Qian Shiman's head to block the rain for her. But after a while, Zhang Yichen was soaked. Lan Haoyan sped up and arrived at the hospital in a short while. He got out of the car quickly and rushed into the hospital with Qian Shiman in his arms. Zhang Yichen followed him obediently. It was already the next morning when Qian Shiyu found out. Qian Shengze knew it before her. Because it rained heavily last night, Qian Shengze came back very early and seemed to have gotten up late, so he was still there when Qian Shiyu got up. Qian Shiyu was naturally surprised to see him, but the surprise was only for a moment. It was still dark outside. It rained so heavily last night and the traffic was blocked. I think there will be a strike today. But when she went downstairs, he was already answering the phone. Qian Shiyu was walking down slowly but was startled by what he said. Qian Shiyu was stunned for a moment. Just when she wanted to ask him what was wrong, she saw him hang up the phone and hurried out. Dad. Qian Shiyu's calm word made Qian Shengze's hurried steps pause. What's wrong? She asked. Qian Shengze turned sideways, facing her, but took a step, walked backwards, and waved at her. Mother is sick and hospitalized. I'll go see her. Seeing that he was about to hit the shoe cabinet, she was about to remind him, but he turned around 2 beats faster and hit it straight. But after hitting it, he took out his shoes and changed them quickly as if nothing had happened. It should be fine. Don't worry. You are the one who will worry. Qian Shiyu's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Seeing that he was already standing at the door, she hurriedly said, I'll go too. She regretted it as soon as she opened her mouth, but seeing that he was so panicked, it would be better to follow him and see. Qian Shiyu took the driver's seat from Qian Shengze. She drove neither fast nor slow along the way, but Qian Shengze urged her several times. Although he said he was urging her, he didn't tell her to hurry up, but just kept saying that he would drive instead. Qian Shiyu was so angry that she said directly, Why are you panicking? You won't die. Qian Shengze was stunned for a long time, and finally calmed down a little. Qian Shiyu followed Qian Shengze into the ward, but she really regretted it because there was someone in the ward she didn't want to see. Qian Shiman had woken up in the ward and was sitting on the pillow. There were Fu Ma, Fu Wanxin, Lan Haoyan and Zhang Yichen, who was sitting next to her and fell. As soon as Qian Shengze entered, Fu Wanxin's nose was sore when she saw him. She threw herself into his arms and cried, Brother Shengze, why did you come so late? Qian Shengze saw that Qian Shiman was fine, so he looked at Fu Wanxin in front of him, patted her back gently, and comforted her. Okay, it's okay. Qian Shiyu glared at Qian Shengze's back in dissatisfaction from behind. 然后 seeing that they still didn't move, she squeezed forward directly, make way. As soon as she squeezed in and separated them, a dark shadow rushed over, accompanied by a familiar voice, Sister Kyung, why are you here? Qian Shiyu's hand that was originally about to hit him stagnated, and he hugged her waist again, pushing his head with disgust, why are you everywhere? Although Qian Shiyu was talking about him, she didn't mean him secretly, but she was afraid that only she knew this thought. Sister Kyung, do you dislike me? Zhang Yichen complained dissatisfiedly. His hair was still a little wet, and he rubbed against her in revenge. Kyung Shiyu twisted his ears and threw him away, but when he looked up, he saw Qian Shiman's stunned expression looking at them. This is Yu-er, I didn't expect she's grown up so much. Mother Fu walked forward with a smile, looked at her for a few times, and said with a loving face. Even though she was Fu Wanxin's mother and wanted to be rude to her, she couldn't do it to an old man, so she nodded to her. Sister, how did you know Chen Chen? Qian Shiman was still on an full drip, and her fever had subsided, but her face looked pale and weak, as if she would fall down if the wind blew. She spoke with an unspeakable nervousness. Kyung Shiyu blinked, feeling that something was wrong with her mood, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Just as she was thinking about how to reply to her, Zhang Yichen was already yelling, so Sister Kyung is the sister of the little sister, this is really a coincidence. Qian Shiyu flicked his forehead with her finger, why are you yelling? Zhang Yichen covered his head aggressively, I just feel it's a coincidence, right? Why did you hit me? Coincidence? It can only be said that the circle is too small. Seeing how close they were, Kyung Shiman lowered her head but quickly raised it up. Her face was obviously a little stiff, and she repeated the previous topic to Zhang Yichen. How did you and my sister know each other? Kyung Shiyu was stunned. Zhang Yichen was also stunned. Kyung Shiyu could clearly see that something was wrong with her today, as if something was changing. She pondered for a moment, but couldn't figure it out for a while. Zhang Yichen was stunned for a moment, then he laughed again. Sister Kyung and I met abroad, and Sister Kyung was my tutor. What's wrong, sister? What's the problem? 然后 tutor. Qian Shengze interrupted directly, why would Yu-er be a tutor? Zhang Yichen's eyes rolled, and he took full advantage of his familiarity and called affectionately, this is Uncle Kyung. Sister Kyung just has very good grades and is very familiar with my mom. So my mom forced her to teach me. Otherwise, Sister Kyung is not short of money. Why would she teach a stupid student like me? Then he laughed at Qian Shengze. Just kidding. Kyung Shengze raised his eyebrows and glared. He felt that he was angry. How could he tell him the truth? Kyung Shiyu was very short of money at the time. That is, she was a stingy old man. He often thought she was from the slums. Zhang Yichen's smile actually eased Qian Shengze's anger a little, but looking at this dishonest child, he really saw the shadow of his daughter in him. It's not that he has the characteristic of a smiling tiger, but that he is good at observing people's words and expressions, acting according to circumstances, and making up stories, which are quite similar to Qian Shiyu's skills. Kyung Shiyu found a stool and sat down, and Zhang Yichen immediately moved his stool and sat next to her. Although he is very familiar with people, he is not as comfortable with strangers as he is with acquaintances. Lan Haoyan can't take care of him, so he can only run to find Qian Shiyu. Why did Man-er suddenly get sick? What did the doctor say? Qian Shengze walked over and touched her forehead with the back of his hand. Her forehead was no longer hot, but her face was too pale, and she looked very listless. Man had a fever and asthma in the middle of the night. Fu Wanxin stepped forward and held Qian Shengze's hand. The results are not out yet. Let's go and see together. Why did she have a fever? Kyung Shengze wanted to ask, but seeing Qian Shiman lowering her head with guilt on her face, he didn't ask. Mother Fu also stepped forward. I'll go take a look too. Then she smiled at the girls and said, you young people can just talk here for a while. After that, Fu Wanxin supported Mother Fu and followed Qian Shengze out. Grandma looks so kind when she smiles. Zhang Yichen's eyes turned into stars. He leaned on the chair, poked Qian Shiyu Zuo's with one elbow, and praised. Kyung Shiyu pulled the chair to sit farther away, took out the keychain and trimmed her nails. Zhang Yichen also moved the stool to chase her. Just when he was about to talk to her again, he inadvertently looked into Qian Shiman's eyes and smiled at her. Kyung Shiman's eyebrows also curved, her bright big eyes blinked gently, her eyelashes brushed like a small fan, the corners of her lips raised upwards. and her dimples immediately appeared, shiny and particularly likable. Wow. Miss Sister is so beautiful when she smiles. Miss Sister should smile more. 这个长一晨 clapped his hands, as if he had discovered a new world, but it woke up 钱世玉. Yes, it's a smile. Today is the first time I saw her smile after seeing her for such a long time. She used to love to smile. What happened? Before 钱世玉 could figure it out, Zhang Yichen looked down on her again. Look how much the little sister looks like grandma. When she smiles, she has dimples. Look at you. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He remembered that this grandma was not his sister Qiang's grandma. Without waiting for the silence, Zhang Yichen laughed again. But I can't stand how beautiful Sister Qiang is, so I still like Sister Qiang the most. Get lost. 钱世玉 kicked his chair. She hated dimples the most. Oh, I really like you the most. Don't be jealous. Zhang Yichen, who wanted to please 钱世玉, didn't notice that 钱世曼 smile gradually faded until she stopped smiling completely. Drink water. 钱世曼 was lowering her head when she heard Leng Haoyan's voice. She raised her eyes and saw Leng Haoyan holding a glass of water in his hand and holding it in the air. Qiang Shima was stunned for a moment, but then quickly turned into surprise. She hurriedly brought it over and smiled brightly at him. Thank you, Brother Haoyan. Seeing a glass of water made her face as beautiful as a flower. Everyone's heart was complicated. Qiang Shiyu thought if she knew that he had a woman outside, would she still love him so much? He knew that the girl's feelings for him were still the same, but he still hid it from her. Maybe he is now so innocent to her. Moreover, does he have a sister? Zhang Yichen blinked his eyes, then smiled at Qian Shiman. Sister, is Uncle Lang your fiancé? This is the first time I see him care about someone so much. With her, and still pestering his sister Qiang, Zhang Yichen deeply felt that Leng Haoyan was the representative of scumbags. Qiang Shiman blushed and lowered her head like an ostrich, but she was different today. After a period of silence in the ward, she actually raised her head, bit her lower lip, and looked straight at Leng Haoyan. Even though Leng Haoyan also looked over, even though she met his calm eyes, she still did not look away. Qiang Shiyu clearly felt a thump in her heart, as if the atmosphere was too stiff. Brother Haoyan, will you marry me? Qian Shiman looked at Leng Haoyan nervously and waited for a while. Seeing that he had not said a word, it looked like she had used up all her strength and fell on the cushion, but she still stubbornly refused to give up and stared into his eyes. Lang Haoyan finally looked away, indifferently. No one could figure out his emotions, but he didn't speak, which meant that Zhang Yichen swallowed his saliva and secretly turned his eyes to Qian Shiman. Seeing that she was about to cry, he couldn't help but feel guilty. If he hadn't brought up this topic, would she now be so sad? Seeing the strange atmosphere, he winked at Qian Shiyu, but found that she just rolled her eyes at him and lowered her head to cut her nails. Well, such silence, only the sound of clicking click, is really out of tune with this word. Haha. Zhang Yichen smiled awkwardly at first, and then helped Qian Shiman out. Sister, you are still too young now, and there are still many impossibilities in the future. When you grow up, Uncle Lang will be an old man. Ahem. Regardless of looking at Leng Haoyan's expression, he tilted his head more and continued, maybe you won't like him by then. Besides, when you reach the legal age for marriage, he will be in his 30s. Now they are all older men. Can Uncle Lang really keep his chastity for you? It's all because of you were born before I was born, and I was born when you were old. Of course, he can only think about this in his heart. As soon as Zhang Yichen finished speaking, Qiang Shiman hurriedly retorted, no, I won't. Although she still looked very sad, she glanced at Leng Haoyan again. What can't she do? Zhang Yichen was stunned, but then he smiled secretly. What a simple child, simpler than him. But it's better to be simple, and it's even better to be confused. Otherwise, she would cry to death after knowing Uncle Lang's silent rejection. Zhang Yichen smiled at her again. Actually, although men look for mature ones and are manly, it's not good to have a big age difference. For example, Uncle Lang's age, I think it's better for Sister Qiang. Zhang Yichen realized that the topic was far away when he spoke. Moreover, when talking about them, he felt guilty because he wanted to connect with them in the first place. This pause, the tone is a little different, obviously hiding something fishy. Do brother Haoyan know sister? But then Qian Shiman asked. Zhang Yichen was shocked again, turned around and found that Qian Shiman's mouth was tightly pursed, as if she was imitating Leng Haoyan's expressionless face. Don't they know each other? Playing stupid again. Although Zhang Yichen felt that it was bad to deceive her like this, but although the two people next to him seemed indifferent, who knew if they would come to him to settle accounts later? Zhang Yichen looked at this and that while talking, and found that they were really calm, as if the topic they were talking about had nothing to do with them. The two really looked like a couple. Don't mind it, little sister. I didn't mean to make fun of your sister. I'm just used to it. Zhang Yichen said the lie smoothly with a smile, and it looked like it was true. Qian Shiman felt that she was a little paranoid, and it seemed that she had only felt the malice of God since today. First, she was betrayed by Lin Yao, and then she almost died in the emergency room, and she was rejected by her brother Haoyan. A series of bad things made her suspicious. This is not good, very bad. Qian Shiman told herself in her heart that brother Haoyan was still here. How could she behave like a jealous woman? Secretly glanced at Qian Shiyu, and found that she was still cutting her nails, and seemed to be literally since she came in. It's so glaring to stay out of things like this. Qian Shiman didn't say anything else, just held the cup of warm water and drank it slowly. Zhang Yichen wanted to wipe off his cold sweat. It's really not easy to fool people. The word fell silent again. Fortunately, after a few minutes Qian Shengze and the others came back. Man were you caught in the rain yesterday? Qian Shengze asked angrily as soon as he came in. Fu Wanxin and Fu's mother also had some anger on their faces. Qian Shiman's nose was sour, and she admitted her mistake in a low voice. Dad, I'm sorry. I heard that you were taken away by the boy named Xiang yesterday. Where is he? 然后 Qian Shengze was still very strict. His precious daughter was so dangerous yesterday. Of course he had to ask clearly. He wanted to see if he bullied his precious daughter. Dad. Qian Shiman softened her tone and acted like a spoiled child. Although she hated Xiang Shiyong now, she still didn't want to lie. Besides, what happened yesterday was not his fault. I sneaked away by myself, and it rained heavily. Dad, I was wrong. Qian Shengze rubbed her hair helplessly. Dad, send someone to follow Mar to prevent this from happening again in the future. Besides, the doctor said that Mainer's condition has worsened, and I'm afraid she will need medicine for a long time. It's better to send someone to follow her when she goes out. No. Qian Shiman shook her head violently. She wanted to raise her hand with an for drip, which scared Qian Shengze and held her hand. Be careful. Fu Wanxin also glared at her and blamed her for being careless. Fu's mother also shook her head helplessly at her. Qian Shiman smiled embarrassedly. Only in front of them would she feel warm. This thought flashed through her mind. She looked up at Qian Shengze and begged, Dad, I was just careless yesterday. I will pay attention in the future. Dad, I don't want anyone to follow me. That would make me look more delicate. Qian Shengze's face was stern. Just when he was about to scold her again, he saw Fu Wanxin separating the father and daughter. Okay, forget it this time. Mar is not a child anymore. I think she will pay attention. After she finished speaking, she also touched Qian Shiman's head. Mar must be good in the future. Yeah, Mar will be very good. Qian Shiman nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at food, and then hurriedly rubbed back. I love Mom the most. Really? Qian Shengze frowned and pretended to be angry. I love Dad the most too. Qian Shiman hurriedly added, smiling at her father in a flattering way, then shifted her eyes behind her and smiled sweetly at Fu's mother and grandma. The three of them shook their heads helplessly, but they couldn't help laughing. Hey, Sister Qian, where are you going? Zhang Yichen saw Qian Shiyu stand up and leave, so he also stood up hurriedly. His words disrupted the warmth in the room. Yu'er. Qian Shengze turned around and called her. Qian Shiyu took a deep breath and turned her head, but she was no longer happy with things, nor sad with herself. Qian Shengze originally thought that she was angry, but when he saw her looking at him expressionlessly, she was simply expressing her thoughts about something. He swallowed his words directly. It's okay, it's just that the road is not safe. Let this kid take you later. As he said, he pointed at Leng Haoyan. Kiyoung Shiman first had the idea of objecting, but she just opened her mouth and said nothing. Kiyoung Shiyu glanced at Qian Shiman's unhappy little expression and frowned. No, I can do it myself. I'll come with you. Zhang Yichen raised his hand like a busy elementary school student. He was busy for most of the night. He was thirsty, tired, and sleepy. He stepped forward and grabbed Qian Shiyu's clothes to prevent her from escaping. Sister Kiyoung, can I live in your house for a few days? No. Before Qian Shiyu raised any objections, Lan Haoyan's low voice rang out. Why? Zhang Yichen widened his eyes. He was not a prisoner. Look at him looking so closely. Of course Lan Haoyan would not answer him, but just nodded to Qian Shengze. Uncle Kiyoung, I'll go back first too. Go. Qian Shengze also nodded slightly. Lan Haoyan glanced at Qian Shiman, who lowered her head and said nothing, and walked out. Brother Haoyan, you must remember to come and see me. When Lan Haoyan was about to walk out of the door, Kiyoung Shiman couldn't help but open her mouth. Lan Haoyan hesitated for a moment, turned his back and nodded, and walked out of the ward without looking back. Kiyoung Shiyu walked out of the ward before him, but he held the corner of his clothes and refused to let go. Kiyoung Shiyu followed him not far away, twisted his ear and settled the accounts with him. Who told you to talk nonsense there? God knows that her heart was up and down with his words, and his lies, which were not shameful in the first place, were also messed up by him. I just said it casually and, in fact, I didn't say anything. Zhang Yichen felt so wronged and guilty. Sister Kiyoung's sister seemed to like Uncle Wan very much, and the two of them seemed to know it. So, could it be that he had thought wrongly before? Impossible. These two people are obviously not right. Zhang Yichen secretly looked at her but turned his head quickly when she looked at him. Seeing Lan Haoyan coming over, Kiyoung Shiyu let go of her hand, turned around and was about to leave, but someone grabbed her hand. With a force, she turned around. Before she could stand firm, Lan Haoyan pulled her and walked away. Kiyoung Shiyu staggered for a moment, but was immediately pulled forward by him. What are you doing? His action was not rude, but it was wrong to pull her like this, right? Uncle Lan, what are you doing? Let go of Sister Kiyoung. Zhang Yichen's voice was very low, and he looked back while running and chasing, a typical thief. The people who were walking along didn't notice that a man was holding a bouquet of roses. His whole face was blocked, and the eyes behind the flowers were slightly narrowed. Lan Haoyan, however, pulled Qian Shiyu to an empty ward. Just when he was about to ask her a question, Zhang Yichen ran over stealthily, looked outside, and when he saw that no one was there, he slammed the door of the ward. The veins on Lan Haoyan's forehead jumped, but he shook off Qian Shiyu's hand. I ask you, what did you say to Man Er? What? Qian Shiyu was still immersed in his abnormality. Seeing that he actually came up to ask, she was stunned at first, just because of that, Man Er. Zhang Yichen looked at this and that nervously, and put his fingers in his mouth childishly. 这个, what on earth was going on? Sister Kiyoung, you have to be more motivated. Facts have proved that Qian Shiyu is very motivated. When she came to her senses, she crossed her arms and said very coldly and calmly, "What's it to you?" What did she say to Qian Shiman? Could it be? Kiyoung Shiyu suddenly opened her eyes wide. That Lin Yao, wouldn't she be so foolish as to expose herself? Zhang Yichen just wanted to give her a thumbs up. Isn't she so cool? However, Lan Haoyan curled his lips as if with a hint of sarcasm and whispered something in Qian Shiyu's ear. His voice was so low that even Zhang Yichen couldn't hear what he said. Kiyoung Shiyu's eyes shrank, full of disbelief. Just when Zhang Yichen was about to run over to listen, Lan Haoyan raised his head, still with the same cold expression, as if what happened just now had no effect on him at all. But Qian Shiyu was obviously not like that. She clenched her hands into fists, her knuckles were a little white, gritted her teeth, stared at Lan Haoyan for a while, and then pretended to be calm and said, "So what?" Lan Haoyan looked at her very seriously, and finally, he curled his lips lightly. "I don't care what you want. If you hurt Man Er, it will not only be your family's business." Qian Shiyu gritted her teeth for a long time before calming herself down, walked around him, opened the door and walked out. "Hey, Sister Kiyoung." Zhang Yichen glanced at Lan Haoyan, shrank his head, and slipped out. "Sister Kiyoung, what did Lan say just now?" Knowing that she should be angry with him now, Zhang Yichen simply stopped calling her uncle. Qiang Shiyu looked over coldly, and Zhang Yichen shrank his neck directly. If you don't want to ask, then don't ask. Is there any need to be so cold? Qiang Shiyu bit her lower lip so hard that it hurt. She thought of what Leng Haoyan had said just now. Do you think no one knows what you did? She never thought that she would keep it a secret, but she never thought that he would be the first one to tell her about it. Why would he investigate her? Just to prevent her from hurting Qian Shiman? Qiang Shiyu couldn't figure it out, but she decided to stay away from him in the future. When Qian Shiyu came out, the rain was getting heavier again, and she would get wet if she stood in the corridor. She took out her folding umbrella, opened it, and wanted to run out, but was pulled by Zhang Yichen, and then squeezed under the umbrella and laughed at him. Sister Qiang, let's go together. Go away. Such a small umbrella can't cover one person. No, just squeeze in. The two were struggling, but the umbrella was suddenly snatched away by someone. Qiang Shiyu looked up in astonishment and saw the man holding the umbrella and stepping into the rain expressionlessly. Stop, that's my umbrella. Qian Shiyu was furious. It wasn't enough that she was bullied by him just now, but now he actually came to steal her umbrella. Qiang Shiyu said that when she saw him not stopping, she also rushed into the rain. Zhang Yichen stamped his feet and followed him hatefully. He was a big bad guy. The road was slippery. Although Qian Shiyu was jogging, she still just caught up with Leng Haoyan, who was wearing leather shoes and striding forward. Qiang Shiyu stretched out her arms, but couldn't reach it several times. She gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, and immediately hugged his arm and moved under the umbrella. Leng Haoyan paused for a moment, and his foot, which had already stepped in the air, stopped. Although he stepped down again immediately, Qiang Shiyu still felt his unnaturalness, and his body was stiff. She thought hatefully that he deserved it, so she hugged him tighter. Zhang Yichen also caught up, struggling to get close to the other side of Leng Haoyan, and also grabbed his sleeve tightly. Although he was pushed, Zhang Yichen pulled and tugged, holding him and not letting go. The three of them were holding a small umbrella. It was obvious that the two people outside could not be covered at all. They were soaked for more than half of their bodies, but neither of them left. The umbrella was sky blue with a few light red flowers on it. It was definitely not an umbrella that a man should have. With a click, the three people were frozen in someone's mobile phone. Qiang Shiyong took back his mobile phone and watched the three people on the mobile phone with a smile. Zhang Yichen just grabbed Leng Haoyan's sleeve, but Qian Shiyu hugged Leng Haoyan's arm with both hands, and the whole person was tightly pressed against him. It was really romantic. He sent the photos to the computer for backup, and then put the phone away. 然后 at this time, Qiang Shiyong was standing on the balcony of the hospital, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. He tossed the hand holding the flowers. Looking at the roses thrown high, he suddenly felt that he didn't need it anymore. He reached out to catch it and glanced around, but found that there was no trash can. He was about to throw it on the chair outside the ward when a nurse walked out of a ward not far away. Xiang Shiyong smiled evilly and greeted her with a rose, for you. Although Xiang Shiyong handed it out with one hand, he was too tall and handsome, and with one hand in his trouser pocket, he looked as stylish as he could be. The nurse didn't understand what was going on, but her face blushed first, and she quickly reached out to catch it. Xiang Shiyong narrowed his eyes slightly but smiled, full of sarcasm, took out a business card and stuffed it into the flower, then walked past her. The nurse looked down at the flower and the business card, blinked slightly, and curiously reached out to the business card. Xiang Shiyong seemed to be lost. He wanted to find the elevator to go down, but after walking around, he found that he had gone too far. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and was about to go back, but he was in a ward. There was a crackling sound. He frowned slightly. He had to go back and bypass that ward, but it was none of his business. Just as his feet were level with the ward door, there was another sound, and several apples rolled out. One even rolled to his footsteps. He wanted to step on it and kick it away. But he heard a weak but very familiar voice, "Get out, get out." Xiang Shiyong raised his eyebrows. This is not. He smiled with his arms crossed. He was suddenly interested. He walked lightly to the door of the room, leaned against the wall, and listened to the corner openly. He just smelled the peculiar smell in the ward. He frowned fiercely. It was so smelly. I'm telling you, you're my son. I've raised you up, and it's time for you to repay me. Liu Dapeng pointed at him and shouted in an unusually tough manner, but as Liu Dongfeng kept smashing things and dodging, he looked extremely unpresentable. And his strength was diluted by this jumping around. Really? You still know I'm your son? Liu Dongfeng laughed sadly, his face pale, without a trace of blood. He had just been holding an food drip in his hand, but he pulled it out directly, and his hands were covered in blood. It was a skill to make a young man who was as strong as a bull half dead in an instant. Moreover, from the outside of the ward, except for the hands, there was no sign of injury at all. How could I not know that you are my son? I just asked you to sleep with me, not to let you die, but you actually wanted to die. I tell you that you want to pretend to be sick, there is no way. Just as he said this, Liu Dongfeng seemed to have thought of something, and with a vomit sound, he suddenly turned over and lay on the side of the bed, retching. Liu Dapeng frowned and covered his nose, watching him vomiting there. He wanted to walk over, but he was disgusted by the disgust. He wanted to leave, but he hadn't finished his instructions yet. Liu Dongfeng first retched, then vomited sour water all over the floor, and finally lay motionless beside the bed. Liu Dapeng wanted to vomit when he smelled it, but after staying in the ward for a while, his taste was assimilated, and he felt that it was not so bad. So he opened his nose. Xiang Shiyong, who was outside the door, was really upset. He almost vomited when he heard the sudden strong smell. It was too disgusting. Liu Dapeng felt guilty for a second when he saw his son who had lost half his life, but it disappeared in an instant. He looked at him and sighed deeply. Feng Er, you know about the company's affairs. Your father really had no choice. Liu Dongfeng squinted his eyes and looked at his father who had no guilt on his face. His sister said that his father asked her to sell it, but he didn't quite believe it. He didn't expect it to be true. Not satisfied with ruining his sister, he also wanted to ruin him. Thinking of the old woman he had pressed down a few days ago, his stomach churned again. Liu Dongfeng quickly closed his eyes, covered his mouth, and cleared his mind. He didn't want to die, at least not now. He was sent to the hospital that day. The feeling of living a life worse than death made him want to die for a time, but he was rescued. It was God's will. It was God who didn't want him to die and didn't want the person who hurt him to go unpunished. He wanted to see who was hurting him. However, the result made him want to laugh. Who would have thought that it was his own father who sold him to others, and it was also him who drugged himself? Haha. He really didn't expect that his father, who had always given him high hopes, would ruin his life just because his company was about to go bankrupt. Selling his daughter was not enough, and he also sold his son. Nah. Let me ask, who would sell their son? And the only son? He said a president. Feng Er. Liu Dapeng spoke again, and this time he seemed very excited. Do you know that the company already has room for recovery? The 5 million came just in time. Shut up. Liu Dongfeng threw the pillow again, and the veins on his forehead looked particularly ferocious. Shut up. Feng Er. Liu Dapeng dodged the pillow and advised earnestly, just once. Just once. The company will be yours in the future, and it is only right that you contribute a little now. You don't want to be homeless in the future, do you? Get out. Don't even think about letting me accompany those old women again. Get out, I'd rather be homeless. Liu Dongfeng's emotions became excited again. Looking at Liu Dapeng, his eyes turned red and stared at him intently as if he was not his father but a stranger who had harmed him, as if he wanted to deeply engrave him in his mind. Xiang Shiyong outside the door laughed silently. Interesting. Really interesting. There are so many interesting things I found today. He blew on his hands, not wanting to waste time here. 然后 looking at the two father and son who were still looking at each other in the door, he made a gun gesture and jumped inside. It's not chaotic enough, then let him add fuel to the fire. He turned around in a good mood, not wanting to go up and be scolded again, and went directly to the elevator entrance. As soon as the elevator door opened, Xiang Shiyong was stunned when he saw the person inside. Isn't this Liu Dongfeng's sister Liu Feifei? She is dressed too maturely. With heavy makeup on her face and big waves in her hair, she looks a lot prettier, but she has aged a few years. It's Mr. 像 long time no see. Why are you in the hospital? Xiang Shiyong didn't have a good relationship with Liu Dongfeng. The only time they had contact was when they were at the Qiang family. As for Liu Feifei, he had only seen her a few times at other banquets, but at that time, she seemed very arrogant. Xiang Shiyong looked at her with interest, 然后 raised his lips and smiled. It's Sister Feifei. Don't call me sister. It makes you old. Liu Feifei came out of the elevator, leaned to one side gently, raised her eyebrows, waved her hand, and added a bit of flavor. She raised her finger. Her finger was manicured, and there was a diamond on her ring finger, which was quite big and a little inconsistent with the size of the nail. The whole person seemed very abnormal. What is it? Yes, Xiang Shiyong's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiang Shiyong already understood, and he wanted to laugh after thinking it through. The Liu family was completely defeated. That's right, it was originally an inconspicuous family, but they pretended to be richer than anyone else. He hugged her shoulders and smiled, and his handsome face slowly approached her, and his nose touched hers. Feifei is so beautiful today. Liu Feifei was stunned, but she turned her head and chuckled. When she turned her head, she was no longer uncomfortable. She stretched out her finger and tapped him. Mr. Xiang is really a joke. Where is it a joke? Xiang Shiyong half hugged her and praised, very beautiful. Liu Feifei's eyes seemed to be hazy for a moment. She closed her eyes lightly and opened them again, raised her head and glared at him. Xiang Shiyong just smiled, and his smile was particularly sarcastic. Regardless of whether she was willing or not, he dragged her to the bathroom on the side. Naturally, Liu Feifei did not resist at all. When everything was over, Liu Feifei lay on the ground, and Xiang Shiyong threw it into the basket beside him and cleaned it up simply. He washed his hands at the faucet, turned around and saw that the woman was still motionless. Compared with before, she was a little more lazy and weak at this moment. He reached into his trouser pocket with one hand, took out a cigarette and lit it, then slowly walked over, smiled evilly, and blew a circle of smoke at her. 然后 seeing that she was choking and coughing, he laughed even more happily. Mr. Xiang, you are so bad. Liu Feifei covered her heart. Tears were rolling in her eyes because of coughing, and her big watery eyes looked at him pitifully. Xiang Shiyong smiled and took out a check, stuffed it into her arms, patted her little face and praised, good technique. After that, he turned and walked out, no longer caring about Liu Feifei who was still inside. Liu Feifei was laughing all the time, laughing at Xiang Shiyong. She was still laughing after he left, and her face was frozen. From the smile just now to the laughter now, the tears in her eyes fell drop by drop. She raised her head high and her eyes were blurred. When Liu Feifei came to Liu Dongfeng's ward, Liu Dapeng had already left. He was scared away by Liu Dongfeng's desperate ruthlessness. Liu Dapeng had already found the next one, but Liu Dongfeng was sick now and looked like he was going to die. He also knew that the doctor said that heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine, but now there is no time for him to recover slowly. He wanted to take the medicine again, but Liu Dongfeng didn't eat anything or drink water these days. He just relied on ceiling to replenish water. Liu Dongfeng saw that Liu Dapeng's eyes were rolling around and he was actually thinking about something wrong again. He picked up the fruit knife on the table and wanted to get out of bed. Liu Dapeng was so scared that he ran faster than a rabbit. When he left, Liu Dongfeng, who had been holding on, fell off the bed. Liu Dongfeng struggled to get up, took off his clothes, and lay on the bed, not caring about the dirt on his body, looking embarrassed and miserable. Liu Feifei's face was covered with thick makeup again. She seemed to have lost her sense of smell. The odor in the room did not change her expression. She moved a chair, chose a clean place to sit down, lit a cigarette, and smoked slowly. The room was silent. When Liu Feifei finished her cigarette, she heard Liu Dongfeng's hoarse voice, Are you here to laugh at me? The relationship between the two siblings was very good before, but I don't know since when. Liu Feifei either mocked Liu Dongfeng or remained silent, so that Liu Dongfeng couldn't get close to her now. But after he finished speaking, Liu Feifei laughed. We are now in trouble. Why should I laugh at you? As she spoke, the cigarette burned her fingers. Her hand trembled and the cigarette butt fell to the ground. She looked at the ashes on the ground, moved her fingers slightly, took out another cigarette, lit it, and looked up at the ceiling. Liu Feifei stayed for a long time, and the two did not say a word until Liu Feifei's phone rang. Sister Zhang. Liu Feifei called out, with a very sweet smile. Fei Er, come back soon, there is a business, and they must be you. Sister Zhang's voice on the phone was very urgent, and it was also very noisy on the other end, with deafening music. Okay. Sister Zhang, I'll be back soon. Liu Feifei hurriedly replied, Sister Zhang, please keep an eye on it for me. I know, hurry up. Sister Zhang seemed to be very busy, and she said hurriedly and hung up the phone. Liu Feifei put away her phone and stood up with the big bag. Stop. Liu Dongfeng stood up with full energy. If you dare to go, I won't have you as my sister in the future. Liu Dongfeng said it very firmly. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked at her with gritted teeth. Liu Feifei paused and did not turn around, but waved at him with her back. My dear brother, wait until you can support me. Liu Dongfeng clenched his hands tightly, and his eyes finally became red, but he saw Liu Feifei stopped at the door. He blinked and his expectation rose again. By the way, Liu Feifei turned around and tilted her head to Liu Dongfeng. Young master Xiang Shiyong, you know him. He is very generous. Liu Feifei smiled and nodded affirmatively. Seeing that Liu Dongfeng's face had frozen, she chuckled and left without looking back. Qiang Shiyu didn't want to get in Leng Haoyan's car, but was pushed in by Zhang Yichen. She was standing at the door of the car, wanting to hold her umbrella, but Zhang Yichen opened the door from behind and took advantage of her unpreparedness to pull and push Qian Shiyu, causing her to fall in. Zhang Yichen blocked the door from outside. Zhang Yichen wiped his face with his sleeve, smiled at Qian Shiyu who was staring at him, and saw that Leng Haoyan had already sat in the driver's seat. So he fastened his seatbelt and said to Qian Shiyu, Sister Qiang, fasten your seatbelt. Uncle Lang is driving too fast, you have to be careful. After fastening his own, he saw that Qian Shiyu didn't move, so he bent over to fasten hers. Get out of my way. Qian Shiyu pushed him back and fastened her seatbelt neatly with a click. The car started immediately. Both of their clothes were soaked through, sticking tightly to their bodies. Zhang Yichen was fine, wearing only gray short sleeves, and since he was a boy, he twisted the corner of his shirt, dripping water all over the car. Qiang Shiyu was wearing a white shirt, but she also wore a red bra underneath, which was so tight that it was extremely conspicuous. She moved uncomfortably, turned sideways, and looked out the window. But even when she was looking out the window, her eyes were still wandering, and she accidentally met Leng Haoyan's gaze in the rearview mirror. Qiang Shiyu's eyes froze, and she hugged her chest and stared at him, but her face was burning as she stared. Ahem. Zhang Yichen couldn't stand it anymore and coughed twice, then handed over a dry towel. Sister Qiang, Uncle Lang definitely didn't mean it. But he definitely did. Qiang Shiyu took the towel and pushed his head over. She wiped her hair slowly, but she found that she didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that Leng Haoyan's eyes were always sweeping over here. She frowned and hung the towel on her chest. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and kicked Zhang Yichen's foot. Let's change positions. Zhang Yichen shouted in surprise, and then his face turned bitter. Don't you want it? What are you talking about? Change it quickly. Qian Shiyu glared and threatened, and unbuckled the seatbelt first. Zhang Yichen curled his lips and unbuckled his seatbelt. 然后 at this time, there was a bang sound, and Leng Haoyan's face froze, and he stepped on the accelerator directly. Qiang Shiyu and Zhang Yichen fell backwards by inertia, and her two us one after the other, and fell backwards one after another. Leng Haoyan turned the steering wheel again, and their heads bumped again. With a bang, they covered their heads at the same time. Fasten your seatbelts and lie down. Leng Haoyan stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, not caring about the road conditions. Just as he finished speaking, there was a bang and the glass in front of him shattered all over the ground. The bullet rubbed Leng Haoyan's face. Qiang Shiyu lowered her head, first grabbed the seatbelt, fixed herself, and looped it around her waist and fastened it. Seeing that Zhang Yichen was still unstable, she pressed his neck to make him lower his head and pulled him to prevent him from being thrown around. Quick, fasten your seatbelt. Sister Qiang, what's going on? Zhang Yichen tried to reach it several times but couldn't. He was a little panicked and wanted to look up but was held down by her. Fasten it quickly. 钱世玉 yelled at him. After another turn, Qiang Shiyu hit the car door directly. It hurt her so much that her arm seemed to be broken. Zhang Yichen also fell on Qian Shiyu and pressed her down. Quick, lie down. Leng Haoyan said calmly, took out a gun from somewhere, and shot backwards. The heavy rain and thunder seemed to cover up the gunshots. Qiang Shiyu grabbed another safety belt, fastened it around Zhang Yichen, and hugged him with her head down. 那个 Leng Haoyan fired a few shots, then stepped on the gas and drove forward. It seemed that someone was confronting her from behind. A burst of gunfire rang out, but the gunshots sounded like they were right next to her ears. It was also the first time for Qian Shiyu to experience such a situation. No one knew how scared she was. She wanted to scream, but she seemed to be mute and could not make any sound. She only knew to hold Zhang Yichen tightly and look at Leng Haoyan in front of her. Her mind was blank. Leng Haoyan seemed to be unable to care about them. He only knew to run all the way, looking at the rearview mirror, and occasionally holding a pistol and firing a few shots backwards. The car was very unstable and tilted from side to side. Qiang Shiyu held Zhang Yichen while holding the car mat. But her body was still hurting from the collision. She gritted her teeth tightly to prevent herself from making any sound. But the situation became more serious. There was a bang sound and the car stopped. Get out of the car. Leng Haoyan yelled at them, and he pushed open the car door first and rolled over when he got out of the car. Qiang Shiyu was stunned and hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed Zhang Yichen. Get out of the car quickly. Sister Qiang, I'm scared. Zhang Yichen grabbed Qian Shiyu's hand with tears in his eyes. My parents were always with me before. Be good. Now I have your Uncle Lang and me. It's okay. Although Qian Shiyu was also very scared and his hands were shaking, he pretended to comfort him calmly, hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt, and urged, get out of the car quickly, we can't cause trouble for him now. Yeah. Zhang Yichen was not so scared anymore. He pushed the car door directly, bent over, and ran down, and Qian Shiyu followed him. Just as they ran to a corner, they heard a bang and the car exploded. Get down quickly. Zhang Yichen ran in front, and Qian Shiyu was slightly behind. When she heard the sound, she was thrown to the ground and someone pressed her body. After a while, the man straightened up, and Qian Shiyu also raised her head. Uncle Lang, Sister Qiang, are you okay? Zhang Yichen ran over and saw a large amount of blood on Leng Haoyan's body and exclaimed, "Oh!" Qian Shiyu also straightened up, and seeing that he was injured, she hurriedly supported him. How are you? Nothing. Leng Haoyan didn't even frown, even though his wound was wet. He suddenly grabbed Qian Shiyu's hand, and before Qian Shiyu could react, he pulled her forward and ran. Hurry up. Zhang Yichen also hurried to catch up. Even though his legs were weak, there was a benefit in such heavy rain. At least it would be difficult for them to chase him. Leng Haoyan took the time to look back and found that his people had arrived, but a man ran towards them with a pistol. Just as he aimed at him and was about to shoot, he was pushed by someone. Don't shoot. Qian Shiyu also saw the person coming. 那个 seeing that Leng Haoyan wanted to shoot, she pushed him and held down his gun. Leng Haoyan frowned and shook her hand off. The ground was slippery and Qian Shiyu fell directly to the ground and fell hard. Sister Qiang. 然后 Zhang Yichen screamed. When Ersha saw this, he immediately took the gun on his back and loaded it while running. Leng Haoyan also aimed the gun at him again. Ersha, don't. Qian Shiyu screamed, and Ersha's fingers stopped immediately, but Leng Haoyan shot directly. Ersha dodged immediately, and the bullet flew out after grazing his arm. Second idiot. Qian Shiyu climbed up and staggered to the side of the second idiot. She saw the blood mixed with the rain on his arm began to roll down, but he was looking at her stupidly. She quickly reached out to cover the wound on his arm. Second idiot, how are you? Qian Shiyu wiped his face with her sleeve. Although he was immediately soaked by the rain and could not see his face, she could see his innocent eyes and slightly bloody face. Seeing that he was not seriously injured, she pulled him forward. Although no one was catching up now, who knew if there was still danger? 然后 But she saw Leng Haoyan driving a car from somewhere. Zhang Yichen was delighted and waved at Qian Shiyu. Sister Qiang, get in the car. 钱世玉 didn't care about the hostility between the two just now. She pulled the second idiot into the car. The car started immediately. Kyung Shi-yu fell into the arms of the second idiot and was hugged by the second idiot's strong arms. Lan Haoyan frowned and narrowed his eyes dangerously through the rearview mirror. Big brother, you. Zhang Yichen was sitting by the other door with Qian Shiyu in the middle, but he was obviously still very afraid of this ordinary-looking idiot. If he was not mistaken, it was him who killed several people just now. Kyung Shi-yu raised his head from the idiot's arms and hurriedly wiped the rain off his face. He held his face and asked with concern, "Idiot, are you okay?" As soon as she asked, the car suddenly turned left, and Qian Shiyu fell directly to Zhang Yichen, but was pulled into his arms by the idiot's hand again. And this time he was tightly held. "Idiot, let me go quickly, let me see your wound." The idiot hugged Qian Shiyu with both arms, as if he was afraid that she would fall again. Kyung Shiyu struggled for a while, and when he saw that he couldn't get away, he looked up and said to him. As soon as she finished speaking, he opened his arms. Zhang Yichen handed Qian Shiyu a towel with a tactful look, but he glanced at the idiot weakly. Kyung Shiyu wiped the blood around the wound with a tissue and simply bandaged him with a towel. Ersha didn't move at all. Seeing Qian Shiyu looking at him worriedly, he shook his head and smiled foolishly at her. "Ersha, why are you here?" Qian Shiyu asked after she rolled up his sleeves. Ersha blinked and took out a ring. Kyung Shiyu took it and took a look. There was a word Zhang engraved on it. "Ah," Zhang Yichen snatched it away, "it's from my family." Zhang Yichen played with it in surprise. 然后 at last, he stretched his head and smiled very brightly. "Are you here to protect me?" Ersha stared at him with his eyes wide open, but Zhang Yichen knew that he was one of them, so he was not afraid anymore. He squeezed closer to Qian Shiyu again. "Where are my parents?" "Nah. Where are the others?" You are not the only one, are you?" Zhang Yichen asked him, but Ersha snatched the ring away directly, smiled foolishly at Qian Shiyu again, and stuffed the ring into her hands. Kyung Shiyu just took a look and threw it to Zhang Yichen, who was pulling her clothes from behind with disgust. Zhang Yichen caught it in a hurry. "Ersha, who were those people just now?" Ersha blinked innocently and shook his head. "Are you the only one?" Ersha blinked again. Zhang Yichen poked Qian Shiyu with his finger. "Sister Kyung, Uncle Lang is seriously injured. And it was because of saving you." Kyung Shiyu glanced at Lan Haoyan, whose back was still bleeding. She felt guilty. He was on top of her when the car exploded just now, and he also saved her, but who told him to shoot Ersha? Seeing that his face was already pale, Kyung Shiyu pushed Ersha. "Ersha, go drive." Ersha was immediately unhappy, pouting and accusing her with a wrong look. "Be good, listen, go." Qian Shiyu glared at him, not allowing him to be stubborn. Ersha reluctantly bent down and walked forward, looking back at Qian Shiyu as he walked, hoping that she would change her mind. Kyung Shiyu disliked that he walked too slowly and pushed him from behind. "Sister Kyung, where did you meet this weirdo?" Zhang Yichen asked slyly, even more spoiled than him. Seeing how attached Qian Shiyu was, she would do whatever she asked her to do, like a puppy at home. Just now, Kyung Shiyu asked him not to shoot and really didn't shoot. She was shocked by Lan Haoyan. She was really a weirdo, putting her life aside. Kyung Shiyu pinched him directly. "I raised you, you idiot. Just like you." "Who raised you?" Zhang Yichen also glared at him. He was obviously raised by his parents, but he should be older than you, Sister Kyung. Zhang Yichen continued to whisper in her ear. "I adopted him." Qian Shiyu pushed Zhang Yichen away and saw that Lan Haoyan didn't move and was still driving the car slowly. She was a little anxious. "Lan Haoyan?" She called him. Lan Haoyan glanced at her from the rearview mirror but still didn't get out of the way. Ersha was angry, looking at Lan Haoyan with a frown. Lan Haoyan didn't give him a good face. Even if they fired the bullets just now, they would have collided. But the stupid woman interrupted him. If his bullets hadn't deviated and the man had dodged, it would not be as simple as leaving some blood. He rarely looked at him. The ultimate bodyguard of Zhang Tianyang should not be underestimated. Ersha stared at him for a long time and saw that he didn't move. He stretched out his hand to pull him. Lan Haoyan stretched out his hand to grab him and then turned his hand to throw him aside. Ersha was not a vegetarian. He twisted his hand and broke free and kicked him hard at the same time. The two of them fought a few moves in this narrow compartment, but the car swayed from side to side again, shaking Qian Shiyu and the others to the left and right. Ersha? Qian Shiyu shouted, wanting to call him back. Since he didn't want to let him drive by himself. Anyway, he wasn't injured. Qian Shiyu's shout distracted Ersha. Lan Haoyan pulled him to the driver's seat with his big hand, kicked his foot to the accelerator, and sat up from the seat himself. The car flipped over, but luckily Ersha turned the steering wheel and it flattened again. Qian Shiyu's forehead hit the car window hard, and with a bang, a big bump appeared on her forehead. Zhang Yichen fell on Qian Shiyu again, but he was also seriously injured. Lan Haoyan grabbed the seat with his big hands and it was as steady as it could be. 然后 the car was stable, but before Qian Shiyu could sit firmly, Lan Haoyan grabbed his arm and pushed her aside. He sat on the far left, next to Qian Shiyu. Qian Shiyu hugged Lan Haoyan in panic, but he was pushed by him. The car was unstable again. 然后 It turned out that Ersha saw Lan Haoyan pushing Qian Shiyu away and took out a dart from somewhere and shot it at Lan Haoyan. Lan Haoyan grabbed it and shot it back again. Ouch! Zhang Yichen bumped into Qian Shiyu again, supporting himself with his arms, and yelled, "Can you guys stop messing around?" Qian Shiyu also said, "Ersha, drive carefully." Qian Shiyu had just finished speaking when Lan Haoyan lifted her little body and put her into his arms, flipping her over and letting her sit with her back to him. Ersha? Qian Shiyu hurriedly yelled when she saw Ersha trying to move again. Lan Haoyan saw that although he was glaring at her fiercely, he had calmed down, chuckled, and hugged the little woman beside him. Beauty is a disaster. What did you say? Qian Shiyu said viciously. Lan Haoyan closed his eyes directly and leaned his whole body weight on her. Qian Shiyu wanted to push him away, but he held her tightly. The car drove directly to the Qian family's house, going up along the path behind the mountain. I don't know when Ersha discovered this path, when he knew the way to the Qian family, and he actually went all the way up. In view of the heavy rain, Qian Shengze gave the servants a holiday. Now there is no one in the Qian family, and it is convenient now. Ersha got out of the car and pulled Qian Shiyu's sleeve all the way, regardless of Qian Shiyu being held by Lan Haoyan and supporting him. Ersha wanted to beat him away, but Lan Haoyan held Qian Shiyu as a shield, so he had to stare at him all the way, not letting up at all. As for Zhang Yichen, who was relaxed, he looked at the three people pulling and tugging with entanglement. Qian Shiyu threw a bath towel to each person, all of which were new, and pointed to the first, second, and third guest rooms. Go take a shower quickly, and apply medicine after the shower. He glanced at Lan Haoyan, hesitated for a moment, and said, I'll call a doctor. No need. Lan Haoyan flipped the bath towel and raised his eyebrows. I'm injured. You let me take a shower. I've been soaking in the rain for so long, it doesn't matter for a while. Qian Shiyu sneered, since he's not dead, it means he's fine. Qian Shiyu said, Bang slammed the door, rubbed her sore neck, and cursed bitterly that he deserved it. If it weren't for him saving her, she would have kicked him out directly. Zhang Yichen shrank his neck, walked into the house weakly, closed the door gently and locked it. Following Zhang Yichen, Lan Haoyan took a bath towel and walked into the house, ignoring the murderous eyes behind him. She's mine. Lan Haoyan just touched the door handle when he heard a very calm sentence, but the voice was a little sharp, not like the usual deep and thick voice of a man. He raised his eyebrows slightly, turned the door lock and walked in. Qian Shiyu came out after taking a shower only wrapped in a bath towel, because she found that her rocks and back were covered with scars when she was taking a shower. She wanted to come out to apply medicine, so she didn't wear clothes, but she was hugged as soon as she went out. Ah! Qian Shiyu screamed, and then a big hand blocked her mouth. It's so noisy. Lan Haoyan frowned and scolded. Get out. Qian Shiyu pushed him away directly and only found that he was only wrapped in a bath towel around his waist. You. After being frightened for a day, Qian Shiyu was particularly abnormal now, pointing at him, her face flushed. I'm here just to ask you to apply medicine on me. Why are you blushing? Lan Haoyan looked very calm, 然后 even turned around calmly. You go and ask Zhang Yichen to go up, or ask Ersha. 钱世玉 chased after him, wanting to drive him out. He had clearly locked the door just now, so how did he get in? When 冷浩言 heard 而杀, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he turned around and hugged her, sitting on the sofa. Ah! When their skin touched, Kyung Shi-yu screamed again, closed her eyes, and raised her hands. 那个 Lan Haoyan grabbed her hand and turned her over to sit on the sofa. I told you it was very noisy. You pervert. Get out of here. Qian Shiyu's momentum was obviously much weaker and she was shocked and scared. Lan Haoyan held her down and covered her mouth with his other hand to prevent her from screaming. Seeing Qian Shiyu's grinning expression, he sneered, I'm here to save you. You don't care about your savior at all. Bullshit savior. Kyung Shiyu's beautiful big eyes widened, expressing her disdain for him. 那个冷浩言 let go of his hand. Kyung Shi-yu was about to jump up and run when he turned his back and pointed at the medicine box on the table. Apply medicine to me. Qian Shi-yu was stunned. There was a large red patch on his back. Although the blood flow had decreased, pus was flowing around it. In addition, the wet clothes he was wearing had bleached the area around the wound. You go to the hospital. Qian Shi-yu said unnaturally. Such a serious injury would be infected if not treated properly. No need. 冷浩言 lay on the sofa, as if waiting for her to compromise. Kyung Shi-yu gritted her teeth and sat down next to him. She picked up the tweezers and picked up the alcohol cotton to clean his wound. Seeing that he obviously shrank, she tried to move as lightly as possible. It's okay, not that stupid. But 冷浩言 spoke again, still lying on the sofa indifferently. Kyung Shi-yu couldn't figure out his attitude, so she just paused and cleaned him seriously again. When Qian Shi-yu finally finished bandaging him, a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on her forehead. She closed the medicine box, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and said to him, Okay. You can go now. Seeing that 冷浩言 was still lying there motionless, her heart tightened, and she hurriedly poked him with her hand. Hey, are you okay? He still didn't move honestly. Kyung Shi-yu was anxious, squatted down, put her hand on his shoulder and shook him. Are you okay? Wake up. Wake up. Seeing that he still didn't move, she stood up and wanted to go out to call for help, but he grabbed her hand. With another force, she fell into his arms. Are you afraid that I will die? 冷浩言 voice came from above her head. Kyung Shi-yu was so angry that her teeth itched. She punched his chest hard and then ran away immediately and ran out the door. Lan Haoyan sneered, turned over and chased after him. Kyung Shi-yu ran out of the room and ran directly along the corridor, trying to run downstairs, but she still ran past him. Lan Haoyan picked her up by the waist. Let me go, let me go. Qian Shi-yu kicked her feet and wanted to get down. It was obviously him who lied first, so he didn't blame her at all. Lan Haoyan saw that she was still not honest, so he put her down. After putting her down, he didn't settle accounts with her first. He raised his head, looked up, and looked around. Kyung Shi-yu's heart clicked and looked at him nervously. Could it be discovered? Sure enough. Lan Haoyan pinched her chin fiercely. You are so bold that you dare to put surveillance cameras in the house. He pinched it tightly, looking like he wanted to eat her alive. He found one when he just entered the house. He was still wondering who installed it. Who knew that there was no blind spot in this house and it was installed everywhere? Seeing her nervousness and fear, he used more force. She looked like a weak woman, but she was so scheming and there were so many people helping her openly or secretly. It's none of your business. Qian Shi-yu was nervous at first, and then she made herself tough after being nervous. Lan Haoyan narrowed his eyes, shook her off, and turned around. Don't forget my warning to you. Looking at his back, Kyung Shi-yu held her pounding heart and couldn't calm down for a long time. Nah. What a dangerous man. She didn't expect him to be so sharp, with a gun on his body and so good at fighting. Kyung Shi-yu lowered her eyes. She couldn't afford to offend him, so she should be able to hide. After taking a shower, Zhang Yichen ran to Ersha's room. Seeing that he was treating the wound on his arm, he hurried forward and said, I'll do it, I'll do it. Ersha looked at him calmly and Zhang Yichen stopped moving, scratched his head, and sat on the sofa opposite him. Watching him cut the wound with a knife, Zhang Yichen swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, "Does it hurt?" Arsha didn't even pause and continued to cut, as if he was looking for something, blood all over his arm, and suddenly he stopped, replaced the knife with tweezers, and picked out a small piece of bullet fragments. This time Zhang Yichen came up and served the plate directly. Arsha glanced at him and threw the fragments into the plate. He was cleaning it with an alcohol cotton pad, but he was still holding it. Knowing that he wanted to wrap it with gauze, he hurried to take over. Arsha paused and let go. Zhang Yichen laughed wildly in his heart and hurried to bandage him. Although he looked clumsy, he knew the basics after all. Just after he helped him bandage it, there was a knock on the door. Arsha hurriedly stood up to open the door. Hey, Zhang Yichen shouted and hurried to follow. Seeing that it was Qian Shiyu outside the door, Arsha immediately grinned at her. Qian Shiyu had changed into a nightgown. Seeing that he had already bandaged it, she held his arm and asked, "How do you feel?" "It's okay." Arsha shook his head quickly and his eyes disappeared from laughing. Arsha stepped aside and wanted Qian Shiyu to go in, but Zhang Yichen blocked her. "Sister Qian, I want to ask him a few questions." Qian Shiyu blinked and slapped him on the head. "Just ask, can't I listen?" Zhang Yichen bit his lip. His eyelashes trembled. He lowered his head, raised his head again, looked at Qian Shiyu calmly and asked, "Sister Qian, is there something wrong with my family?" He looked very calm, but tears had already oozed out of the corners of his eyes. "What?" Qian Shiyu frowned and looked at him in confusion. "Don't lie to me." Zhang Yichen's throat was choked while he spoke. "My parents haven't called me for a long time, and even if they reply, it's just a text message. They must have had an accident." As he spoke, Lan Haoyan had just answered a call, opened the door, looked at Zhang Yichen and said calmly, "You are right, your father crashed a few days ago, and his life or death is unknown." After hearing this, Zhang Yichen's tears came out directly, pat 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 dripping to the ground. "What are you doing?" Qian Shiyu yelled at Lan Haoyan, looking at Zhang Yichen anxiously. Zhang Yichen started running. Stop." Qian Shiyu also hurried to chase him. "You can't help anything if you go back now, and you will put yourself in danger, Chen Chen," Qian Shiyu said, but Zhang Yichen ignored her and ran to the stairs. "I've found it." Zhang Yichen stopped immediately after hearing Lan Haoyan's cold words, turned around, and looked at him blankly. "What did you say?" Lan Haoyan just glanced at the second fool who was following closely behind Qian Shiyu, then retracted his gaze, walked into the house, and closed the door. "Hey, explain it clearly." Zhang Yichen hurried back and slammed Lan Haoyan's door. Qian Shiyu didn't know why she was very angry. She was so angry that her chest felt stuffy. She didn't care about them, walked to the door of her room, opened the door, and didn't care about the second fool behind her, and closed the door with a bang. The second fool stared blankly at the tightly closed door and didn't move for a long time. When Qian Shiyu came out after taking the medicine, Arsha was still at the door, which scared Qian Shiyu. "Arsha, what are you doing here?" She patted her chest and asked. Arsha's face immediately softened from expressionlessness, and he smiled foolishly again. Qian Shiyu reached out and pushed his head and glared at him. "Stupid." Coincidentally, the man across the street just walked out of the house and he actually changed into a set of casual clothes. Whose clothes are those?" Qian Shiyu's beautiful and charming big eyes flickered and her hands were still in the air. When Lan Haoyan looked at her, she was stunned. Lan Haoyan's hand also paused, and then someone pulled his pants. "Uncle Lan, what happened to my dad?" Zhang Yichen had been sitting here since just now, guarding the door. When he saw him come out, he quickly grabbed him. Lan Haoyan held the door handle tightly, turned his eyes back from not far away, and slammed the door with a bang. "The plane is at 1 o'clock, I'll take you back." After saying that, he stepped forward and broke free from him. "Uncle Qian, you haven't told me yet, what happened to my dad?" Zhang Yichen hurriedly got up and chased after him. Lan Haoyan stopped walking, turned around and looked at him, narrowing his eyes. "Even if I told you, what can you do?" Zhang Yichen's eyes suddenly fell into a daze. Lan Haoyan ignored him, straightened his clothes, and went straight downstairs. Qian Shiyu came over and patted his head. "Don't worry, since he said that, your father must be fine." Have you called? It's always busy." Zhang Yichen wiped away his tears with his arm. Sister Qiang, am I useless? You are still young. Qian Shiyu could only comfort him like this. Zhang Yichen smiled bitterly. I know I'm useless. I don't want to learn anything, I don't want to care about anything, I just want to live a leisurely life. In fact, I just want my parents to take care of everything, and I don't have to worry about anything. I have encountered such a situation before, but my parents protected me tightly at that time. Seeing that my father never showed any fear from beginning to end, you don't know how much I envy him, but it is my father who has always been confident that I have never worried at all. Until today, I am really scared. I am afraid that I will never see my parents again. 长义成 hugged Qian Shiyu and cried woo. 然后 Qiang Shiyu was inevitably triggered by him. The sadness in her heart blinked and made sure that her tears did not flow out, and then patted his back. Do whatever you want to do. If you know you are afraid, make yourself strong and don't leave any regrets in your heart. 长义成 nodded fiercely. Zhang Yichen and Ersha changed into the original clothes again and spun them in the washing machine. Although it was a little damp, it was better than wearing a bath towel. Ersha looked at Qian Shiyu reluctantly, with pitiful eyes. Qiang Shiyu smiled and hugged him. Ersha, you have to be good. She met Dasha and Ersha in an orphanage abroad. She would visit them every Sunday. After that, Ersha was adopted. She looked for him for many years but never found him again. It was by chance that she met him at Zhang's house, but they were still separated. As soon as Qian Shiyu hugged him, a long whistle sounded and the front window fell down, revealing Leng Haoyan's profile, looking straight ahead. Qiang Shiyu turned around and looked at him in astonishment. The rain was already very light, and there was no thunder. The sound was really harsh. Leng Haoyan didn't care about the two people still in his arms, stopped honking, and immediately started the car and drove out. Ersha pulled Qian Shiyu's hand away, took a run up, opened the back door, and flashed in, without closing the door. He kept looking at Qian Shiyu, who was waving at him from behind until the figure disappeared from his sight, still turning his head. Zhang Yichen just waved at Qian Shiyu when he started to leave. After he looked away, he was unusually silent and sat in the car without any movement. Without Zhang Yichen's lively atmosphere, the car was weird. I'll be back, Ersha said to the Qiang's mansion. Zhang Yichen frowned. Although he was a little curious that he was not dumb, his voice was so unpleasant. Leng Haoyan's gaze was getting lower and lower. He didn't know what he remembered. He smiled coldly and suddenly increased the speed of the car. Leng Haoyan went abroad. Qiang Shiman was very disappointed to hear the news. She thought that brother Haoyan would come to see her again. Because of the news that Leng Haoyan went abroad, Qiang Shiman did not stay in the hospital any longer. She only stayed in the hospital for 4 days and went back to the Qiang's house. Qiang Shiyu was having breakfast. Qiang Shiman was taken back, but she did not go out to greet him. She returned to her lukewarm attitude. 然后 Qiang Shiyu's injuries were almost healed, and the bump on her head was covered by her bands, so no one noticed her injury during the few days she returned home. Qiang Shengze could faintly smell the medicinal wine on her body, but she brushed it off with a scratch. Sister. Qian Shiman was the first to greet Qian Shiyu. Because she had a cold and a fever, she was wearing thick clothes, long sleeves, and Qian Shiyu wanted to continue eating, but when she saw Qian Shengze's eyes staring at her, she pouted in her heart and nodded slightly. Qiang Shiman was happy and smiled at her more and more brilliantly. Qiang Shiyu was a little stunned. No matter what, this little girl was really beautiful when she smiled, as if she was a natural darling. No wonder that person reminded her more than once not to touch her. Qiang Shiyu calmly retracted her gaze. She was her, and I was me. Man Dad is going to the company. Remember to take good care of yourself at home. Qian Shengze patted her shoulder and said, I know, Dad, you are so nagging. Qian Shiman pouted and complained in a pretended dissatisfaction. Qiang Shengze patted her little head helplessly, turned to Qian Shiyu and said, Yu'er, there are still 20 minutes. If you don't leave now, you will really be late, Qian Shiyu said calmly while eating an omelette. Qiang Shengze looked at his watch and found that it was really late. He waved to his 2 daughters and walked out. Dad, slow down, Qian Shiman instructed. Okay, go back quickly. Seeing that Qian Shiman wanted to go out, he waved at her. Qian Shiman stood there and watched Qian Shengze disappear around the corner. Then she retracted her gaze and turned to Qian Shiyu. Sister, I'll go up first. Qian Shiyu nodded indifferently. Qian Shiman grinned at her again and went upstairs. Her sister would not ignore her now, so it was good. However, Qian Shiman had just gone upstairs for a while when she ran downstairs. Qian Shiyu looked at her in surprise and her chewing movements slowed down a lot. Sister, have you seen the clothes in my room? Where are they? Qian Shiman seemed very anxious and looked at her nervously. Qian Shiyu picked up another piece of cabbage and asked lazily, what clothes? Yes. Qian Shiman seemed to find it difficult to speak. She bit her lip and entangled her fingers. It's brother Haoyan's. Qian Shiyu suddenly remembered the casual clothes. She bit the chopsticks with a click and came back to her senses. 那个. She blinked and took the chopsticks out of her mouth. Seeing that she was still looking at her, Qian Shiyu lowered her eyes slightly. He came to our house when it rained that day, and then he changed into a set of clothes. I wonder if it was that set. After she finished speaking, she was a little annoyed. He actually came into the house before. He really thought it was his own home. Thinking of this, she felt blocked in her heart. 那个. She poked the porridge in the bowl and suddenly lost her appetite. Brother Haoyan came to our house. Qian Shiman was also very surprised, her mouth opened wide. Why did he come here? Qian Shiman felt very uncomfortable. Brother Haoyan actually came when she was not here, and he came with his sister. Qian Shiman looked up from lowering her head to looking at Qian Shiyu, as if she wanted her explanation. At the end, she whispered, I like Brother Haoyan very much. Qian Shiyu frowned and felt a little annoyed with her. I don't know if it was because of her confession or because she doubted herself. She liked him, and even a fool could see it. She didn't need her to say it out loud. 然后? Telling herself, is she swearing to herself that she has the right to possess him? And she wouldn't be like this before. Even if she liked Len Haoyan, she wouldn't say it, at least she wouldn't tell others. Now, did she know about Lin Yao? Qian Shiyu shook her head, not wanting to think so much. Anyway, it doesn't matter to her. She will run as far away as possible in the future. Seeing that she was still looking at herself, she was a little impatient. It seemed that she had no obligation to explain to her. Besides, she couldn't tell what happened that day. However, thinking that she still owed her, she thought about it and said lightly, the car broke down. Qian Shiman blinked and said, oh. Seeing Qian Shiyu wiping her mouth and wanting to go upstairs, she hurriedly asked, then where is Brother Haoyan's clothes? Qian Shiman's cheeks were already stained with pink as she spoke. Qian Shiyu's expression froze. Just when she was about to lose her temper with her, she saw that her face was already blushing and she bit her lip unconsciously. 就是, was she swearing her territory to her? Even if she would feel uncomfortable. Seeing her like this, Qian Shiyu wanted to laugh but also felt uncomfortable in a different way. How should I know? When Qian Shiyu spoke again, he was still indifferent, holding his chin high, looking at her deeply again, and went upstairs past her. Qian Shiman bit her lip and looked at Qian Shiyu's back with a little care. She felt a little complicated. She didn't know if she was right to do this, but she was worried. After what happened to Lin Yao, she seemed unable to trust anyone except her own parents. Even if she had wronged her, in fact, there was no harm in asking. And Lin Yao, she hadn't seen her for so many days. In the past, she would ask her out every now and then, or she was with Brother Haoyan. Qian Shiman clutched her clothes tightly, her face a little gloomy. Second miss, what's wrong with you? Uncle Fu stood not far away, seeing that Qian Shiman's face was a little abnormal, and asked worriedly. Qian Shiman's eyes were stunned, and she looked up at Fu Bo, and forced a smile at him. Uncle Fu, I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Where do you feel uncomfortable? I'll go call a doctor. Uncle Fu was startled and wanted to run out. Uncle Fu, no need. Qian Shiman hurriedly stopped him. I just recovered from my illness, and I'm still a little weak. It's okay. After that, she smiled at him again. By the way, Uncle Fu, have you seen Brother Haoyan's clothes? Qian Shiman raised her expectant little face and looked at him. I saw it when I was cleaning the guest room. It has been washed and placed in the guest room opposite the second lady's room. Uncle Fu looked at her with a loving face and kept sighing in his heart that they had all grown up. I know. Qian Shiman smiled at him happily and ran upstairs quickly. Hey, second lady, run slower. I know. Qian Shiman's voice came from not far away, but she didn't slow down. Uncle Fu shook his head helplessly behind him, but his face was full of smiles. Qiang Shiyu will take the makeup exam of H University in a few days, but on this day, she was invited by Song Zihan to attend a party and wanted her to be his female companion. Since the rain a few days ago, the weather is not so hot anymore, and Qian Shiyu agreed after thinking about it. However, there is nothing wrong with a female companion, but the problem is that this day is the Chinese Valentine's Day. Well, Qiang Shiyu didn't think much about it, but someone just thought too much. Qiang Shiyu had just changed her clothes and was about to go out to buy another evening dress when she heard voices outside. Brother Song, why are you here ya? It turned out that Uncle Fu saw Song Zihan coming and thought he was looking for Qian Shiman, so he called her down. Song Zihan was a little embarrassed. He seemed to feel like a traitor. It might be because Shishi said that their sisterly relationship was not good last time. Just as he was thinking about how to explain to Qian Shiman, Qiang Shiyu walked out. Shishi. Song Zihan immediately waved to Qian Shiyu, waved his hand, looked at Qian Shiman's confused face, and then felt a little uncomfortable. I'm here to find your sister to be my female companion to attend a banquet. Oh. Qian Shiman nodded as if she understood, raised her head and smiled at Song Zihan, and then blinked at him as if she understood. Today is the Chinese Valentine's Day. Then Brother Song, you have to have fun. Song Zihan's mouth twitched a little. Does Man Man want to go with us? Qian Shiman lowered her head disappointedly after hearing this. Mar wants to go too, but I'm sick. I'm afraid I can't go. What's wrong with you? Song Zihan looked at her a few times and asked with concern. It's okay. Qian Shiman shrugged and clasped her hands together. It's just a common cold and fever. Seeing Qian Shiyu had already walked out, she hurriedly waved at Song Zihan. Brother Song, go quickly. Don't keep me waiting. Oh. Song Zihan looked at Qian Shiyu, who had already passed him and walked forward, and waved at Qian Shiman. Then Meyer, take good care of yourself. We're leaving first. Qian Shiman also smiled and waved. Then she tilted her head and looked at the car that was gradually getting farther away in confusion, her index finger pressed on the corner of her mouth, and murmured, when did I meet Brother Song? And it's Chinese Valentine's Day. Brother Song wouldn't want to pursue me, would he? Uncle Fu thought he was asking him, and shook his head. I don't know either. Uncle Fu's words startled Qian Shiman back to her senses. She put down her hands, blinked, and said with regret, what a pity, Mama also wanted to go. The second lady's illness hasn't recovered yet. When she recovers, let the master hold a banquet for the lady. Yeah. Qian Shiman happily agreed after hearing this. Second miss, please go in quickly. It's windy here. Uncle Fu said hurriedly, seeing Qian Shiman's hair was blown into a mess. Okay, Uncle Fu. Qian Shiyu shook her head helplessly like a little adult and turned her head away. However, when she walked forward, she would occasionally tilt her head to look at the empty road and the tightly closed door. Qiang Shiyu looked at Song Zihan and breathed a sigh of relief. She frowned and then relaxed. Well, this is human nature. No one can escape it. No matter who knew who first, two seemingly unrelated people actually knew each other, and she had expressed her hatred for her mother in front of him more than once. After thinking it through, Qiang Shiyu relaxed and leaned back on the car seat. Shishi, let's go pick out a dress first, then get our hair done. How about that? Qian Shiyu looked at him with a half smile. Are you familiar with this? Ahem. Song Zihan almost choked on his own saliva. That's right, that's because I often accompany my mother. Yeah. Qian Shiyu nodded in understanding, but her expression clearly showed that she was certain that he was lying. Song Zihan really wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was very innocent, okay. Afraid that his explanation would become a cover-up, Song Zihan did not say anything, but the more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. This depressed state continued until Qian Shiyu picked out an evening dress and changed out. Song Zihan looked at Qian Shiyu in a red evening dress, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The evening dress was tube top, short, outlining a perfect figure, and Qian Shiyu seemed to be particularly suitable for wearing red, full of charm and momentum. Song Zihan didn't know why his heart began to beat. His eyes flashed and drifted away, not daring to look at her. However, Qian Shiyu didn't want to let him go like this. Hey, help me see if this is okay. She looked in the mirror from front to back and then turned around. Qian Shiyu was very tall, 1.73 meters tall, taller than other girls of the same age. Qian Shiyu put one hand on Song Zihan's waist and the other hand on her forehead, and posed for him. Song Zihan's eyes immediately showed some obsession. Some people are really beautiful to the bone. When they raise their hands and move their feet, people can't take their eyes off them. Fortunately, Song Zihan is the only one here now, otherwise people would probably be watching. Hey, how is it? Qian Shiyu said again, pulling Song Zihan's wandering mind back. He clapped his hands gently and gave her a thumbs up. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Even without a haircut, she would still beat other women. He could imagine how radiant she was tonight. Suddenly, he didn't want to take her out like this. Song Zihan glanced around, trying to find something to cover it up. What are you looking for? Qian Shiyu saw him looking around, put down his hands and asked, See if there is a shawl or something, otherwise if I take you out like this, I will be eaten by the men at the party. Get lost. Qian Shiyu laughed and cursed, took the wrapped clothes and threw them to him. Let's go. Okay, actually I'm telling the truth. You are too beautiful like this, I have to keep a close eye on you later. Qian Shiyu ignored his words, not knowing that Song Zihan was really speaking from his heart. By the time Qian Shiyu had done his hair, 2 hours had passed, and Song Zihan was sitting aside and just dozing off. Oh, God, it's so beautiful. This sentence made Song Zihan sober up. It's not that he didn't want to look there, but just looking at it, he actually blushed, and he could only attribute it to the fact that his sister was too charming. He also immediately shifted his gaze in panic and looked outside and dozed off. When he saw this, he was stunned immediately. When Qian Shiyu first came in, her hair was short, but now it's tied up, with bands on the right side, full of classical beauty. 就是 if she wasn't dressed westernized, he thought he would think she was a beauty from ancient times. He forced himself to look away and smiled gratefully at the stylist beside him. This lady is so beautiful. I think she will be more beautiful if she agrees to put on some light makeup. Stylist Lan Cen exclaimed, This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman with such a natural beauty. Lan Cen described her with the few idioms he knew. Thank you. Qian Shiyu smiled slightly and nodded at him, which finally made him understand the Chinese saying of the smile that makes you charming. Let's go, my beautiful girlfriend. Song Zihan bowed and stretched out his right hand. He blinked slightly. How did he almost call out his girlfriend? Qian Shiyu put her hand on his hand and teased, Xiao Hanzi, get going. Seeing that they were all stunned, Qian Shiyu covered her mouth and chuckled and walked out. Song Zihan turned around and looked at Qian Shiyu's back, shook his head helplessly and smiled, nodded to Lan Cen who was still confused, and chased after him. You are so naughty. Song Zihan got into the car and said to Qian Shiyu. Ha! Qian Shiyu raised her chin proudly. I don't know who was stunned just now. Song Zihan was speechless. Well, I was stunned for a while just now. In the end, he could only explain everyone has a love of beauty. Qian Shiyu just smiled, and Song Zihan said nothing and acted as a driver honestly. They arrived not too late, but the banquet was about to start, and most people had already arrived. Qian Shiyu took Song Zihan's arm and walked in slowly. Just as Song Zihan said, Qian Shiyu and the others attracted the attention of the people at the banquet as soon as they entered. The voices gradually weakened, and they all looked at the door involuntarily. Song Zihan was wearing white clothes, and he and Qian Shiyu complimented each other, but he looked too clean, and Qian Shiyu stole all the limelight. See, am I right? Song Zihan tried to keep a natural smile on his face and said in a low voice. God knows that he can't adapt to the feeling of being the center of attention. However, he still slightly turned his body to block those wolf-like eyes for her. Crow mouth. Qian Shiyu also said with a grin, and her face was still as bright as a flower. 肖汉 Liu Huiying held the wine glass in her hand and walked over in a hurry. She wanted to say something, but perhaps she was concerned about the people at the party, so she paused when she came to the front. Qiang Shiyu's smile paused when she saw the person coming. How could it be her? Mom, what's wrong? Song Zihan glanced at Qian Shiyu and asked. She is the female companion you brought. Liu Huiying glanced at Qian Shiyu, but there was a little anger on her face, and she couldn't control it. Song Tao followed from behind, hugged his wife, and whispered in her ear, the banquet is about to start. Let's talk about it later. Let's go first. Seeing that Liu Huiying was still looking at her unkindly, Qiang Shiyu smiled as brightly as she could, leaning on Song Zihan's shoulder, tilting her head and greeting uncle and aunt. Hello, I'm Han's girlfriend. Song Zihan froze directly. Girlfriend? Who told him what was going on? Qiang Shiyu felt his body stiffen, twisted him directly, and smiled again at the two frightened old people. Girlfriend? Liu Huiying's voice was several decibels higher, but Song Chao stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms. Okay, wife, let our son and the others have fun. After saying that, he nodded at Qian Shiyu and pulled Liu Huiying inside. 就是 Why are you pulling me? Qian Shiyu could still see her reluctance and the complaints. Okay, there are too many people here and they are all gossiping. And I think that lady is pretty good. What's pretty good about her, you don't know. Qian Shiyu pouted in boredom, turned her head to see Song Zihan still in a daze, pinched him again, and said with glaring eyes, Come back to your senses. Song Zihan was obviously startled, came back to his senses and continued to walk forward, whispering to her ear, Shi, what's going on between you and my mother? Your mother has a strong sense of justice. I can't stand her, and she can't stand me. Song Zihan's face was obviously stiff again. Shi, actually my mother is pretty good. I'm pretty good too. Qian Shiyu said unyieldingly. How narcissistic. Song Zihan suddenly became worried, but he didn't know what he was worried about. Logically, Shi and his mother just had a little misunderstanding, and they didn't see each other often. Why should he worry about this? He just didn't know what was going on in his heart, and he was panicked. He was afraid that they would not get along. Qiang Shiyu saw Song Zihan frowning and poked him with his elbow. What are you doing? You look so sad, as if someone bullied you. You bullied me. Song Zihan blurted out. Okay. Qian Shiyu thought he was angry about what happened just now. At most, I will let her go when I meet her next time. Song Zihan's mood improved instantly after hearing this. I tell you, my mother is really good, with a sharp tongue but a kind heart. He was trying hard to change the impression of his mother in Qian Shiyu's heart, but he didn't know that. The topics of the circles at the banquet had obviously changed. Who is that girl? The eldest daughter of the Qiang family. She is so beautiful. She is beautiful, but her temper, tut. The woman who was talking had a sour face and began to tell them what happened on the day Qian Shiyu came back. Very hot. It's a pity that she's already taken. So what if she's taken? Just go make friends. The man who was talking didn't know what he was thinking. His face was full of evil. Zihan actually has a girlfriend. Ouyang Yi was shocked. And is this little hot pepper? Li Han added, shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. What a pity. Why didn't I take the initiative? Come on. Ouyang Yi poked him with his elbow disdainfully, but how did they know each other, and how did they develop so quickly? I was wondering too. Li Han spread his hands. We haven't seen each other for just a few days, and this guy already has a girlfriend. It's really annoying. By the way, why didn't Dongfeng come today? Is he busy with something? Ouyang Yi touched his nose and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, but there was a problem in his family a few days ago, and now he finally made an appointment with Hao Yan. But he didn't come. I don't know if it's solved. The two of them never thought that anything would happen to him, and of course they didn't think that he was in dire straits, and when they saw him again, they found that he had completely changed. Ouyang Yi thought about it, turned to the indifferent Leng Haoyan and said, Haoyan, let's go say hello. Li Han crossed his arms and wanted to say how could Haoyan go, but Leng Haoyan drank the wine in the glass and stood up. Hey, where are you going? Li Han asked in astonishment. Nonsense, of course I'm going to say hello to Zihan. Ouyang Yi rolled his eyes at him and hurried to catch up. The three of them were so cool, but the three female companions next to them looked at each other in surprise. Mr. Lang. Wu Zi hurried to catch up. She was just a little star, and because Leng Haoyan didn't have a female companion today, he happened to meet her, so he brought her here. She didn't dare to hold his arm, but just followed carefully. The two women next to them looked at each other and hurried to catch up. Qian Shiyu was eating fruit. She first saw Leng Haoyan, who was striding towards her. She paused and blinked in confusion. When did he come back? But thinking of his evil deeds that day, she turned her head away from him and poked Song Zihan. Song Zihan was about to ask her what was wrong when Qian Shiyu pointed her hand backwards. Following her finger, he saw the people who were striding towards him. Haoyan, Han, Yi. Song Zihan waved at them. Li Han also waved at him immediately. He suddenly walked around to the front of Qian Shiyu, who was lying on her back. Seeing that she was startled, he grinned immediately. Beauty, see you again. Qian Shiyu almost threw the cup in her hand at him. She was startled and stepped back by herself. Before she took 2 steps back, she stepped on someone's foot and was immediately embraced from behind. Song Zihan's eyes fixed, and before he could regain his senses, he had already grabbed Qian Shiyu's arm. Seeing Leng Haoyan looking over, he paused but still pulled Qian Shiyu out of her arms and gently hugged her waist. Shishi, how are you? Nothing. Qian Shiyu also leaned against him gently and shook her head. 这个. Why did she feel that nothing good would happen if she met him? Li Han circled around them twice and kept clicking his tongue. What a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. How come all the good things always fall on you? The last sentence was obviously said to Song Zihan. Qian Shiyu rolled her eyes and was about to say that they were just friends, but Song Zihan's hand on her waist tightened. Let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Qian Shiyu. Qian Shiyu opened her eyes wide, and when she looked up, she saw a teasing and revengeful look in Song Zihan's eyes. She frowned and deeply felt what it meant to bring trouble upon oneself. Forget it, it's even. Qian Shiyu, who just turned her head, didn't see that Song Zihan's eyes were serious. He looked at Leng Haoyan, like testing, warning, and provoking. Leng Haoyan's deep black eyes shot at Qian Shiyu, who had been looking at him. She was very beautiful today, so beautiful that it seemed unreal. 然后, he moved his fingers and wanted to hold her over to see if she was real. But the arms holding her were too annoying, so he put his hands down. Qian Shiyu clearly felt the hot gaze lingering on her. She moved her body and tried to break free from Song Zihan's restraints, but he held her tighter. Brother, congratulations. Li Han patted his shoulder fiercely, his face full of envy and jealousy. Qian Shiyu turned her head to look. Song Zihan's face was full of smiles, very proud, so angry that she stepped on his feet and twisted them. His. Song Zihan took a deep breath. Shishi, be merciful. It's what you deserve, no. Qian Shiyu just couldn't stand him showing off, so she increased the strength of her feet and clenched her teeth tightly. However, not far away. Let me go, let me go. Liu Huiying patted Song Qiao's hand, which was tightly grasped, and said angrily, My dear wife, let's not care about Xiaohan's affairs. Song Qiao hugged her, like coaxing a child. How can we not care? Didn't you see that woman bullying our son? Is that bullying? Let go quickly, didn't you see that our son's face changed? My dear, beating is love and scolding is love, we should not care about the affairs of young people. Didn't you see that our son is enjoying it? Oh, Song Qiao's head hurts. The future daughter-in-law and his wife don't get along so well when they meet for the first time. If the matter really goes well, it will be a lively scene. 然后? What young people? Did I agree? I tell you, I firmly disagree, and you are not allowed to agree. Liu Huiying said angrily. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's talk about it later. Wife, pay attention to your image. Song Qiao looked at her pinching waist and stomping her feet, and hurriedly blocked her, for fear that others would see it. His wife is the most face-conscious. Song Qiao coaxed her and finally calmed her down. He took her far away so that they would not appear in his wife's sight. However, Liu Huiying, who had calmed down, started to discuss how to judge her son after returning home. They must be separated no matter what. Seeing Song Zihan being humble in front of Qian Shiyu, Li Han felt balanced again. As expected, roses have thorns. This must be Miss Qiang, nice to meet you. Wu Zi stretched out her hand and smiled just right, not flattering, nor alienated, looking generous. Qiang Shi seemed to have seen her somewhere, but couldn't remember it for a while. Thinking about it, she also released a friendly smile on her face, stretched out her hand and shook it gently. Hello. The two women behind were pushing and shoving, and when they saw Qian Shiyu looking over, they stepped forward slightly and stretched out their hands. Miss Qiang. Hello. However, unlike Wu Zi, they bowed slightly to her. Seeing Wu Zi standing in front of Leng Haoyan, Qiang Shiyu eyes slightly spread and she also extended her hand. Hello. Xiao Yu, you know Wu Zi, right? She's a big star. Li Han introduced her very enthusiastically. Wu Zi was a child star. When she first met her, she asked her to sign autographs. But later, she got to know her more and her idol was shattered, so she just treated her as a friend. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Qiang Shiyu's head was full of black lines. This person is too unreliable. She didn't want to pay attention to him. She turned her head to look at Wu Zi, but suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she felt that she had seen her before. It seemed that she had watched a TV series for a while when she was bored. Of course, she also praised this person for his good acting skills. And later, she seemed to see the scandal between her and Leng Haoyan in a magazine. Qiang Shiyu blinked, glanced at Leng Haoyan, who was not allowed to be disturbed by strangers and was distracted for a moment, and then quickly looked away. 这个 How can she be a big star? She's just a small actor. Wu Zi shook her head and smiled in denial. Qiang Shiyu suppressed her worries and smiled slightly. Wu Zi is too modest. I happen to have seen your TV series and you acted very well. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand again, tilted her head and smiled. Qian Shiyu, you can call me Shiyu. Apart from the fact that she was Leng Haoyan's female companion, Qiang Shiyu admired Wu Zi very much. She was generous and generous, much better than the other two. Wu Zi's eyes were a little surprised, and then they turned into relief. 这个 Okay, Shiyu. Okay, you don't have to introduce each other here now. Let's go sit over there. Li Han was a little annoyed by their so many formalities, so he walked over there first. Qiang Shiyu raised her eyebrows and tilted her head to look at him. Isn't this guy so annoying? She was still in a trance and found that Wu Zi was no longer a little bit shy and leaned close to her ear. In fact, Li Han is the easiest to get along with among them. But he is just too playful. Qian Shiyu nodded without comment. He is the one who is most like a child. Qiang Shiyu and Wu Zi were chatting slowly and fell behind. She turned around and was about to chat with Wu Zi when someone's arm wrapped around her neck. Qiang Shiyu wanted to scream, but he covered her mouth. Wu Zi also looked at the man behind her in shock. Very beautiful. Leng Haoyan leaned close to her ear and praised. Seeing the little woman with her eyebrows raised and obviously frightened, he let go of his hand. This is the right way, otherwise if she lives too comfortably, she will forget that she is in debt. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the lip gloss on her lips, folded it and put it in his trouser pocket and walked forward without changing his expression. Qiang Shiyu couldn't come back to her senses for a long time and just stared at his back blankly. She didn't know if anyone saw it, and she didn't know what he was thinking. He was so blatantly involved with her, and she didn't know what he wanted to do and why. It just seemed that he wanted to complicate things and involve himself until he couldn't get away at all. Qiang Shiyu frowned slightly, unable to control her pounding heartbeat and her panic about the uncontrollable and irresistible future. Wu Zi also stared at Leng Haoyan's back for a long time, then looked back at Qian Shiyu, with a complicated look in her eyes. She had seen Lan Shang many times, but this was the first time she had hugged someone so openly. Even if she was his female companion, she only walked around him and didn't dare to hold his arm. But isn't she the girlfriend of another person? Qiang Shiyu walked to her seat with a cold expression on her face. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the anger all over her body. Luo Zi, however, put away all her emotions, still with a faint smile on her face, which made Qian Shiyu have to praise her as a natural actor. 是, what's wrong? Song Zihan handed her a glass of red wine and asked. Just now, he was pulled to the front by Li Heng, and when he turned around to look at Qian Shiyu, she was already unhappy. He asked and glanced at Luo Zi, who was sitting opposite. Seeing her suspicious eyes sweeping over, Luo Zi was not angry. She raised her wine glass towards him and smiled generously. Song Zihan was also puzzled when she saw that it was not her fault. He looked down at Qian Shiyu, who was holding the red wine as if it were boiled water, pushed her, and whispered, Hey, what's the matter? Who offended you? I'll help you vent your anger. Qian Shiyu bit her lip and moved her mouth several times. Finally, she drank the red wine in the glass in annoyance. It's okay, my period is here. Not long ago, he was still suspicious of her relationship with Leng Haoyan. If he told him now, he might think more. It's better to hide it. Song Zihan was speechless. Li Han was also speechless and looked up at the sky. How could he take such a wild girlfriend out? Lang Haoyan shook the cup in his hand, and the angry look of the man opposite was reflected in the cup. It was a bit cute. Ouyang Yi's handsome face turned red again. Seeing his temporary female companion looking at him, he hurriedly coughed twice to cover up his discomfort. This girl is really too tough. Then don't drink red wine. Song Zihan snatched it away. It's not good to drink this. Go back and boil some brown sugar water. Qian Shiyu rolled her eyes to the sky. No wonder some people say that boys nowadays know better than girls. I'm going to the bathroom. She stood up, waved in front of him, and left seemingly in a chic manner, but who knew that she just wanted to go up and have a big fight with him? Or even beat him up in front of that person again. Qian Shiyu stood by the mirror, blinking at the person inside. Very unfamiliar, she rarely dressed up like this, although she had been told not to wear makeup. She still put lip gloss on her lips, but this lip gloss seemed to be smudged. She reached out and touched her lips, thinking of that person covering it, and his hot palm touching it. He seemed to like covering people's mouths very much, even she had been covered several times, but shouldn't he use his lips to block it? Realizing that she had thought wrong, Qian Shiyu blushed and shook her head, suppressing the panic in her heart. Turn on the faucet, wash off the lip gloss on her lips, wipe it with a tissue, and then walk out with her bag. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, she saw a middle-aged man walking towards her. Qian Shiyu turned her eyes. The women's bathroom was inside the men's bathroom, and there was a wall inside. What was he doing here? However, it should be none of her business. Qian Shiyu lowered her head and wanted to walk over quietly, but the man boldly blocked her way. Langzhe saw Qian Shiyu as soon as she came out, and his eyes lit up. A beauty and still so young. He originally wanted to find the woman inside, but he immediately changed his target. 就是 seeing him blocking her way, Qian Shiyu pretended to be stunned, took a step back, turned to his side, and wanted to take a detour. Who knew that he stepped forward and blocked her again? Knowing that she could no longer pretend that she was blocking his way, she looked up at him in confusion. Uncle, is there something wrong? Langzhe choked. He paid attention to health preservation and protected his figure well. He was not deformed. How could he be considered an uncle? He coughed lightly. Little sister, are you alone? Little sister. Qian Shiyu felt sick and scratched her head stupidly. Uncle, your children should be the same age as me, right? You shouldn't call me little sister. She corrected him seriously. Uncle, my male companion is still waiting for me outside. Qian Shiyu was just about to say this tried and tested lie. Whenever she indirectly said that she was not sexually normal, she would scare away a large number of people with bad intentions. But unexpectedly, a noble lady rushed out. You little bitch, you dare to seduce my husband. She was heard screaming and running over from a distance. 然后? Langzhe's face was immediately full of disgust. Just as he was about to scold her, she ran over like an 800-meter sprint. Qian Shiyu's face turned cold, because she ran over and stretched out his hand to slap her viciously. Qian Shiyu wanted to kick her, but saw Langzhe next to him stretched out his hand to stop her, so he turned around and ran behind him. Uncle, who is she? She's so scary. Stop it! Langzhe grabbed her arm and scolded. This speech actually made him lose face in front of a beautiful woman. Qiang Shiyu was thinking about whether to escape. When Yanli saw that she couldn't hit her, so she immediately stretched out her long nails and scratched Langzhe. I'm going to fight you today. It's not enough that you stole behind my back, but you actually protected this bitch in front of me. Langzhe grabbed her hand tightly. Seeing the long nails on her hand stretching out towards his face, he panicked. Evil woman, stop it. Wang Yanli saw that she couldn't scratch him, so she stretched out her claws towards Qian Shiyu behind him. Langzhe hurried to block him again. Okay, Lang, you don't care about yourself, and you still want to protect this little bitch. You can't control the thing under you. I will help you get rid of this scourge. As she said, she raised her high heels and kicked him under him. Bitch. Langzhe felt a chill on his back and slapped her in the face with his backhand. When Yanli was caught off guard and her face felt heavy, she tilted her body and fell to the ground with a bang. Her head was dazed. Normally, when Yanli would not have such a quarrel with him, but today she saw that he was absent-minded when she came in. Seeing Qian Shiyu so beautiful made her feel more threatened. She had finally climbed to this position. How could she give up easily? She seemed to have forgotten that a tiger is always a tiger, even if he was suppressed by the elephant behind him. Sure enough, Langzhe was still scared. Looking at Wang Yanli on the ground, his eyes turned cold, and he kicked her stomach and chest several times. When Yanli rolled on the ground screaming, Qiang Shiyu looked at the domestic violence in front of her, glanced around, and wondered why no one else showed up now. She didn't notice that a woman in the bathroom poked her head out, and when she saw Wang Yanli, she immediately retracted her head, locked the bathroom door, and refused to come out again. There were also a few people who came with them. When they heard the noise, they left in a hurry out of fear. So, except for the woman who shrank into her shell in the bathroom, there were only a few of them. Qiang Shiyu thought about it, moved her feet outside, and saw Langzhe still with his back to her, so he ran away. Langzhe heard the footsteps, turned his head, and immediately took a step to chase after him. Wait, I'm not a bad person. Qian Shiyu was also wearing high heels, and she couldn't run fast at all. When she ran to the corner, she was anxious, and her shoes tilted and she fell forward. So, as soon as Leng Haoyan walked to the corner, he saw the woman rushing out and falling towards him. He wanted to step back and let her hurt, but he didn't expect that as soon as he moved his feet, he saw the man following behind him. He stretched out his hands and wanted to hug the little woman who was about to fall to the ground. Leng Haoyan's eyes turned cold, and he hugged her with both hands directly and spun around to avoid the man's touch. Qiang Shiyu lay in Leng Haoyan's arms and had an intimate contact with him again. She looked up at his resolute jaw and was stunned. Just because he was looking behind her, Qiang Shiyu's eyes turned and she hugged his waist tightly. Yan, that man is so scary. She whimpered in his arms, her shoulders shaking, as if she was crying. Yan, Leng Haoyan listened to her deliberately coquettish voice. Although he felt it was fake, he couldn't stop the little electric current in his heart from flowing through his body. Although there were unusual ripples in his heart, his face was very indifferent. That Qian Shiyu paused when she heard Leng Haoyan's faint call. She wondered if she was hallucinating. 这个, how could he have such parents? Biting her lip, she was thinking about what to do, but Leng Haoyan had pushed her away, put his arm around her waist, and let her face Langzhe. Langzhe was also stunned, looking at the woman in the arms of the son whom he hated so much. Yan, is this uncle your father? Qian Shiyu glanced at Langzhe weakly, then hurriedly retracted her gaze and whispered, he's so scary. Wang Yanli heard her son's voice, got up and chased after him. Seeing Qian Shiyu leaning on her son's arms, she immediately pounced on him again. You bitch, you actually came to seduce my son again. Langzhe grabbed her and threw her back directly, looking at Qian Shiyu and said, is this your woman? Leng Haoyan was very cold, or it should be said that he was colder than ever when he saw Langzhe. He lowered his head and glanced at the woman in his arms, with a curled corner of his mouth. What do you think? He lifted her chin and gently told her in her ear, be good, call me dad. Qian Shiyu's eyes turned red for some reason, and she couldn't call the old man with a sullen face. She was so shy that Leng Haoyan chuckled in her ear, Dad, my woman is too shy, don't mind. He then kissed her on the face. Kyung Shiyu's heart sank a little bit. He was very different now. He seemed to be deliberately pretending to be above board. His father seemed to be only maintaining superficial harmony with him, as if he was letting the two of them continue to act because of an outsider like him. But Leng Haoyan wanted to pretend, and now she didn't know why she wanted to cooperate with him. She lowered her head, looking even more embarrassed, and her little hands tugged at Leng Haoyan's clothes, wrinkling them. I don't agree. Wang Yanli was resurrected with full blood and jumped up. You quickly get rid of this vixen for me, otherwise, I don't want your son. Yan, can you not want your mother? I'm afraid of her. Qian Shiyu said as she snuggled tighter in his arms, burying her face in his arms, looking scared. Okay. Leng Haoyan was now a 100% good man, looking at Qian Shiyu with deep affection and obeying everything. Kyung Shiyu raised her eyes to look at him, then quickly lowered her head, hugged him with both hands, and pinched him hard in a place where he couldn't see. He actually wanted to shift his target to her. This man, Kyung Shiyu felt a sudden hatred in her heart, and she started to fight. Leng Haoyan, however, did not show any abnormality. Seeing Wang Yanli covering her head and looking like she was about to faint, his eyes moved, and he hugged Qian Shiyu and wanted to leave. Stop. Lang Zhe, who had been silent, spoke up. Now he has some fatherly authority. I have something to tell you. Leng Haoyan did not seem surprised at all, and laughed more wantonly, patting her with evil charm. You go back first. Qian Shiyu's face froze, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. However, looking at this family of three, she did not say anything after all, and left in disgrace. When she reached the entrance of the banquet, she thought about it and decided to wait for him here. Leng Haoyan came over after a while. Although his face was still very cold, he was usually like this, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. However, he lit a cigarette in his hand. Kyung Shiyu looked at him as if nothing had happened. Her eyes flashed, and just when she was thinking about whether she should go in, he came over and half-haggled her. You! Qian Shiyu glared at him hatefully and pushed him with her hands. Let go. Since when did this man get used to touching her? Leng Haoyan hugged her tightly with the hand holding the cigarette and held her in his arms. Don't you want to know what we said? No. Qian Shiyu struggled to move back a little, but he gently hugged her and bumped into his chest again. Leng Haoyan looked at her under him and sneered, as if laughing at her weak resistance, and pulled her dress up. He asked me to give you to him. Seeing Qian Shiyu's eyes wide in disbelief, he raised his lips. Tell me, are you a disaster? Get out. Qian Shiyu would certainly not be polite to him again. In fact, after hearing what he said, she became more and more disgusted with him, and this disgust was mixed with fear, perhaps thinking of the saying that like father, like son. Leng Haoyan beat the cigarette to the corner of his mouth, squinted his eyes and moved closer to her. Are you afraid that I will give you to that old man? Old man? Is he talking about his father? Kyung Shiyu opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him, but when he looked at her, she blinked slightly. She looked up and looked at him. You seem to have forgotten that we have nothing to do with each other. After saying that, she tapped his chin lightly, opened his hand, and walked in gracefully. Leng Haoyan squinted his eyes, looked at her figure, moved his bent fingers, and thought of what the man said. She is not your woman at all, took a deep puff of cigarette, and walked in. Mr. Lang. Wu Zi nodded to Qian Shiyu and greeted Leng Haoyan. Song Zihan saw that Qian Shiyu had just returned, and Leng Haoyan followed him back. His eyes deepened. The dance is about to start. Let's go. Song Zihan smiled at Qian Shiyu. You go. I don't want to dance. Qian Shiyu showed a lack of interest. Leng Haoyan had just touched her at home, and she wanted to leave quickly now. Song Zihan thought for a moment, bowed like a gentleman, and held out his hand. I sincerely invite Shishi to dance with me. Then he winked at her and whispered, if you don't dance with me, there will definitely be a lot of invitees in a while. Qian Shiyu glared at him threateningly, and seeing that there seemed to be a few men coming over here, as if they were looking at her, he quickly put his hand on her. Song Zihan gently shook her hand and smiled proudly. Seeing that Qian Shiyu was still looking at him angrily, he blinked and kissed the back of her hand. Kyung Shiyu was so scared that she immediately put her hand out, and Song Zihan took the opportunity to hug her. Shishi, you have lived abroad for so long. How come you are not used to foreign etiquette at all? You still say that? 钱世玉 immediately poked him with her elbow, wanting to say something but gritting her teeth and unable to say it. Can she say that when foreigners treat her like this, she always finds various excuses to avoid it? Lan Haoyan slowly moved his eyes to her hand and bit his teeth. She didn't seem to understand what he meant. 然后 why did he always make her angry? Can't this woman be more obedient? Seeing Qian Shiyu passing him, Lan Haoyan pulled the woman next to him and walked into the dance floor under Wu Zi's astonished eyes. I thought she couldn't even dance, but I didn't expect her to dance so well. Song Zihan said with a grin. He. Qian Shiyu replied sarcastically. I really didn't mean it just now. I just happened to glance at Haoyan. Song Zihan wanted to scratch his head, he just wanted to see what Haoyan's attitude towards her was. He. Qian Shiyu said again, grabbing his index finger and spinning in a circle. When he hugged her just now, his peripheral vision was always staring at Lan Haoyan behind him. He was too distracted, so she noticed it. Otherwise, she really didn't know that he didn't believe her. Although the two people's dancing postures looked good, they were separated by a long distance, not intimate at all, and looked particularly weird. Shi, do you know? Haoyan is very good to one person, a woman. Song Zihan saw that she seemed angry, and hurriedly explained. When Haoyan was a child, he was always cold and sullen to everyone, except for Qian Shiman, when his expression would be much softer. This is why they all agreed that they were a pair. 这个 even if it was not love, it would be childhood sweethearts. Although he has grown up now and all his emotions have become introverted, there is no woman except Qian Shiman who can act coquettishly in front of him. But his emotions have changed. But now, he found that he was also very different to Qian Shiyu. This difference was reflected in the fact that he seemed to have thoughts and feelings about her. Even if he was still very indifferent at ordinary times, his attention seemed to be on her often, as if there was something there and not there. 这个 is it because of Man? Song Zihan had too many uncertainties and fears in his heart, but his purpose was very clear. He must not let Lan Haoyan have more contact with Qian Shiyu. Haha. Qian Shiyu laughed strangely again. Qian Shiman, she had known about it for a long time. She knew it the first time the man warned her. As for Lin Yao's excuse of treating Qian Shiman as her sister, she didn't believe it at all. For other people, maybe, but for this man, his heart was strong enough to ignore everything. How could he be so good to a substitute? That only meant that he had some ideas about the girl. If he had ideas, then why was he pestering her? Qian Shiyu felt uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth. That hateful bastard and his father were also bastards. Maybe she was thinking too much. He was simply the bad nature of a man. Shi, I think you misunderstood something. In fact, Haoyan is a very good person. At least he is very reliable. It's just that sometimes he hides his emotions too deeply and he is not used to expressing anything. Also, he is very stubborn. I don't mean to guard against him, but I'm just afraid that he will hurt you. Song Zihan blinked. Lan Haoyan was very cruel to outsiders, but he would not use dirty tricks. However, he was afraid that his Shi would fall into it. He also had some inexplicable feelings in his heart. He did not want Qian Shiyu to contact him, not even a little bit. He suddenly felt that he had thought a lot of bad things about his brother, so he said some good things about Lan Haoyan to Qian Shiyu. Qian Shiyu glanced at him and said how good he was. He was suspicious just now, but now he was saying good things about him. He rolled his eyes secretly and forget it. He did not want to think about these things. The music reached a climax, and it was time to exchange female companions. Song Zihan looked around and pushed Qian Shiyu to Ouyang Yi. In his opinion, only the most innocent Ouyang Yi was more reliable. Qian Shiyu was relieved to see that it was this innocent boy. She had just seen him blushing, and dancing with him was okay. Thinking of this, Qian Shiyu spun towards him. But at this moment, her waist felt tight, and someone intercepted her halfway. Lan Haoyan then pushed Wu Zi to Ouyang Yi without any defense, and hugged Qian Shiyu tightly. Wu Zi fell on Ouyang Yi and stepped on him, but Ouyang Yi blushed first. Yes, I'm sorry. He pushed her away and looked at her helplessly. 那个罗兹 raised her eyebrows in surprise, but smiled at him the next second. I should say sorry. No, it's me. 欧阳一 stuttered. Those who are familiar with 欧阳一 know that he is too innocent and will blush in front of women. Because of this, he always brings bodyguards when he goes out. His parents are afraid that he will be eaten by some tough woman if he is not careful. This is also the reason why he has a low sense of presence in front of Luo Zi and Qian Shiyu. He dare not go up to talk to them. Luo Zi thought it was funny and laughed softly. When she saw his face turned redder, she stretched out her hand and said, "Can you ask me to dance with you?" Ouyang Yi made a fuss again and covered his mouth after he said it. Of course. He hesitated for a moment before stretching out his hand. What are you doing? Qian Shiyu said angrily in Leng Haoyan's arms. What? Can't you dance? Leng Haoyan put his hand on her waist, hugged her tightly, and moved slowly. Asshole. Qian Shiyu immediately stepped on his foot, heavily, and as if she was not satisfied, she stepped on the other foot. Leng Haoyan raised his eyebrows, peeled his foot suddenly, and loosened his hand. Qian Shiyu lost her balance and fell backwards with a cry of awe. 那个冷浩言 saw that someone wanted to pick her up, and even Song Zihan left her female companion, ran over, and pulled her hand back. 这个 Qian Shiyu pounced on 冷浩言's lips. Lang Haoyan narrowed his eyes and raised his head slightly. Qian Shiyu bit his chin. Lang Haoyan chuckled, and then he put his arm around her waist again and started dancing with her tightly as if it was just a game between him and her. Is it fun? Qian Shiyu sneered, frightening her to death. He was happy to watch the show on the side. This is him. Hateful man. Not bad. Leng Haoyan said lightly. Seeing her face flushed with anger, he felt even better. You. Qian Shiyu bit her lip, and her heart ached with anger. So shameless. Despicable, shameless, selfish, arrogant. Damn, how did she get involved with this man? Song Zihan frowned and looked at them. He wanted to pull Qian Shiyu over, but seeing that they were all dancing, he forced himself to suppress his eager heart and went back. Other people around him just thought they were dancing too high. After all, some young people like to make fun of them. Only Qian Shiyu knew how much she wanted to stop, but this man just wouldn't let go, and she didn't want to shout for help in this situation. Lang Haoyan clung to her tightly. Every time she took a step back, he took a big step forward, as if he would not stop until he drove her crazy. When the music finally ended, he let her go, pinched her chin, looked at her still blushing face, and asked softly, "Are you enjoying dancing?" Qian Shiyu gritted her teeth, full of grievances and resentment. "I will never dance again," she said loudly, as if she was swearing, causing people everywhere to turn their heads and look at her. Well, good girl. Leng Haoyan still hugged her, and rarely reached out to pat her little head. Qian Shiyu gritted her teeth and pushed him away. Although he did not step back, he loosened his hand and escaped from his arms. She hurriedly stepped back, but unexpectedly bumped into the waiter behind her. Qian Shiyu hurriedly turned around, but he tilted his hand and the red wine poured all over her chest. Qian Shiyu screamed and stepped back, but was still splashed, and it splashed on her chest. Qian Shiyu hugged her chest and stepped back. Today was definitely her unlucky day, Qian Shiyu thought. 是 Song Zihan whispered and hurriedly took off his suit. Flirty woman. But Leng Haoyan took the lead and covered her with the suit. Seeing the clearly visible breast shape moistened by the red wine, his eyes became much hotter. Qian Shiyu hugged his clothes tightly, her cheeks puffed up. Looking at him vigilantly, but like a kitten with its fur standing on end, grinding its teeth, wanting to come up and bite him. 是 why are you so careless? Song Zihan frowned, looked at the suit in his hand, and then looked at the black suit on Qian Shiyu, and put it on. Qian Shiyu felt her body sink again, and another suit was put on her. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled Leng Haoyan's clothes off from below. Just as she was about to throw his clothes on the ground, she saw Leng Haoyan's deep eyes staring at her coldly. Her hand froze, and she turned around and handed him the clothes that were already stained with a lot of red wine, grinning, "Give it back to you." Leng Haoyan naturally didn't take it, but reached out and grabbed her clothes. "Nah, what are you doing?" 钱世玉 grabbed the clothes tightly and asked. Lang Haoyan wanted to pull her clothes off, but when he saw Song Zihan also grab his clothes and press them on her, he narrowed his eyes. Wash them clean, otherwise. As he said that, he pulled Song Zihan's clothes on her body in a threatening manner. Haoyan. Song Zihan grabbed Leng Haoyan's hand. Let Shishi change clothes first. Leng Haoyan looked at Song Zihan calmly, slowly loosened his hand, and Qian Shiyu hid behind Song Zihan directly. Shiyu doesn't have a spare dress, right? If you don't mind, I have another dress. Wu Zi also came up. It turned out that they had gathered here at some point, but when they saw the two strange people, they didn't say anything. No, I have clothes in the car, and I want to go back too. Qian Shiyu reluctantly pulled her lips and said if she stayed any longer, she didn't know if she could still restrain her impulse to get angry. The party has just started, and it's not good for Shiyu to just leave like this. Wu Zi glanced at Song Zihan, still smiling lightly, but 然后 saying something that Qian Shiyu couldn't refuse. She came with Mu Tou. It's not good to leave first. This is really a rational woman who knows how to achieve her desired goal appropriately. If she hadn't glanced at Leng Haoyan's face, she wouldn't have opened her mouth to persuade him. Just like Leng Haoyan, no matter it was a threat or a lure, as long as he could achieve his goal, he suddenly thought that these two people were a good match. One was thoughtful and the other was bold and reckless. They were a good match, really a good match. Qiang Shiyu nodded gently at her, but when he saw the two suits in his hand, he looked at Song Zihan in embarrassment. Song Zihan pulled Leng Haoyan's clothes that Qian Shiyu was still holding and threw them to him, ignoring his already tightly frowned brows. Qiang Shiyu seemed to be liberated, took a step, seemingly slowly, but actually quickly pulled Wu Zi away. Haoyan, you wouldn't be like this before. Song Zihan looked at the clothes in his hand and stared at him. Yes, you wouldn't want to steal Zihan's corner, right? Ouyang Yi also hurriedly agreed. He wanted to come over just now, but was stopped by Li Han. A friend's wife should not be bullied. Even if he had any thoughts about this woman, he should be careful about what he said. Li Han also stared at him without blinking, wanting him to give an explanation. She pissed me off. This was the only sentence Leng Haoyan said to them. After that, he handed the clothes to the waiter and never spoke again. Lang Haoyan naturally wouldn't believe what Song Zihan said. She was his girlfriend, and he didn't have to be so taboo. Qiang Shiyu followed Wu Zi upstairs and changed into her black evening gown. However, the dress did not look solemn, but more sexy and charming. Qiang Shiyu pulled the hem off her skirt. This one was even shorter than the previous one, which made her a little uncomfortable. It's okay. Wu Zi weighed the small suspenders above. It fits well. Shiyu looks good in anything. Qian Shiyu smiled and accepted her compliment. She turned on the faucet in the bathroom, rubbed her hands, and patted her face a few times. Wu Zi's eyebrows trembled, and she moved closer to her with a smile. I thought Shiyu was wearing makeup, but I didn't expect she wasn't. Shiyu's skin is so good. Qian Shiyu took the towel and wiped it. Just as she was about to smile at her again, she heard her say, "No wonder Mr. Lang likes you so much." Qian Shiyu's face turned cold. Wu Zi, I have a boyfriend. Wu Zi was stunned, then chuckled. Will Shiyu believe it? She laughed a little wantonly. I think even Mr. Lang can see that you are just friends. What do you mean? Qian Shiyu threw the towel aside and asked with raised eyebrows. Shiyu has never had a boyfriend, right? Wu Zi was more like a caring older sister at this moment. First, there is not the slightest ambiguity in your eyes. Second, there is no intimacy between you two at all. When Mr. Song kissed the back of Shiyu's hand, your face froze. I think I was not the only one who saw it. Third, Mr. Song also saw what happened between you and Mr. Lang, but he didn't stop it. As for the fourth, you like Leng Haoyan? Qian Shiyu tilted her head and turned back to interrupt her chattering. Otherwise you wouldn't mention him with a constant light in your eyes and inexplicably excited. Wu Zi was stunned for a moment, then smiled again. It's hard not to like Mr. Lang. I admit that I admire him, but he has always been unattainable in my heart. Shiyu is different. You don't drag me together with him. Qian Shiyu waved her hand to interrupt her. I think I should have my own judgment. I will understand my own thoughts. Then she turned around. We should go back. In a hurry. Wozi shook her head and sighed, but such a girl is the cutest. When she thought of something, her eyes dimmed. What she didn't say was that Qian Shiyu didn't treat Song Zihan like a boyfriend, but he. 然后 when they went back, they didn't know what was going on. They actually sat in the corner and drank. 就是 they didn't drink red wine, but chivas. What are you doing? Where did you get the white wine? Qian Shiyu looked at the few people who drank the wine as boiled water and seriously suspected that this was not a dance party. Song Zihan took Qian Shiyu's hand and asked her to sit next to him. I asked a friend for it. He also poured a small cup for Qian Shiyu. Do you want to drink some? 就是 No. Qian Shiyu pushed him away. You drink it, I'll drive in a while. But is it okay to drink white wine at someone else's dance? It's okay. Song Zihan drank a little fiercely, always a big wine glass. His face was slightly red, and his tongue sounded a little big. Then you drink it. Qian Shiyu pushed him away and sat far away. The smell of alcohol was too strong. She really couldn't stand it. Qian Shiyu glanced at Leng Haoyan. This man must not have recovered from his injury a few days ago. He was drinking now. Seeing him looking at her, she avoided him without leaving a trace. Forget it. He didn't care about his own injury. Nah. Why should he care so much? Although he was trying to save himself. Leng Haoyan looked at the little woman who changed her clothes again. At first, he thought red would be the most suitable for her, but he didn't expect that black would be more tempting. He thought he was drunk, otherwise why would he wonder what underwear she was wearing today? Come on, keep drinking. If you don't drink, lie down and you are not allowed to leave. Li Han, who was already drunk, said with a red neck. Facts have proved that men are really strong when drinking. They drank more than a dozen bottles of wine and finally collapsed on the sofa. Qian Shiyu looked at them speechlessly. Two of them had fallen to the ground, and the other two looked at each other with red eyes. Okay, don't drink. Qian Shiyu sat over and kicked Song Zihan. 然后 seeing that he was holding a bottle of wine in his hand and didn't move, he bent down and tried to snatch it from him. As soon as he snatched it, he fell down. Hey! Qian Shiyu hugged him to prevent him from falling to the ground, then pushed him and threw him onto the sofa, clapped her hands, and looked at him hatefully. You can't drink but still drink. Following Song Zihan, Leng Haoyan also put down his wine glass, leaned back, and slowly closed his eyes. In the end, he still won. How do we get them back? Qian Shiyu looked at Wozi and then at the other two women. We can support them and help them get into the car. The girl sitting next to Ouyang Yi said shyly. Her face was also a little red. I don't know if it was because of drinking or something else. Our young master won't bother the girl. The three people appeared out of nowhere, and they scared a few people. One of them made a gesture to the two people, and the two people hurried over, held up Ouyang Yi, nodded at them, and hurried away, without any drag. The little girl who was still sitting there covered her mouth in shock and didn't know why her face was getting redder and redder. She stood up with her back and left without saying hello. What's going on? Qian Shiyu said in a daze. Wozi shrugged. I don't know. Then what should we do? Qian Shiyu leaned on the sofa and looked at the three dead pigs. Except for Leng Haoyan, who was sitting and leaning on the sofa, his face didn't look very red. The other two were all drunk. These people were good at drinking, and they didn't get drunk. Qian Shiyu couldn't help but think jokingly and like her. Thinking of the video recorded by her classmates, she didn't dare to drink now. Qian Shiyu knocked on the table and suggested, why don't we go by ourselves and don't worry about them? I dare not. Wozi supported her chin and shook her head. Even the girl next to Li Han shook her head fiercely when Qian Shiyu looked over. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that they will be eaten by others? Qian Shiyu pouted and yawned by the way. She was bored watching them drinking. She had been sleepy for a long time. Wozi raised her eyebrows, with a little smile in her eyes. She seemed to agree with her statement, but still shook her head. Qian Shiyu slapped her forehead and was thinking about whether to leave them and go first, when someone came over. Ladies, the guest rooms have been prepared. You can rest here for one night. 钱世玉 eyes lit up. Thank you so much. She stood up and said, please find someone to take them to the room to rest. The man twitched his mouth. Okay, please wait. After that, he retreated. Kiang Shiyu stretched lazily in an indecent manner. Then, let's go too. I don't want to attend the dance again. You want to live like this? Wu Zi looked at her with great interest. Hey, after all, he is not your boyfriend, you just throw him here. What does this have to do with whether he is my boyfriend or not? Even if he is my husband, I will still leave him here and ignore him. So, in the future, when Qian Shiyu left Leng Haoyan behind, Luo Zi realized that she was not joking at all. Qiang Shiyu said she wanted to leave, but they didn't move, so she couldn't leave first, so she stood there and waited honestly. A few security guards came from the side door. Now fortunately, they were in this small corner and didn't attract too much attention. It was just that when they arrived at Leng Haoyan's place, something went wrong. The security guard bent down and just stretched out his hand, but before he touched Leng Haoyan, he was grabbed by him. The security guard was stunned, but Leng Haoyan seemed to be conscious and shook his hand away. The force of the shake was a bit strong, hitting the small table, and the wine bottles on the table fell down with a clatter. Qiang Shiyu was stunned, looking at Leng Haoyan leaning on the sofa motionless, not sure whether he was awake or asleep. Luo Zi was also startled and whispered, Mr. Lan. Leng Haoyan changed his head to a comfortable position and fell asleep again. The noise was so loud that the owner of the house soon came to check. What's going on? A middle-aged man came. Why did you make such a big noise? Butler, this guest, he said, pointing at Leng Haoyan. I wonder if he is drunk. Or is he deliberately looking for trouble? As he was talking, Leng Haoyan actually opened his sleepy eyes and blinked childishly. Qiang Shiyu was stunned again. He was like the drunken one. He looked a little confused and cute. No matter what they thought, Qiang Shiyu was touched by his cuteness. Mr. Lang. Luo Zi stood in front of him and looked at him with her head tilted. Can I help you go upstairs to rest? She said, looking at him with wide eyes. According to her understanding of him, if she didn't get his consent, she would die miserably, but now he was drunk. Luo Zi saw that Leng Haoyan was just in a daze, so she stretched out her hand to him. With a slap, Luo Zi was slapped hard by Leng Haoyan, but only on the hand. Qiang Shiyu pulled her back from behind. How are you? Seeing her red hand, he frowned. He must have done it on purpose. Luo Zi curled her lips in self-mockery. No, he wouldn't do such a boring thing. In fact, she didn't say that she saw someone touching him when he was drunk and he broke his hand. Now this is really good. Qiang Shiyu pouted. Hasn't he done enough boring things? Since he won't let anyone touch him, let's go. Qian Shiyu grabbed her bag. The other two had already been sent away, so there was no point for them to stay here. Housekeeper, let him stay here. Anyway, the dance isn't over yet. If it's over, he might sober up. The housekeeper seemed to know Leng Haoyan, nodded, and waved to the others. Wait. Luo Zi called out and looked at Qian Shiyu in front of her with a turn of the eyes. Shiyu, go on try. Qian Shiyu just asked out in confusion when she was pushed from behind and fell directly on him. Qiang Shiyu cried out and fell on him. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting to be thrown out, but there was no movement for a long time. She half opened her eyes, but found that Leng Haoyan was looking at her coldly. Qiang Shiyu pulled her mouth and said awkwardly, Are you awake? Leng Haoyan didn't say anything, glanced at the little woman lying on his chest, and looked up at Luo Zi again. Luo Zi looked serious, lowered her head, and murmured, Mr. Lang, I'm leaving first. Hey, wait for me. Qian Shiyu supported Leng Haoyan and tried to stand up. She was scared when she saw his moody look. Luo Zi paused and turned her head, but saw Leng Haoyan's hand on Qian Shiyu's waist. She lowered her head and bit her lip, not daring to look back, and left in a hurry. Lin Yao left, and Qian Shiyu came again. After all, she was now that special person. What are you doing? Qian Shiyu fell on him again and became angry instantly. Lang Haoyan waved at the people next to him, leaned on her shoulder and closed his eyes. Take me upstairs. Who wants to take you upstairs? Qian Shiyu pushed him. Let go, I want to go home. 冷浩言snorted coldly, and the hot breath mixed with the smell of alcohol rushed to his face. Do you think you can get out of that door safely? 钱世玉 was stunned. What do you mean? He hugged her and stood up shakily. Although he could drink well, he drank too much just now, which made him dizzy. He closed his eyes and rested for a while before he could catch his breath. What do you mean? 钱世玉 was also shaken a few times, grabbing his clothes, and asked stubbornly with big eyes. 然后冷浩言 grabbed her hand, holding her and stumbling forward. Hey, you haven't said it yet. 钱世玉 was a little anxious. She still believed what he said, but she couldn't figure it out after thinking about it. It seemed that she didn't offend anyone. Thinking of the potential danger, Qiang Shiyu's scalp tingled. Lan Haoyan still didn't say anything. Qiang Shiyu bit her lip, put his arm around her neck, and supported him to walk to the stairs. After he said that, she really didn't dare to go. But when she went upstairs and met that person again, she was a little dazed. Lang Zhe just came out of the room with a woman in his arms and saw them. His original smile turned cold. He looked at them for a few times and sneered. Is this your answer? The answer? What answer? Qiang Shiyu couldn't help shrinking in Leng Haoyan's arms, grabbing his clothes, feeling a little scared. Would he abandon her? Lan Haoyan might be a little uncomfortable, frowning tightly, just gave him a cold look, and then hugged Qian Shiyu and continued to walk forward. Stop. Lang Zhe was stunned when he saw that he ignored him. Then he shouted angrily, pushed the woman in his arms away, pointed at him and cursed, "Little bastard. You should know your identity. You are just an illegitimate child, a bastard, do you really think that I can't touch you because I have the old man backing you?" Up Lan Haoyan's hand around Qian Shiyu tightened. I don't think abandoning a child is a glorious thing. Qian Shiyu didn't know whether Leng Haoyan was drunk or not, but he was not as calm as he seemed. It was obviously a very calm sentence, but his hand holding her arm was shaking. She turned her head to look at him. Looking at him closely, his cheek muscles trembled and the wings of the tip of his nose expanded outward. Qiang Shiyu couldn't help but hold his hand, but as soon as she held it, her heart trembled, and she didn't wait for her to think clearly about the strangeness in her heart. Lang Zhe swung his fist at her. You bastard, you are looking for death. The fist was aimed at Leng Haoyan's face. Qiang Shiyu wanted to dodge, but somehow her feet moved forward. When she realized that she had done something stupid, the fist was already in front of her. Lan Haoyan narrowed his eyes, clenched his hand gently, and held Lang Zhe's fist. Stupid woman, he said in her ear. Looking at Lang Zhe, who gritted his teeth and kicked out his right foot, he swung his hand, and the big man fell straight to the ground. With a bang, if it was on the ground, it would definitely stir up a lot of dust. Ah, the woman next to her screamed. Shh, shut up. Qian Shiyu pointed at her and scolded her. The woman didn't know what was going on, but she really shut her mouth and covered it tightly with her hands. Qiang Shiyu blinked and ignored her, pulling Leng Haoyan's hand. Let's go. You think you can live comfortably by pleasing the people in the old house? I tell you, you are just a stray dog, born to beg everywhere. I am the one who calls the shots at home. It's just a matter of a word for me to destroy you. Lang Zhe quickly got up, kicked the woman who wanted to come over to help him, and shouted viciously, Bastard, whether you admit it or not. You are just a bastard. Your wings have grown and you want to fly. Don't forget how you knelt down and begged me that year. By the way, you want that video, right? Lang Zhe smiled sinisterly, not knowing what he was thinking of. Kneel down and beg me, otherwise, you should know the consequences. It seemed that something had touched Leng Haoyan's nerves. The blue veins on his forehead throbbed, his teeth clenched, his eyes seemed to be about to burst. Looking at Lang Zhe, not like looking at his father, but like looking at the murder of his father, holding Qian Shiyu's hand tightly. Qiang Shiyu hummed, her face turned pale, and her arm seemed to be broken. Seeing Leng Haoyan's abnormality, she gritted her teeth and looked at him nervously. What? You want to hit me? Lang Zhe laughed wildly. Come on, hit me like this. Pointing at her face, it was obvious that she wanted to provoke him. 然后 Qiang Shiyu also held Leng Haoyan's hand with her other hand. For some reason, she seemed to see that Leng Haoyan seemed to have a lot of concerns in his heart, and it seemed that what he said had a great impact on him. Otherwise, he would not be so out of control. Feeling that his hand was loosened a little as if he wanted to move forward, Kyung Shi-yu hurriedly held him again. 冷浩言, let's go. Although she didn't know the video he was talking about, it seemed to be very important to him. She was afraid that he would do something he shouldn't do because of it. Kyung Shi-yu pulled him and walked forward. Lang Haoyan did not resist and let her pull him. Stop. Lang Zhe said another light sentence, kneel down for me. Lang Haoyan paused and stopped, and their clasped hands also stopped. Qian Shiyu. Seeing that he was standing still, Lang Zhe raised his head and sneered arrogantly, little bastard, don't make me say it a second time. Seeing Lang Haoyan slowly turning around, Kyung Shi-yu hugged him nervously. Lang Haoyan, don't go over there. Lang Zhe narrowed his eyes and actually forgot about this little girl. Of course, it's okay not to kneel. He touched his chin, send this woman to my bed and today's incident will be over. Qian Shiyu's eyes widened and his heart tightened. Although she had nothing to do with him, but Kyung Shi-yu was confused at the moment, not knowing what answer he wanted. He stood here without saying a word, looking up at Lang Haoyan in a daze. Lang Haoyan still didn't move, but his emotions seemed to be under control, looking at the empty space not far away in a trance. I'll count to 3, and it's up to you to decide. Lang Zhe seemed to enjoy this game, and immediately stretched out a finger. 1. Seeing Lang Haoyan's eyelashes tremble, he laughed and stretched out another finger. 2. Qian Shiyu bit her lower lip and was about to speak, but Lang Haoyan tightened his grip on her hand again, and Qian Shiyu suddenly opened her eyes wide. At the same time, Lang Zhe said the 3 loudly. Qian Shiyu felt her heart pounding. Had he made up his mind? What is Mr. Lang doing? At this time, an old man covered his mouth and coughed lightly and walked out of the room, with a teenager next to him supporting him. This was an ordinary old man, with a cane in his hand, coughing all the way, and a pair of glasses on his nose. Lang Zhe was stunned and took back his pointing hand. Lang Haoyan's hand was slightly loosened, but Qian Shiyu in his arms didn't react at all at this time and just stared at him blankly. The old man walked up to Lang Haoyan, smiling, and looked him up and down. He also looked at Qian Shiyu. This must be your son, he is so handsome. This girl is not bad either, she is very energetic. Then, he turned to Lang Zhe. Mr. Lang came to my humble home, it is really rude that I did not welcome you. Mr. Who, that's serious. Lang Zhe looked a bit decent now, and bowed slightly. It's my nephew who failed to visit Mr. Who, I'm old and useless. The old man called Mr. Who sighed, I didn't expect that the young man back then has grown up so much. By the way, you have been in city for so long, have you ever thought about going back to Kyoto? Mr. Hu's eyelids drooped, and he seemed very confused. Lang Zhe swallowed his saliva. He was not sure about the old man's attitude. If this really got to Kyoto, his good days would be over. Okay, I don't want to care about you young people's affairs anymore. I'm old and want to enjoy a few days of peace and happiness. Go, he waved his hand. Kyung Shiyu blinked and looked at them, not understanding what they were talking about. Lang Haoyan grabbed her hand and strode forward. Lang Zhe looked at the 2 groups of people and wanted to bite his teeth. Why did this old man come to City A? He ruined his good deeds. Bah! Today, you, a bastard, will get the upper hand. Looking at the woman who was timid and dared not step forward, Lang Zhe was full of anger and immediately had a punching bag. He stepped forward and slapped her a few times. Get out of here. The woman didn't dare to breathe and crawled away. Grandpa, why did you help that person? Hu Xia closed the door, his face full of confusion. Old Hu took off his glasses, smiled slightly, and his wise eyes slowly closed. Jingling is not a thing in the pond. It's always good to have one more favor now. After that, he stopped talking, leaving his grandson scratching his head. The people outside the house wiped the sweat from their heads, made a gesture, and quickly evacuated. Although this trick of besieging way to save Zhao worked, it was not a trivial matter once the gun was fired here. Kyung Shiyu couldn't keep up with Lang Haoyan's pace at all and was led by him to stagger, but she didn't say a word. She didn't know what Lang Haoyan was thinking, but he was very depressed. His whole body was tense, and his eyes were a little red. Kyung Shiyu bit her lower lip. Should she leave quickly at this time? Just as she was thinking, Lan Haoyan pushed open a door and pulled her in. Before she could react, he closed the door with a bang. He didn't turn on the light, so she naturally wouldn't turn it on, but in this dark room, she felt genuinely scared. He was breathing fast next to her, and she couldn't see his face clearly, but she suspected that he was crying. Crying? Qiang Shiyu couldn't imagine what this man looked like when he cried, but her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by something. Lan Haoyan. Qian Shiyu didn't know why she cried out. The atmosphere was too depressing, she couldn't control it. However, Qiang Shiyu said it for only a second, and Lan Haoyan seemed to be crazy and shouted out loudly. Qiang Shiyu felt that her heart was frightened, and she stepped back involuntarily, leaning against the door, looking at him with wide eyes. Lan Haoyan had already started to wreak havoc in the room. He kicked the sofa away and it slid a long way. The coffee table was smashed onto the TV and exploded with a bang. The sound of dressing was not spared either, and a hoarse roar came out of his mouth. Qiang Shiyu grabbed her clothes and wanted to escape, but her hand was on the door handle and she didn't want to turn it open. She didn't know what to do. She wanted to persuade him, but she didn't know how to persuade him. Qiang Shiyu gritted her teeth and finally walked towards him. Lan Haoyan smashed everything that could be smashed in the room, but the anger in his heart seemed to want to burn him. The room temperature was obviously 20 degrees. His forehead was covered with sweat, dripping down in big drops. He clenched his knuckles and his body turned white. The desire to kill him became stronger and stronger, but he knew he couldn't do anything. Lan Haoyan. Qian Shiyu finally walked to his side, avoiding the things he smashed. 然后 seeing that he stopped, she breathed a sigh of relief and whispered. Lan Haoyan turned around suddenly, staring at her with red eyes. Qiang Shiyu's heart was lifted again, and she looked at him blankly. She didn't know what happened between him and his father, but he made her feel distressed. Her eyes kept flickering, and she didn't dare to look at him. Lan Haoyan, you are okay, ah? As she was talking, one of his hands directly hugged her and pulled her into his arms, causing her to scream. Without waiting for her to react, Lan Haoyan lowered his head. Qiang Shiyu's lips were broken and she frowned in pain. She wanted to push him away, but he held her arms tightly. Lan Haoyan, let go. Qian Shiyu said hesitantly. She was round and was held in her arms like a copper wall and iron wall, unable to move. She knew he was in a bad mood, but she was even worse about taking it out on her. The smell of alcohol made her feel a little dizzy, and she seemed a little bloated due to lack of oxygen. Lan Haoyan didn't feel that way. There was a fire in his heart. He didn't know if he would be burned if he didn't do something. He rarely showed his emotions to outsiders. Today was an accident, a rare accident. She got involved in something she shouldn't have been involved in. No matter what, she got involved in his life and got in touch with the secrets in his heart at the closest distance. He pulled her in unconsciously, but her presence was too low at that time. She didn't take the opportunity to withdraw, but repeatedly reminded herself of her existence. Since she got involved, she shouldn't think about leaving. He wouldn't be so kind as to push her away. 然后? He only had one feeling when he touched her, and he wanted to eat her. Feeling the faint movement of the woman in his arms, Lan Haoyan hugged her tighter. He really didn't expect that her scent could make him feel at ease. Sniffing her fragrance, Lan Haoyan had a feeling that he wanted to tie her to his side for the rest of his life. Lan Hao. Qian Shiyu was about to speak when he covered her hand with his, not letting her make a sound, tightly covering her. The fragrance on her body was too fragrant. Qiang Shiyu shook her head desperately, trying to stop him, but it was useless. It was useless at all. Qiang Shiyu's clear eyes were filled with bitter pleading, but he only paused for a second and then pushed her clothes up, pushing them up desperately. It seemed that only in this way could he feel relieved. No, let go. Qian Shiyu's tears still flowed out. She was scared. This was too strange, so strange that she was trembling with fear, and tears immediately rolled down. Lan Haoyan couldn't hear it. His anger had just subsided, but the smell of alcohol was on his head. Drunk people are irrational. He couldn't see or hear her crying, and brushed her hand away. Lan Haoyan held her tightly, not letting her hide. Kyung-shi panicked and couldn't help scratching his face with her little hands. He didn't hesitate, and there were bloody marks on his face. Feeling the pain on his face, he finally stopped and looked at her with drunken eyes. 冷浩言, I'm not your woman, let go. She cried and yelled loudly. Okay. The secretary smiled slightly. Kyung-shi hung up the phone, and tears flowed again. She pouted unconsciously, how annoying. She murmured, reached out to wipe away the tears that had fallen on her lips, and called her mother's cell phone again. No one answered. Kyung-shi stared at the phone blankly and didn't call again. Suddenly, she felt abandoned by everyone. She looked around the empty big house, bit her lower lip lightly, and tears came out in waves, blurring her vision. It turned out that she was now the most important in everyone's heart. Fu Wanxin's phone was silent all day. Except for making 2 calls, she didn't look at the phone again. Naturally, she didn't know that Qian Shiman was crying at home, but whether she would answer it was another matter. She propped up her chin, holding a cocktail in her hand, shook it, drank it, raised her slender neck, closed her eyes, and made the people around her stare. She sat at the counter, already tipsy, with a few people around her. The wine she drank today was all paid for by the people in front of her. Come on, beauty, keep drinking. Today is Valentine's Day, of course, we have to drink to our heart's content. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks brought 2 more cups. Okay. Fu Wanxin glanced at him, accepted the offer, gently picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Beauty, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Several people around clapped their hands gently. The man who brought the wine squeezed out one person and sat next to her. Seeing Fu Wanxin chuckled, he did not refuse and hooked his lips wickedly. A young man sitting on the other side saw it and also stretched out his hand on the other side. This made the 2 people next to them feel itchy and unconsciously lean over. Little friend, you are not a good boy. Fu Wanxin gently patted the face of a young man with dyed red hair sitting on the right, tilted his head and looked at him with a smile. It's because my sister is too beautiful. The young man giggled and stretched out his hand again. Seeing her looking at him, he became even bolder. Fu Wanxin chuckled and put her head on the young man's shoulder, which made the people beside her feel itchy. One of them hugged her from behind. She didn't care. She tilted her head to look at the young man for a few times and teasingly curled her lips. Now sister, call me aunt. Aunt, you are so beautiful. He was very sweet and changed his words immediately. With a turn of his eyes, he pulled her over and wanted to take her to his side. 然后 unexpectedly, someone suddenly appeared, grabbed the collar of the person behind him, and threw him far away. The young man saw that the situation was not right and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The furious person grabbed one of the people on the side and threw him out with all his strength. The 2 of them fell to the ground with a stool and rolled on the ground for several rounds. He wanted to fight again, but Fu Wanxin had already staggered to her feet, turned her head, looked at him with drunken eyes, and was immediately happy, and threw herself into the arms of the person who came. The man angrily held her in his arms and tightened her arms. You. He wanted to say that you are cheap, but he couldn't say it anyway and just stared at her. He took the nearest flight and drove here at full speed, but he didn't expect to see this scene. What about that man? Why did he marry her and make her sad? The more he thought about it, the more he hated her, and he tightened his arms more and more. The drunk Fu Wanxin didn't understand what he meant at all, but he was strangling her too tightly, so she couldn't help but hit him. You hurt me. His hands relaxed a lot immediately, and Fu Wanxin laughed out loud and leaned in his arms. You are late. You made me wait for a whole day, do you know? His hands tightened again. So you want to punish me like this? Seeing that those people took the opportunity to run away, he had no place to vent his anger. No one here knows them, no one pays attention to them, and no one cares about them. He hugged her tightly. For a long time. Fu Wanxin pushed him uncomfortably. She was almost out of breath. He pushed her away a little, and the next second, he picked her up by the waist, glanced around, hugged the woman in his arms tightly, and walked out. Whoa, Bo, I'm not happy. Fu Wanxin rubbed his face and said something in a daze. He paused, but still opened the car door and stuffed her in. As soon as he sat in, she leaned over again. Luo Bo, you are still the best to me. He supported her, looked at her flushed face, and drank a little to lose her mind. He tightened his hand. Why are you unhappy? Why are you humiliating yourself? Thinking of her being surrounded by people just now, he tightened his hand and stared at her. Fu Wanxin pouted, her face full of resentment. He doesn't love me anymore, and he didn't accompany me today on Valentine's Day. He felt a pain in his heart, and just when he was about to say that he still had him, Fu Wanxin continued, Luo Bo, you are still the best. But what can I do? Even if he doesn't love me, I still love him very much. He choked in his throat and said nothing more. He hugged her with one hand and started the car with the other hand. Fu Wanxin was drunk and mad all the way, making a lot of noise, singing, jumping and dancing, which seriously disturbed him and made him lose his mind to drive. Xin'er. He grabbed her hand. Be good, I'll take you home right away. The home he was talking about was naturally not her home, but their home, but she immediately made a fuss when she heard the word home. I don't want it. I don't want to go home. He doesn't want me anymore. I won't go home. You are not allowed to go back, she said and tried to pull his hand. Nigga Luo Bo, don't you want me anymore? Do you think I'm old? If you don't want me, I'll find someone else. When he heard it, he suddenly braked the car and glared at her. You dare? Looking at the woman who looked at him pitifully, he pulled her to sit down and hugged her tightly. Xin'er, I want you. I want you forever. Don't say these words to hurt me. You want to take me home? You just don't want me anymore. Fu Wanxin sniffed. Now she really looked like a child, a wrong child, complaining dissatisfiedly in his arms. Go back to our home, your home with me. He hugged her and coaxed her gently. He took her to his private apartment. It had been empty since he bought it many years ago. He just hired someone to clean it from time to time. He thought that one day he would let her move in and build their own little home. He coaxed her to be quiet, but her little hands became naughty. Be good, don't make trouble. After finally reaching the door of her house, she became even more noisy. He grabbed her hand and pulled her out. Looking at her beautiful eyes blinking, he didn't know how much strength he used to control himself. He embraced her and carried her out of the car. Luo Bo. Fu Wanxin looked up at him all the way, and tears suddenly flowed down her face. Xin'er, don't cry, what's wrong? He saw her tears suddenly, panicked, and stopped. You don't let me move, you and him are both bad people. Fu Wanxin said slowly, but her tears flowed faster and faster. He laughed, but gradually his smile disappeared, and he pushed open the door. Luo Bo is not a bad guy, he is the bad guy, he made Xin'er sad. Yes, he is a bad guy. Fu Wanxin said hatefully, but when she raised her head again, she looked at him very seriously. But I love him, I really love him. She grabbed his hand and put it on her heart, as if she was looking at her beloved man. Luo Bo, I love him more than anything else. His hand suddenly retracted as if it was hurt. Xin'er, what about me? He wanted to ask her, but he didn't dare, so he just hugged her tightly according to his heart. Fu Wanxin chuckled and took his hand and put it on his face. I like you, I do like you. Her words opened his closed heart, and he stared at her. Xin'er, I like you too. Don't you love me? Fu Wanxin tilted her head and asked dissatisfiedly. Love? He replied hurriedly. He loves her, very much. Then come and love me well. Luo Bo, love me, I want you to love me. Fu Wanxin spoke without disguising, and he also followed his inner desire to possess her. At last, he whispered in her ear, Can I come to City A? I will stay by your side in the future and will not go anywhere. From now on, I will be with you forever. Leng Haoyan woke up in the morning with a headache. He reached out to touch the mobile phone on his bedside table, but touched Qian Shiyu beside him. His hands stagnated, and his brain suddenly woke up. Everything from last night also came back to him, and he stood up straight. Qian Shiyu frowned at first, and then woke up. Before she opened her eyes, she heard movement beside her. She opened her eyes suddenly and saw Leng Haoyan standing by the bed. He had regained his usual calm and steady self, looking at her coldly and straight. Qian Shiyu was startled, and when she remembered, she found that her rocks and feet were still numb. Leng Haoyan was very calm, as if he didn't take yesterday's incident to heart at all, or maybe he had done this kind of thing too many times. so it would not be too surprising. He glanced at the panicked little woman and walked to the bathroom. You wait. Qian Shiyu still called him, and when he saw him looking over, he was still panicking, so he shifted his gaze. Last night. Do you want to say it was an accident? Leng Haoyan took over her words, looking at her with deep eyes, and seeing her nod after a pause, his eyes became darker, and he replied lightly, then let's call it an accident. Leng Haoyan opened the door and walked in after he finished speaking. Qian Shiyu only saw the wound on his back, and was stunned. He wanted her to understand that if it wasn't her last night, it would be another woman. Her heart twitched inexplicably. Qian Shiyu bit her lip habitually, but it hurt. She reached out and touched the wound at the corner of her mouth, and inexplicably felt a pain in her heart. She hurriedly got up, regardless of the fact that her rocks and feet were still unconscious, hurriedly put on last night's dress, picked up the bag thrown at the door, and limped out. Leng Haoyan only raised his eyebrows when he heard the sound of the door closing, took off his clothes, turned on the shower and started to take a shower. He was a little drunk last night, but he was not drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Some things were more accidental than unexpected, but he was still very clear about the woman in his arms. Or maybe it could be said that for a little woman like her, everything needs an excuse. She will always be his woman. Qian Shiyu closed the door and covered her pounding heart. She seemed much calmer just now, but now it's so chaotic. Qian Shiyu shook her head violently. Don't think about it, forget it all. It was just an accident. She grabbed her bag and ran out. When Qian Shiyu came out, she didn't meet the host. She only greeted the housekeeper. It was just unknown if it was her illusion. The housekeeper looked at her, went out to take a selfie with his mobile phone, and found that there were still a few small wounds on her mouth. Qian Shiyu unconsciously clenched her mobile phone. With such obvious wounds on her mouth, should she go out and hide for 2 days? Besides, she will have an exam in a few days. Just thinking about it, the mobile phone rang. Qian Shiyu only saw that there were more than 50 missed calls on her mobile phone at this time. When she opened it, they were all Song Zihan and her father. She suddenly remembered what she had done last night. She seemed to hear the ringing of her cell phone in a daze. However, she was too tired at that time, or maybe she thought she was dreaming and fell asleep again in a daze. She didn't expect that they would call so many times. While thinking, she picked up the phone. Shi, where did you go last night? You didn't answer the phone and didn't go home. Rox and others were worried. Okay, I'm fine. Qian Shiyu didn't know how to tell him. She touched her lips and rubbed them slowly. Shi. Song Zihan was obviously anxious. Forget it, nigga, where are you now? I'll pick you up. Qian Shiyu cleared her cough twice. I'm on the way, don't worry. No one took me last night, so I rested here. But when I woke up in the morning, I was told that you had left. What? Drink less in the future. Qian Shiyu said this and hung up the phone directly. After thinking about it, she rummaged through her bag. Her ID rocks and cards were all in her bag. This was her habit. There were also a few Mausidons. She called Didi immediately. After getting in the car, Qian Shiyu called home again. Qian Shiyu, where have you been? Qian Shengze yelled as soon as he answered the phone. Qian Shiyu hurriedly put her hands away. Dad, calm down. Where are you now? Get back here as soon as possible. Qian Shengze couldn't calm down at all. It was okay that she didn't come back for one night, but even Song Zihan didn't know where she ran off to. How could this be? Dad, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. He got drunk yesterday and threw me aside. You can vent your anger on him. By the way, I have an exam in a few days. I'll go to H University to learn more today. I won't go home today. Just give it to me. Qian Shiyu said, and then she heard Qian Shengze's roar. She hung up the phone immediately, leaned on the seat, and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the driver in front of her drove the car without looking sideways, she also completely relaxed, leaned on the seat, and calmed down her mood that she couldn't calm down. However, when she was free, she began to think about their entanglement last night, his lips kissing her skin, his hot hands lingering on her body. Just thinking about it made her restless. They should not have had any intersection, but they had close contact again and again. She didn't want to deny that she had feelings for him, but this feeling was too vague. There were many inexplicable relationships and too many intimate contacts between men and women. Why did she reach out her hand last night? Was it because the atmosphere in the air was too ambiguous, or was it because the feeling of his sharp weapon touching her too terrible? She remembered that he pressed her so hard that she forgot to breathe, and she could only give her hand to his big hand covering her. Thinking about it, the palm of her right hand was burning again. She actually did such a thing. Qian Shiyu raised her head and could only rely on tilting her head and taking deep breaths to calm her surging emotions and force back the tears that were about to burst out. It's time to forget it. Forget all this, and she will still be herself. There was a crisp sound of pop. Fu Wanxin leaned to the side with one hand against the wall and covered her face with the other hand. Mom. You still know I'm your mother. Fu's mother slammed the table hard and took the glass on the table and smashed it again. Mom. Fu Wanxin hurriedly dodged and shrank back at Fu's mother's cold eyes. Her eyes reddened. Mom, I was wrong. 那个. It would have been better if Fu's mother hadn't heard it. When she heard her admitting her mistake in a low voice, she immediately sneered. Wanxin, I raised you. I know yourself better than you do. Mom. Fu Wanxin interrupted her hurriedly, her face slightly flushed. Why did she respect her mother so much? It should be said that she was afraid. She seemed to be transparent in front of her. No matter what she did or said, as long as she was in front of her, her thoughts would be guessed clearly, as if she had nothing to hide in front of her. But Fu Wanxin didn't want to listen, and Fu's mother still said, What? Are you thinking about men? She said it with a grin, full of sarcasm. Fu Wanxin's face became hot. Mom, I just... Humph. Fu's mother snorted again, looking at her face full of disgust. You useless thing, I think you have enjoyed too much happiness, and you even cheated so openly. Mom, I didn't. Fu Wanxin raised her head suddenly. He is busy with work all day. He was not like this before. Mom, he must be. Paul, another slap. Both sides were just symmetrical. This slap used all the strength of Fu's mother's body and directly knocked Fu Wanxin unconscious, but she was still confused. Idiot, you can't even handle a man. How did I teach you? I can smell the whole room as soon as you walk in. Do you really think everyone else is a fool? Fu Wanxin's eyes widened. Mom, no, I can't. Can't what? Fu's mother raised her hand to slap her again, but this time Fu Wanxin didn't stand there and get beaten honestly. She stepped back a few steps. Mom, I won't let him know. Absolutely not. Fu Wanxin bared her eyes, bursts of cold light burst out of her eyes, and whispered softly, he must not know. Fu's mother gritted her teeth, looking at her with disappointment. She had always been very disappointed with her daughter. Satisfied, but she didn't expect to live upside down. She poked her forehead with her hand and said, If you don't want him to know, where did you go before? Hurry up and wipe your butt. Mom, no one will know what happened yesterday. I went very far away, and no one would know me in that kind of place. Mother Fu really wanted to wake her up. No one would know, no one would know. Thinking about how she did it so secretly when she was young, she was discovered and it took a lot of effort to hide it. She thought she could hide this little trick from others. Mother Fu became more and more angry and slapped her in the face again. I don't know him. I don't know him. You say you don't know him, even though you've met him before. In fact, Fu Wanxin drank too much yesterday and overexercised. She still felt dizzy when she woke up in the morning. But when she woke up, she was pestered by him again. She was still weak when she came back. She wanted to come back to rest, but she didn't expect to be pulled by Fu's mother and slapped several times in a row. Now she felt dizzy and couldn't even stand steadily with the help of the wall. Mom, I know. I will handle it thoroughly. 然后? Fu Wanxin replied with forced spirit. Although what Fu's mother said didn't scare her, she was still scared. Her face was very easy to remember. Mother Fu turned her head away, not wanting to see her dying behavior. I told you a long time ago that men are unreliable, they can only be used. Not invested in true feelings. What's wrong with you now? And the man you have outside, break up with me quickly and don't contact him anymore. Fu Wanxin was stunned, and a strange feeling flashed through her heart. It was true that she loved Qian Shengze, but as she said, she liked Luo Bo. This kind of love was not only because he was loyal to her, but also because of his physique. This experience was far from what her brother Shengze could give her. She liked his body. Thinking of this, Fu Wanxin blushed slightly, but fortunately Mother Fu, who turned her head away, didn't see it. Mom. Fu Wanxin was a little embarrassed to say it, mainly because she was used to listening to Mother Fu's opinions. She really didn't want to be secretive anymore, hiding it from the only person who knew about it and was devoted to her. Some things have been suppressed in the heart for a long time, and naturally you will want to vent it out and find someone to vent it out, and this person is Mother Fu. And the other is him, so she doesn't want to break up with him. Mother Fu turned around and saw her hesitation. She wanted to point at her nose and yell at her, but she held back. I told you to break up with him during this period. After that, she left. Fu Wanxin breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Bo had returned to City C, and she wouldn't see him for a few days. Thinking of the people who had seen her last night, she narrowed her eyes. City A was in complete chaos these days. First, the Lin family declared bankruptcy, and the Lin family was chased for death. The head of the Lin family had jumped off the building and committed suicide. Then several companies declared bankruptcy, and their endings were miserable. Companies including the Liu family were also on the verge of collapse. Then there was the Leng Shi group. 就是 because of rumors that there were people above them, it had been going smoothly. However, President Leng Zhe had a leg amputated due to a car accident. He had just had surgery, but he handed over the company's affairs to his eldest son who had been idle. The stock market also had certain ups and downs. Companies of all sizes in City A were nervous to a certain extent. No one wanted their hard-earned family business to be destroyed. In an underground exchange, Liu Dongfeng crawled on the ground with difficulty. The room was full of a languid atmosphere. Even though he was in so much pain, he didn't want to stay here any longer. The door was not closed, which was not surprising to Liu Dongfeng. He had been here several times before, and some people here already knew him. Although he didn't get any sympathy, at least he was familiar with them and didn't have to be watched by them. However, as soon as Liu Dongfeng opened the door, he saw a pair of leather shoes appear in front of him. His feet, which were originally lying on the ground, stopped. He didn't want to look up, but he had to look up. Is it you? Liu Dongfeng lowered his head and sneered. It was really ironic. Since the incident, several brothers hadn't seen each other, but they met an enemy. 然后 his appearance here meant that he had known about his affairs. Liu Dongfeng felt humiliated and embarrassed. He bypassed him and crawled over from the side. It's not that he didn't think about standing up, but his was swollen and painful. He didn't want to stand up just to avoid being more embarrassed. Xiang Shiyong took a step across, blocking his way, pulled up his suit pants and squatted down. Do you want to get rid of this kind of life? Xiang Shiyong had investigated him very clearly during this period. His father was also a weirdo. At first, because he was desperate, he got drunk and heard a like-minded person come up with a naughty idea that not only his daughter could make money, but his son could also make money. This was not a big deal. With the instigation of others, he took advantage of his drunkenness to call his son over and sold him directly. Sold it. According to Liu Dapeng's idea, the daughter would suffer, but the boy would not suffer any loss. He was still dragged to spend money and drink. Unexpectedly, the one who was sold was an old woman. As for who it was, I don't know if someone deliberately covered it up. Xiang Shiyong really couldn't find out. Liu Dongfeng was sent to the hospital by the hotel staff. It took him a long time to get through the phone as a father. Although he was in a big hospital, it was in a corner and he didn't want to be seen. Unexpectedly, he hit the mark and ran into her. When Liu Dapeng sobered up the next day, he actually regretted it. He was just blinded by the money that others had sent him. Later, Liu Dapeng really tasted the sweetness. He made so much money in just one night. Who doesn't want to do cheap things? He didn't care too much about his son's condition. After several failed persuasions, he knocked him out and poured medicine into him. The money was too much the first time, so Liu Dapeng specifically looked for an old woman this time, but she was now 60 years old. After all, it was rare for such an old woman to be a. This time she was only in her 40s, and she especially liked this kind of young man. Although the price was not as high as the first time, it was also very cost-effective. 然后 The matter was done and the money was received, but his son was not good. He was tossed around and couldn't get an erection. Liu Dapeng was really anxious. He only had this one son. Although he was now too precious, he had the concept of passing on the family line after all. He immediately sent him to various hospitals for treatment, but they all said that he was not sick but just had a mental illness. Later, Liu Dapeng didn't know whether he had thought it through or not, and he didn't send Liu Dongfeng to the hospital again but just sent him home to rest. Xiang Shiyong also found out that Liu Dongfeng's mistress was pregnant with 2 children, and the results of the examination showed that they were both sons. His only son was no longer the only one, so naturally he would not spend a penny more on him. Now that there are other successors, Liu Dapeng doesn't have to worry so much. He forgot about Liu Dongfeng for a few days, and when he was in danger again, he thought about him again, but he had no way to deal with the damage to his body. However, when one plan failed, someone else came up with an idea. Naturally, this situation will be used more often in the future. But now it seems that this man seems to have accepted his fate. After such a humiliating thing, he didn't want to die. Why not? While Xiang Shiyong was thinking, Liu Dongfeng had already stopped and raised his head, his handsome face still full of blush. What do you want me to do? Xiang Shiyong's heart skipped a beat, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. When did this man become so smart that he felt threatened? He slowly stood up, 然后 looked down at him with a cold face. What do you say I want you to do? Liu Dongfeng wanted to laugh, but he couldn't laugh at all. He had learned more in the past few days than he had learned in more than 10 years. No matter how stupid he was, he would now judge the situation. As for the future, he would owe him. You came to me just to laugh at me. Liu Dongfeng was full of self-mockery and looked dejected. Xiang Shiyong's expression eased a lot, and he folded his hands on his shoulders. Okay, since you are so aware of the current situation, as long as you do what I asked you to do, I will consider letting you live a normal life. After walking a few steps, Liu Dongfeng was still lying on the ground. Xiang Shiyong slapped his head. How could I forget that you are not able to move easily? Go and help young Master Liu. He tilted his head and gestured to the 2 people behind him. Liu Dongfeng smiled and stopped him. Wait. I think there's someone you might be interested in too. 这个 It wasn't surprising for Liu Dongfeng to see Lin Yao here. After all, it wasn't just their Liu family that was harmed this time. He just heard her keep calling Yan, save me. And guessed that they would be related. He knew that Leng Haoyan was too good at pretending and hiding it from everyone, making people think that he was infatuated with Qiang Shimanmen. But it was good this way, the Qiang family. An attendant on the side looked up at Liu Dongfeng in surprise, but calmed down in an instant, and no one noticed. Seeing Xiang Shiyong turned his head and looked at him in surprise, Liu Dongfeng pointed to the room opposite with a comfortable smile on his face. It was really refreshing to have someone who shared the same suffering as him. Xiang Shiyong didn't know he was just talking nonsense, so he just raised his eyebrows slightly and ordered someone to knock on the door. Mr. Xiang, A bodyguard stepped forward and whispered, the people here are not simple. If you go forward rashly, you may offend people. What we do here is just a transaction. Why don't we? Xiang Shiyong is not a child after all, and he did not show off. He hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Liu Dongfeng also lowered his head slightly. People with brains are really annoying. Xiang Shiyong did not let anyone break in, but just asked someone to take him to the monitoring room. Originally, Xiang Shiyong's identity was not enough to check the monitor, but he brought up the elders of his family, so the manager here naturally had to give him some face. And it happened that the people in the room were not distinguished guests. Therefore, when Xiang Shiyong saw the scene on the screen, he raised his eyebrows with interest and said with a smile, "You can still play like this." His family education is very strict, and he strictly controls things that he should not touch. However, a few days ago, he got drunk because of Manman's matter and was taken to the place where they often played by a few friends. After playing for a night, only then did he realize that his daily routine was too ordinary. Later, he indulged himself for a few days. He was lucky because his old man was out on a mission and there was only a mother who only knew how to socialize at home, so he was not discovered. However, he did not dare to come back because the housekeeper suspected him and reminded him, by the way. However, this really refreshed his cognition. Lin Yao was surrounded by several people like a sandwich. This scene really made people pretend not to have seen it. Xiang Shiyong glanced at her for a few times and turned to Liu Dongfeng again. You should have learned a lot here for so long, right? Liu Dongfeng's face froze. And he couldn't help but look at him. Don't worry. I don't like this. Xiang Shiyong chuckled a few times, but his face turned cold in an instant. Is she useful? The questioning tone was obviously questioning. If Xiang Shiyong remembered correctly, this could be considered an illegitimate daughter, but the Lin family's company was not even listed. And it was completely transparent in that circle. What was worthy of him to let? This woman is a little entangled with Leng Haoyan. I think she should be of some use. Liu Dongfeng replied calmly. After so many years of getting along, he was probably the only one who understood Leng Haoyan's true face, but he also knew that the grudge between the two was not as simple as jealousy. Leng Haoyan. Xiang Shiyong narrowed his eyes and spoke word by word. He glanced at Liu Dongfeng, who was still lying on the ground, turned his head nonchalantly and continued to look at the screen. After a while, he said indifferently, I believe you this time. He naturally knew that she was involved with Leng Haoyan, but when he wanted to take action, Leng Haoyan abandoned her again. Moreover, Xiang Shiyong didn't think that a woman would have any effect on Leng Haoyan, and even Manman couldn't threaten her. However, he just said a word, and he thought of a good idea. Qiang Shiyu just stayed in a small hotel near H University and bought a few cheap skirts as clothes for changing. But for several consecutive days, she didn't sleep well and didn't go out much, because after all, it was just autumn and the clothes were still very thin. Qiang Shiyu hadn't been home for several days, and she was often harassed by Qian Shengze's phone calls. He was just nagging her, asking her not to be nervous and to relax. But after talking for half an hour, Qiang Shiyu was still thinking that her father's mobile phone was free. But he was so busy every day and still took the time to call. Qiang Shiyu was still happy. The exam was on the third day before school started, which was not a problem for Qian Shiyu, who had a high IQ. 然后? The next day, the scores came out and she got the first place. Qiang Shengze was very surprised. It was not meaningless for H University to hold this make-up exam. Every year, there were always one or two geniuses with high X but partial subjects who stood out and were absorbed by H University. It was just that how the papers were graded and how the rankings were evaluated were not known to the outside world. He didn't expect that his daughter was also a genius. 那个 Qiang Shengze couldn't help but feel a little proud. Anyway, Qiang Shiyu was also a student of H University. The test results came out the next day, and she reported to school on the third day. This allowed Qian Shiyu to avoid going home again and avoid the injury on her lip being discovered. Qiang Shiyu had been wearing lipstick these past 2 days to cover the wound, but if you look closely, you can still see it. When they arrived at school, students who lived close to the school packed small bags, while students who lived far away traveled light. Qiang Shiyu was also one of those who traveled light. After paying various fees at the school's academic affairs office and reporting, she was led to the dormitory by a senior student. Qiang Shiyu also followed her around the environment where she would live for 4 years. The dormitory was outside the school, and this area was a high-efficiency park. She lived in the third living area, which was quite far from the school. It took more than 20 minutes to walk there. When they arrived downstairs of the dormitory, the senior student said goodbye to Qian Shiyu. Qiang Shiyu looked around and was about to go in when she was bumped by someone. Yes, sorry. The classmate was also hit and staggered, but hurriedly said to her, It's okay. Qian Shiyu smiled at her and said, but when she grinned, the scar at the corner of her lips became more obvious, which made one stand. 然后? She nodded at her and walked in sideways. Qiang Shiyu scratched her head in confusion. Why did she seem to be hiding from him just now? Shaking her head, she also walked in. Auntie, I'm here to report. Qian Shiyu only had a small bag on her body, and compared to the others, she obviously didn't look like a student. And Zhang frowned when she saw her. What's your name? Qian Shiyu. Qian Shiyu answered honestly. ID card. And Zhang stretched out her hand to her through the glass window, took the ID card she handed over and looked at her carefully for a few times, then handed it back to her. And gave her a pen and a thick notebook for her to sign. 然后 Qian Shiyu stared in frustration. She thought she hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, so why was she so unwelcome? Wondering in her heart, she wrote with a little too much force, and directly cut through the paper. Qian Shiyu raised her eyebrows, handed it to her, and turned sideways to look outside. From the corner of her eye, she clearly saw that the aunt was impatient and looked like she was about to get angry. She pouted her lips, saying that she didn't mean it. And Zhang handed over a key and lowered her head, and didn't say another word. However, the feud between the two really happened. Qian Shiyu took the key from the windowsill, looked at the key and saw that it showed 623, and turned directly to the stairs. Just after going up half a floor and turning a corner, she heard Aunt Wen's angry words, "No manners at all." Qian Shiyu paused while holding the handrail, gritting her teeth. She was so angry that she couldn't vent. She was wondering, how did she offend others? With a lot of depression in her heart, she climbed 6 floors thump, and was already out of breath when she reached the 6th floor. Is there no elevator? I can only climb the stairs from now on. Holding the wall, she realized that her dormitory was actually at the other end. She was so depressed that she hung her head and walked in slowly. When she walked in, she found that the classmate was actually there. Does this mean she is her roommate? Qian Shiyu's eyes lit up, and she instantly became energetic. Hello, what a coincidence. Qian Shiyu nodded at her while smiling. 然后 Wen Wang was also stunned. Her hands, which were packing her luggage, paused. She probably didn't expect that she would live here. Hello. Wen Wang pursed her lips, nodded slightly at Qian Shiyu, and turned around to pack her things. Qian Shiyu touched her face. Was she so unwelcome? Her mood, which had just improved, fell again in an instant. She went in sullenly and took a look. There were 4 beds in a dormitory, with beds on top and tables and wardrobes and shoe cabinets on the bottom. Qian Shiyu opened them and took a look. Some of the cabinets were empty, while others had a few small things left. I guess the previous owner had just moved out. It was still early in the morning, and the other 2 roommates hadn't come yet. The floor had been cleaned, but there was a layer of dust in each of their places. Qian Shiyu didn't bother anymore and found her own bed, but it was also dirty. She looked around and saw a clean rag on the balcony. She walked over with surprise and asked, "Classmate, is this the rag you brought?" Can I use it? Who knows, there was no one there. She took the rag and walked into the room to take a look. Was he really not there? After thinking about it, she decided to use it first, otherwise she would have nowhere to put the things she bought later. 然后 She washed it and cleaned her place, which looked much better. Just as she finished wiping, when one came over from outside, without even looking at her, and continued to pack up. Qian Shiyu wiped her sweat and raised the rag in her hand. Is this your rag? I just used it. When Wang's hand paused, turned her head, and saw what Qian Shiyu was holding in her hand. She was shocked and flew over like an arrow to grab it. This is my face towel. How can you use someone else's things casually? Qian Shiyu saw that her hand was empty and then looked at her angry face and couldn't help but smile. Sorry, I saw it on the sink. As she was talking, Wen Wang glared at her fiercely, put away the towel and walked back. Qian Shiyu bit her lip. It seems that the new roommate is not easy to get along with. But it's also her fault. Hesitantly, she washed her hands and planned to go out. After all, she didn't have anything now. Fortunately, the supermarket outside had everything. When Qian Shiyu came back again, she had almost bought everything. She invited 5 or 6 seniors to help her take the things back. And Zhang's face immediately turned black. Qian Shiyu shrank her neck and ran upstairs without saying hello. Originally, boys were not allowed in the girls' dormitory, but since it was the first day, there was no restriction on this rule. However, who would be like her, with so many bags? Kian Shiyu patted her chest, luckily she ran fast. Kian Shiyu pushed open the door and found another roommate. Seeing her turn her head, Kian Shiyu was surprised and happy. She rushed over immediately. Regardless of the two of them talking, she squeezed in between them, held her face and shook it a few times. Han Xinyu, it's you. You are here too. That's great, we'll be roommates from now on. Han Xinyu was stupidly shaken by her for a few times, and only came back to her senses when she put down her hand. Hello. She blinked and said politely. Kian Shiyu immediately moved her head to within 1 centimeter of her, pouted and asked, Don't tell me, you forgot me. No. Han Xinyu waved her hands. I remember you. That's good. I'll give you more advice in the future. Qian Shiyu immediately reached out and grabbed her hand and shook it a few times, grinning at her. That's great. After being ignored by the roommate just now, it's good to have an acquaintance. When Wang was furious. This man was not only restless, but also very arrogant. With a cold snort, she turned around and walked over, sitting in her chair, obviously giving Qian Shiyu a cold look. Qian Shiyu frowned. How did she offend her again? Han Xinyu also looked at this and that, with a puzzled look on her face. Qian Shiyu puffed her lips and didn't want to pay attention to her. When she heard the footsteps behind her, she realized that she had forgotten about them. She turned around and smiled sweetly. Just put it in that corner for me. Thank you, senior. It's okay. Several people put it down and waved their hands hurriedly. One of them blushed. Then they put one by one, then we'll go first. 然后 After that, they ran out one by one. Qian Shiyu hurriedly sent them to the door, waved at them, and thanked them again. Thank you. Seeing them walk away, Qian Shiyu closed the door. After thinking for a while, Qian Shiyu took out a towel from the bag, walked to Wang and handed it to her. I accidentally used your towel just now. This one is for you. When Wang gritted her teeth, stood up directly, and glared at her fiercely. What do you mean? As she said that, her eyes began to turn red. What? Qian Shiyu raised her eyebrows, even more puzzled. I just used your towel by mistake. Now I'm compensating you. You think you are rich? What's the matter? You look down on me for using old towels. I don't know where your money comes from. Compared to mine, at least mine is clean and comfortable to use. Qian Shiyu's face turned cold, and she was really angry. Thinking that it was her fault, she tried her best to suppress her anger and turned around. Wang also sat down on the chair and slammed the closet door shut. Hey, you! Han Xinyu was right behind Qian Shiyu and wanted to say something, but the two of them were obviously in a bad mood, and both looked unhappy. She looked at each other and ignored her, and shut her mouth. Qian Shiyu walked over and started to pack her things. She bought everything and didn't need to wash it. She just took out the quilt and mattress and put them on the balcony to dry them. Wash basin, toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, bath towel, hanger, laundry detergent, shampoo, conditioner, shower gel. Except for clothes and cosmetics, everything was bought. After Qian Shiyu arranged everything, she sat on the chair and didn't want to move. She was sweating all over. Fortunately, she took a fan and wanted to turn on the air conditioner, but people were coming in and out on the balcony, so she couldn't turn it on. Xinyu, let's go shopping later. Is there anything you haven't bought? Qian Shiyu asked leisurely while fanning herself with the fan, sitting on the chair, as if what happened just now had never happened. Mine is all ready, all brought from home. Han Xinyu had also almost packed up and made a bed, but their beds were facing each other, both next to the balcony, with a road in the middle. And the person next to Qian Shiyu hadn't come yet. Come with me, okay? You have nothing to do here anyway. Okay. When? Han Xinyu blinked. I'll go take a shower. Qian Shiyu stood up immediately. Let's go while it's cool and come back after shopping. It was still 8 o'clock in the morning. Although the sun looked big today, it was autumn after all, so it wasn't that hot. Qian Shiyu hurriedly took the bath towel, took out the clothes to change, ran to the bathroom, closed the door and stuck her head out again. Do you want to take a shower together? No. Han Xinyu blushed immediately and waved her hands. What are you afraid of? We are all women. Even after saying this, Qiang Shiyu still didn't invite her again, retracted her head, and locked the bathroom door because she remembered the marks on her body. The sound of water splashing the closed bathroom blocked the conversation outside. Wang Wang stole a few glances at Han Xinyu, folded her clothes, and then slowly walked over. Didn't you see her mouth? As she said, she gestured to her mouth a few times. Han Xinyu blinked and slowly puffed up her lips. I saw it. But what happened? Han Xinyu tilted her head and looked at her in confusion. Wang Wang couldn't help but look at her a few more times and ignored her, sitting back in her seat. Han Xinyu couldn't help but think that this roommate was a little weird. Qiang Shiyu came out after taking a quick shower. Han Xinyu didn't plan to take a shower, so Qian Shiyu hurriedly pulled her out the door. Wang Wang raised her head after they left, and her face became more and more gloomy as she looked at their backs. She turned around and saw the new towel that Qian Shiyu had casually thrown on the table, and she pursed her lips fiercely. Qiang Shiyu and the others checked the map and found the nearest shopping mall, which was only 10 minutes away by bus. This time, they were bold and decisive and chose a lot of student uniforms. They were not expensive, but they looked very useful. Can you wear so many clothes? Han Xinyu couldn't help asking as she looked at the bags. I'm just like that, I'm a shopaholic, you just get used to it. Qian Shiyu stretched out her hand and pretended to stretch. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal and we'll take the free bus back to school later. Without waiting for Han Xinyu to refuse, Qiang Shiyu took her to deposit all the things she bought, had lunch, and went back at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After returning, they found that there were many more people in their dormitory. 然后 Wang Wang stood awkwardly in the corner, obviously squeezed over. What's going on? Han Xinyu was stunned and didn't dare to go in. Qiang Shiyu pushed her and went in first. These two are also Miss roommates, right? Please take care of our miss in the future. A man in a suit and leather shoes came over and handed over a business card immediately. Qiang Shiyu gestured to the two hands below that had to be free. The man smiled slightly, put it in her bag, and made way. 然后 pushing Han Xinyu, the two walked in one after the other. When Qian Shiyu went in, she found that there was no place to step, let alone put things. Miss, we will pack up soon, or forget it, put it on the balcony. Qian Shiyu saw that they didn't put anything on their seats and her own things were not moved there, so she had a better impression of them. Thank you very much. The man was also a smooth master, speaking politely and not so annoying. After a while, a girl walked in. Iceberg beauty Qian Shiyu thought of this word when she saw her for the first time. She had a melon seed face, willow with eyebrows, double eyelids, and elegant temperament, but she looked too cold. Miss. A group of people bent down and bowed. Su Xiangwan didn't say anything, just glanced at them lightly and walked in. Miss. Everything is packed. The man in the suit came forward to report again. Then you can go. Su Xiangwan put her bag on the table and pulled out a chair and sat down. The man in the suit wanted to say something, but he just opened his mouth and finally replied yes with his hand, and a group of people walked out. 然后 The room was silent. Wang Wang looked at Su Xiangwan a few times, lowered her head, and walked back to her seat. Qiang Shiyu didn't mind. She took the clothes in and didn't rush to wash them. She sat in her seat and played with her phone. 然后 But she found one thing. The towel on the table was gone. She remembered it clearly on the table. She turned her head to look at Wang Wang's back, then turned back and drew a big red cross for her in her heart. But Qian Shiyu didn't know that a cleaner was looking at the brand new towels in the trash can being cut into pieces. He frowned and shook his head, and wondered in his heart, was it cut like this to discourage her? Qian Shiyu took out a box of Dove chocolate from the bag, took out a piece, put it in her mouth, and passed it to the bag. Xinyu, eat something. Han Xinyu turned around in surprise, and then waved her hand. I don't want to eat. Eat it, don't say you are losing weight. Qian Shiyu took out a few and stuffed them into her hand. Without waiting for Han Xinyu to refuse, she turned around and stretched out her hand to Su Xiangwan on the other side, and asked very familiarly, do you want to eat? Su Xiangwan, who was sitting quietly in a daze, slowly turned her head, looked at her, and blinked twice. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Kyung Shi-yu was about to take her hand back indifferently, but Su Xiangwan reached out and took one. Kyung Shi-yu raised her eyebrows. Okay, she just wanted to try it. She didn't expect that this person was now too difficult to get along with. She took her hand back and played with her mobile phone again. When Qian Shiyu asked later, she realized that Su Xiangwan actually stretched out her hand because she was curious about the scars on her mouth. She was embarrassed and immediately chased her all the way. Su Xiangwan glanced at her, then at Wen Wang, holding up her pretty chin, thought for a moment, and introduced Qian Shiyu, Su Xiangwan. Qian Shiyu paused and replied, Qian Shiyu. Su Xiangwan put down the chocolate, stood up, and walked in front of Qian Shiyu. Kyung Shi-yu turned around, looked at her in confusion, and was about to ask her what was the matter. Who knew that she immediately stretched out her index finger and touched her lips. You were bitten by a man. Qian Shi-yu was stunned. This was not a little woman on Mars at all. Wen Wang, who was facing away, sneered silently. 然后 seeing that others were rich, she thought that a piece of chocolate could please them. 这个 Did she really think that others were stupid? Seeing that Qian Shiyu didn't speak, Su Xiangwan pressed on her wand abnormally. Kyung Shiyu took a breath with a hiss. She had lunch at noon, which was a bit spicy. Her lips were already irritated and hurt so much. Now she was pressed so hard. She reached out and brushed her hand away. Just when she was about to get angry, she saw her watery autumn eyes looking at her innocently. Wrong. Qian Shiyu rolled her eyes and made a cross with her two index fingers, baring her teeth and saying maliciously it was bitten by a woman. Then he hugged her immediately, and when she saw that she couldn't help but retreat, he hugged her tighter. Beauty, I like you, be my wife. Seeing that she was looking at her without changing her expression, Kyung Shiyu stood up and gently lifted her chin with his index finger. Wife, smile for your husband. Su Xiangwan didn't retreat and smiled immediately. The iceberg melted, blinding Qian Shiyu's dog eyes. Everyone loves beauty, let alone such a glittering beauty. When Qian Shiyu was stunned, Su Xiangwan also reached out her hand and glanced at her with a smile. Husband, your fierceness is too big, could it be? Oh my. I didn't flirt with her but was flirted with. 这个 It was still the iceberg that Qian Shiyu thought it was. She immediately held her hand and stared at her. Good boy, this is a big man head, do you want to eat it? Think. Su Xiangwan stretched out her voice, the smile on her lips deepened, and she slowly lowered her head. However, she didn't touch it. Kyung Shiyu saw that the situation was not good and immediately stepped back. You. Qian Shiyu pointed at her little hand and trembled, baring her teeth. You really have no bottom line. You are flattered. Su Xiangwan stopped smiling, and she was another iceberg beauty, leaning on the stairs next to her, hugging her shoulders, and said lightly, Okay. I surrender to you. The two of them talked. One went to the bathroom and the other went to the balcony to wash their hands, leaving to stand people. Hey, wife, do you often use this trick to deal with men? Qian Shiyu wiped her hands with a towel and asked jokingly. Su Xiangwan paused and looked her up and down a few more times. Husband, explain the wound on your lip first. And what's the matter with the gauze scarf? This woman really loves to expose people's wounds. Kyung Shiyu strolled to Han Xinyu casually, and just as he put his arm on her shoulder, she pushed him back and looked at her seriously. I'm normal. Really, you go find someone else. The delicate little face was full of seriousness, which made Qian Shiyu stand. She immediately held her little face. Baby, I didn't expect you to hurt my heart so much. Really? Han Xinyu began to feel uncomfortable and stammered again. I swear. Qian Shiyu blinked at her. It's okay, we can try it first, and you will know what a man is after trying it. Han Xinyu looked a little flustered and cast a look for help to the two people next to her. Wen Wang snorted in her heart and turned her head away with disdain. It was so boring. Okay, don't scare the little girl. Su Xiangwan glanced at them lightly in the mirror and said with lowered eyes, I'm a little girl too. Qian Shiyu immediately winked at her provocatively, quite unconvinced. This sentence seemed to touch Su Xiangwan's nerves. She lowered her eyes even more, and rarely did she get angry. Then you should learn a few more tricks so that you can serve your future husband in the future. Su Xiangwan refuted her indifferently. Qiang Shiyu blushed and knew that she was so much worse than this little gangster, so she stopped discussing the topic with her immediately. Seeing Han Xinyu looking at them confusedly, she couldn't help but touch her little head. This kid is too pure. At dinner in the evening, Qiang Shiyu pulled the two of them together. Originally, she was not a passionate person, but in a strange place, she preferred to travel together. As for the other person, forget it. She didn't like her much, but who knew that something would happen when she came back? Qiang Shiyu slammed the cabinet door with a bang, and Han Xinyu was scared and trembled. What's wrong? Su Xiangwan was very calm, and she also closed her cabinet gently, and the skincare products on the table were spread all over the table. There's a thief in the dormitory. Call the police. Qian Shiyu said bluntly when Wang's face froze, and she stood up and turned around. I'm suing you for defamation. 这个 Oh, did I say anything? Qian Shiyu glanced at her in confusion. Are you guilty? I'm the only one in the dormitory. What did you say? When Wang was so stifled that her neck became sick and she screamed. Oh, have you been in the dormitory all the time? 就是 Didn't you go out? Then I have to ask you, where are the things in my cabinet? Qian Shiyu asked lightly with his arms around his shoulders. When Wang snorted coldly, but didn't say any more nonsense to her, walked out directly and slammed the door with a bang. What do you want to do? Su Xiangwan said steadily, picked up a bottle of moisturizer and looked at it casually. What to do? Call the police. Qian Shiyu spread her hands, then picked up her phone and called 110. She briefly told the policeman about the situation and hung up. I suddenly feel that I have such a good temper, otherwise how could someone so blind mess with me? Qian Shiyu slammed the table hard and shouted angrily. Her unhurried voice made Han Xinyu burst out laughing. Su Xiangwan also had a smile in her eyes. You don't need that little money. Qian Shiyu looked very casual, but some temperaments could not be faked. Besides, she had also seen her skincare set, which was really not cheap. Aren't you worried? There's a thief in the dormitory. Aren't you afraid that she will steal things? After hearing Qian Shiyu's words, she was sure that Wen Wang was a thief. Yes, she had a criminal record, the missing towel. She dares. Sister, give her the courage. Su Xiangwan snapped the small mirror in her hand shut. Qiang Shiyu said how disdainfully, I'm just being low-key, otherwise I would definitely pretend to be more like a young lady than you. Thinking of this, she turned to Han Xinyu. 那个 maybe someone else came in. Han Xinyu was uncertain, and I don't have anything to steal. Her desk was empty, she only brought a few notebooks, nothing else, and she hadn't picked up her textbooks yet. If you just looked downstairs, you would think no one lived there. Qian Shiyu was drunk. There was a thief in their dormitory, but they were so indifferent. She was just thinking about it when someone opened the door with the lock. Whose things are lost? The person started shouting before he came in, causing the students who were still picking up things in the corridor to slow down. Qian Shiyu touched her nose because she had recognized the speaker. Why did she feel that this matter would not be so simple in her hands? Aunt Zhang walked in and looked around, then turned her eyes to Qian Shiyu and frowned obviously but immediately shifted her gaze with disgust. Wen Wang lowered her head and looked very honest behind her. Her eyes were still red, and she had obviously cried, but no one knew how she cried. Me. Qian Shiyu immediately raised her hand like a primary school student, but her buttocks sat steadily on the chair without moving. Her again. Aunt Zhang's wrinkled face was squeezed into a ball. What was lost? A set of skincare products. Qian Shiyu replied lazily. Maybe it was because her cosmetics were the most valuable of her things, or maybe because she had too many things and would be monitored outside if she took them out. So Qian Shiyu just took a casual look and found that only one set of skincare products was missing, and they were still unopened. In order to protect personal privacy, the student dormitory did not install any monitoring facilities, but the outside of the living area has 360-degree coverage. So it was not impossible to see it if you really wanted to check. When was it lost? Who saw it? When did you find it? What brand of skincare products is it? When did you buy it? Where did you put it? It is obvious that Aunt Wen does not believe that she has lost something. That's right. Nah. Who would be so leisurely after losing something? Qiang Shi suddenly became impatient. She lived in the school just to hide for a few days. She was stupid. She lived in the school only half an hour away from home. She didn't buy much. With her shopping mania, she just regarded the dormitory as her temporary residence. But who knew that she would encounter such a bad thing on the first day? Although Qian Shiyu was cheerful these days, she just suppressed her thoughts in her heart, and she was very annoyed. It was just that she had been suppressed for a long time, so she naturally had a bad temper, and Qian Shiyu was very annoying when she got angry. I'm sorry, even if I tell you, you have no right to deal with it, so you'd better save your worry. Qian Shiyu blinked and said sincerely, Auntie, don't worry too much when you are old, or you will get wrinkles. She touched her face while speaking, obviously showing off. I have called the police, so Auntie, don't worry about it. I'm old. 那个, who do you think you dare to talk to me? Aunt Zhang pointed at her nose, her face turned blue with anger. You're still a college student, do you know what politeness is? I know. Qian Shiyu said firmly, with a bit of pride, just now I have been respectfully calling you aunt, this is politeness. My father said to respect the elderly and love the young, so even if you scolded me just now, I didn't say rude words to you, this is also politeness. But, who do you think you are, pointing fingers at me? Qiang Shiyu was about to change her face when she heard the sound of a police car. She shut her mouth honestly and leaned lazily on the chair. Please come in, sir. Auntie Wan was so angry that she left. The police just watched from the sidelines when they arrived. Qiang Shi simply explained what happened. She didn't exaggerate or cover up. She thought she was fair. But to other people, her words pointed to someone. Wan Wang's face turned pale. Auntie Zhang also frowned, but didn't say anything. Although the students outside were far away, they heard it clearly. Although there was no conclusive evidence, they all looked at the only person left in the dormitory after they left with suspicion. They also asked Wan Wang if anyone came to the dormitory. They just heard that there were a few people handing out flyers. Some people came in, but she was always there. After asking what happened, they asked the school to cooperate in checking the surveillance cameras. However, in order to protect the privacy of the students, there were no surveillance cameras installed outside the dormitory, only at the entrance of the building. Many people came and went today, all students and parents. They only saw Wan Wang taking a garbage bag and going downstairs to throw it into the trash can. The black garbage bag was of good quality and opaque. The garbage bag looked very soft and did not look like it could hold hard objects. The garbage in the trash can was cleared away and transported to the landfill. Qiang Shiyu stroked his forehead when he saw this, thinking that this matter could not be investigated clearly. Facts have proved that Qian Shiyu was right. The police filed a case after seeing this. It is said that they looked for her afterwards, but did not find her. 然后 naturally, they would not do anything to her without evidence. Until later, it ended without any result. Qiang Shiyu was only entangled for a moment, and then she put it aside. Because at Wan Wang's request, she moved to another dormitory. And Zhang agreed and warned other students not to talk nonsense. However, Qiang Shiyu did not know that the trivial matter she thought was forgotten later would be remembered for so long, and not just by the person involved. 然后, the new person who moved into the dormitory is called Yang Duoduo. It's a bit dark. She felt a little restrained when she moved in, but although she has a low self-esteem, she is quite outgoing. That night was also a long night. Wan Wang and the others changed dormitories overnight. It was already past 12 o'clock, and they all packed up and went to bed. No words were spoken all night. The next day, the freshmen did not have classes. They received military uniforms and began military training. The looks of Qian Shiyu and the other three were not only the best in the class, but there were only a few people in the school who could compare with them. This made them quite well taken care of, and they were taken care of by the boys in the class. As soon as the coach said to disband, Qiang Shiyu and the others just walked away from the team, and several male classmates ran over. Here you go. A man named Li Yan handed her a bottle of mineral water. Qiang Shiyu blinked, stretched out her hand to take it, and raised her hand to him. Thanks, buddy. Sure enough, His bright eyes dimmed instantly. No, you are welcome. After saying that, he was pulled away by his companions with some embarrassment. Qiang Shiyu silently said sorry in her heart, but at this time she was amused by Han Xinyu next to her. Han Xinyu was really silly. A male classmate also gave her a bottle of water. She said no, but he insisted on giving it to her. Finally, Han Xinyu half pushed and half asked doubtfully, I don't know you, right? Qian Shiyu gritted his teeth to hold back the smile on his lips. He looked at the male classmate out of the corner of his eye and walked away sadly without saying a word. As for Su Xiangwan, facts have proved that she is indeed a cold person. Not only is her face cold, but she is also cold to her classmates, the kind that doesn't pay attention to them. 然后 seeing that both of them had failed, the classmate next to him gritted his teeth and just raised his hand. Su Xiangwan passed him without looking away, and left Qian Shiyu and the others behind. In addition to responding to Qian Shiyu and Han Xinyu, Su Xiangwan didn't even tell her the newcomer Yang Duoduo. In a word, Qiang Shiyu was speechless. It was okay to be cold, but she shouldn't be ignorant of the ways of the world. Seeing the last person leave, Qiang Shiyu pouted and patted Yang Duoduo, who was squeezed aside. She also pulled Han Xinyu to follow Su Xiangwan's footsteps and stand in the shade. However, compared to the others, Yang Duoduo's popularity was not ordinary. Qiang Shiyu was distracted and saw her playing with a group of classmates, both boys and girls, making them laugh. Qiang Shiyu raised an eyebrow and felt very surprised.